This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome again, everyone. Hello, welcome to the Heber City Council meeting. Today is February 6, 2024. It is 4:02 p.m., and I want to welcome everyone that's joining us in the chambers as well as online. And I also want to especially welcome. This conference will now be recorded.
We got a community partnership grant that we used to prune nearly 500 trees, the adoption of a completely revised tree ordinance, which hadn't been revised since 2006, with an arboricultural standards and specification policy and recommended tree planting list. A greater commitment to grow our urban forestry program by hiring a full-time city arborist, Brandon Pewitt. And so Heber is now considered a managed community through the UCFC, that's that forestry award. So I wanted to present this
Oh, that's
to the city
amazing.
council.
Thank you.
Come down
This-
again.
Oh, that's absolutely amazing. Did you also want a picture, Melanie?
Yes.
Okay. All right, everybody, come on. You all, well, most of you voted for those ordinances and funding.
Where's your thing?
One, two, I'm just taking a couple here, and I'm gonna take some. Mike, move this hand. Okay, got it.
You want me to keep it? No, put it on. Where's my paper? Do you know where it went?
This conference will now be recorded.
Fucking technology stuff. I don't know. It's too much noise going on.
That can be used in the future for our city's lit Christmas tree or other special events. With the growth we're experiencing and the funds being spent on the park, it'd be kind of wise to use the park as much as possible as the main event site. It's got more parking, more room, more people to attend these events. An estimated cost of a large tree, $800 to $1,200. But that's something that I would like you guys to consider to do sometime in the future.
So is that cost installed?
Yes,
Installed.
yeah.
Okay.
Um, I'm going
Can
to
we-
swap this
I'm-
out.
I'm
Go
not a
ahead.
tree expert, but I do know that putting lights on and off of a blue spruce is pretty treacherous because they're so pokey. Could you pick a different one, please?
We don't want anybody climbing them. That's another reason.
So just for information, blue spruce grow up here and it's a good hardy tree. If we go to a,
We couldn't.
I mean, there's
can't
other
hear
ones
you,
we
sorry.
can look at, but I'm just saying we would love to have a Heber community tree that can grow
Yeah,
as we do.
I just say we're going to light it every year. It'd be
Well,
better if
that
it's-
would be, the idea would be to light that because the one out here is really showing its age. They're starting to lose branches and stuff, yeah. So eventually, it's going to have to be removed. And like I said, there's so many people coming to these things now and all this money we're spending on the park. It would be kind of wise because it's got more parking, a bigger area. It'd be kind of nice to utilize that park as much as possible with the amount of money we're spending.
So I missed the location of where you were suggesting it. Were you suggesting it at Main Street or where? Here?
No, not here. At the big Main Street Park where the
Park, okay. Thank you.
thing is, yeah.
Great idea.
Okay. Our focus this year is going to be working with the main park with trees and placement there, and then also Muir Park and the Main Street. And you know, when you talk to, I went into the different stores and businesses along Main Street, spoke to the people there. They would really like some really nice trees. Big concern, they want benches. They're like, we have no benches. We have these things out here, but they're not used for anything. You can't sit on them. We would really like to see some nice trees, some benches. The problem is right now, so we have, the way it was done, let's see, it would be the west side of the road, west side of 40. You know, I'm really bad with directions.
correct.
Has the most trees. The other side doesn't have many. I have pictures that can show that, but there are trees that are literally 3 trees and they're only 10 feet apart. To have a healthy canopy, any tree should be 20 feet apart from each other. Also, some of the grates, as the trees are growing, they're not removable ring grates that are in there now. And so the trunks are growing into the grates. So that causes injury to the tree. I think, what did you say? There were 16 dead trees?
Over 20, but we're addressing.
Over 20. So it used to be that when they were dead, they would replace them. But the thing is that the boxes are in bad shape that they're in, the type of tree that's been being put in. You know, it takes a lot of salt and abuse from the street being so close. And they haven't been maintained the way they should have been with new dirt and fertilizers and stuff like that. So every time you guys replace these things, you're just throwing money away year after year after year. It would be a huge project. You'd have to do it in small increments. But what we're looking at would be, our vision would be, as you're coming into town to have trees on both sides, we'd love to see some color in the fall, whether that would be 3 different kinds of maples or other trees that we have. So as you come in, you get this beautiful scenery coming in, and then the business district, which is 200 to 200, would be the honey locust. We have some of those now. They are more tolerant of the debris that gets into the boxes and stuff. They seem to be doing relatively well. Plus, they're like fern-like, so they don't block the signage of the businesses. Okay, this is kind of what we would like to see. This is like a vision coming into town.
So those are not honey locusts.
Those are maples.
Just,
That was like done at the last minute. The
was
honey locusts are out there, but they're, you know, they're wispy. And like I said, they don't block the signage, which in the business district is important. They're fast growing, they're disease resistant, so they're actually very tolerant to having those in that area. I noticed some of the grates were removed in front of the town hall here. So if you look at your last page, if you have it, if not, I'll show it to you.
So Yvonne, we saw a lot of honey locusts when we went on the trips, to Colorado. A lot of those street trees were honey locusts, which is a good thing just because, yeah.
These are honey locusts.
Those were honey locusts.
Underneath them,
Oh, yeah.
which is an idea
Yeah.
that you could have because you're bringing in color. Keep some of the debris out of the dirt.
How tall do they grow?
Yes, okay, we do.
How tall do those honey locusts get?
Glenwood Springs.
How tall do you think they get?
60,
30 feet, 40 feet?
40 to 50.
They will never last longer than like 8 or 9 years.
Oh, really? So
No
they'd have to
street-
be,
No street trees will ever grow to maturity. It's impossible.
I,
And I'll tell you why.
well, I kind of thought the point was to have the trees last, right, with this project, so they wouldn't be replaced.
I called other places, and my brother, who is actually did this for 40 years in his town with street trees and stuff, he said they just don't, because they just eventually just, because of the elements they're exposed to with the road debris and salt and stuff like that, it is inevitable that they will not grow to last like a tree would in somebody's yard. It's just a fact.
Okay, so is it possible to build up the
Yes.
planting areas so that the
You
salt
can.
or the debris may not get in there as
So
much?
Tony and I talked about it. You can do things like this where they're raised. The problem is that the curb, our sidewalks are not very wide, as you know, going down Main Street. The curb is so close that the way the parking is, if you parked this way, you could, but because we park this way along the street, you'd open your door right into the planter. So it would have to be reconfigured. Yeah, see, that's showing some of the trees. So I went out with my husband and we took pictures. There's trees that are literally planted like a foot away from a light post. So they're growing into the light post. There's no place for the canopy to go. Yeah, that's one right there. It's literally in the lamppost.
So what about fewer trees, not every 20 feet,
So,
but every
well,
30 or 40 feet or something? What about that?
so
And
what we would like to see is symmetry, because as humans, we're really attracted to that, to have the same on both sides. It's visually appealing, and like I said, this would have to be years of project, but to have the same amount of trees on both sides, no less in the business district than 20 feet apart from each other. The
So
maples would be
yeah.
30 feet or 40 feet apart from each other.
Currently, I think they're right now spaced at 30 feet.
Oh, no, they're not. There's three, if the pictures, we literally measured it.
Yeah,
There's
I went
several
out.
that are 3 in a row. They're only 10 feet apart from each other.
So where I went, it was around approximately 30 feet, but
Some of them are, but
between
like I
30
said,
and
it's
40 feet
sporadic.
is appropriate. 30 to 40 feet is appropriate, just for this fact
Well,
that.
for the honey locust, you can do 20 feet.
Okay.
Okay, for a bigger tree, you're looking 30 to 40 feet. Okay, but we would really like to.
We can discuss that, because
Yeah.
this is what I do for a living, is do street trees and streets, and so
Yeah.
so.
Well, we went out and kind of, like I said, it's very cattywampus. There's no rhyme or reason to it, kind of, and one side of the street looks entirely different than the other side of the street. So you know what I'm talking about when I say symmetry.
I agree, honey locust is probably the preferred tree for that.
Oh, yeah, for
And
that area
you
there.
are right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's what the businesses would like to see. Residents say, oh, our Main Street looks so terrible with the trees. And I'm like, I know. And we're looking at like $350 a tree planted, right, Mark? Oh, he's, with super trees, said that they would come out and replace the ones that we wanted, redo the boxes
So what caliper size
for
is
like
that?
$350 a tree.
You know?
Melanie, this picture, right, of the big maples.
Those
Are
are
you
the picture of the
saying
big
the maples
maples.
will grow to this height, or will they never grow to that height because we'll have to be replacing them before they can grow to that
They'll
height?
grow pretty big. They grow pretty fast. They grow pretty big.
So
But I'm just saying, if you're expecting them to last 20, 30 years, that's not going to happen. That's pretty unreasonable. Do you agree, Wes? Probably.
I think it depends. I think you can teach years, and I mean.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Trees like planted in the house. Yeah, those are 20 years.
And how well they're taken care of, right? Yeah.
It's just how we take care of them, right?
Yeah.
And that's
And
more
we
pressure
hadn't,
on
we
Mark.
haven't been. That
Yeah.
has been,
Yeah.
they're underneath there, it's compressed gravel. So they can't drain. They're drowning.
So, and I
Because
think
the tree
Mark's
boxes weren't
looking
done
at
correctly.
and working with Rainbird to figure out irrigation system for that.
I know, Mark, you were talking about redoing the irrigation, and what was Super Trees, were they gonna help with that?
Yeah, we've got a plan in place. I don't know if you want to take the time to talk about it right
Not today, I gotta leave at 4:30.
now. The watering system, we've got a plan to fix that. But we get a lot of drainage off that road from stored drains and drains into gravel, so.
Yeah,
Now we've got a full-time arborist, we can put more in it, he'll check the moisture levels in it, and we'll adjust the water for you.
and I will say Matthew from Public Works, I spoke to him about it because I said, this is a big project. I mean, there's no way that the tree committee or parks could do this all by themselves. And I said, we need a place to put any kind of pavers, where would we remove them? Does sidewalk need to be reported or whatever? And he goes, oh, we could do that. I could get a crew to do that to help you guys. But like I said, you're talking about taking small amounts and doing this because it's a big project. But it's something we need to address because we're just throwing money out the window. That's ridiculous to do that year after year and come up with a plan that's going to be appealing and something that's going to make these trees last and to do it the right way. Because once you do it the right way, you don't have to do it again.
Well,
That's
it
the way
sounds
I
like
look
we'll,
at it.
it sounds like we'll have to keep doing the tree planting, which is worrisome when we were hopeful for a longer term solution. And maybe, I don't know what the answer is there, but Mark and Melanie, have you guys talked budget yet for us to consider in the upcoming budget?
Wow.
No? Because
It's
even
hard
just
to
one
do that
block.
if you don't have a solid plan. I mean, how can you do
Exactly.
that without you guys saying, yes, we want to do this, come up
Okay.
with something solid?
Okay.
Like
so
I said,
let's
I'm
get
looking at
feedback then.
like 350 a tree
Okay.
as
So
we stand right
Council-
now to replace the ones we do have. But it would be silly to replace all these dead trees
Right.
if they're only 10 feet apart. So let's close off a box in the middle, at least get some spacing.
So council,
mean-
are you in favor of maybe working on a couple of blocks this year in the budget once the plan is proposed to us? Are you in favor of going forward with that, or do you want to see a plan first? What kind of feedback do you want to give to the tree?
I could do an east and west of 40 and just a business district plan.
Mhm.
We could do that.
Okay.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah,
I
we
would
could do that.
I would prefer to have something that, I mean, however beautiful it would be to have that up and down all of Main Street, obviously that's not feasible and
I agree.
cost.
Um,
And I do want to make sure that we take those planter areas and what the cost would be, Mark, to cover those planter areas. And once we remove those trees, so that we have only a few trees, not as many as we do now, because obviously having them that close together, and to have a consideration of the spacing between those trees.
I agree. And I would love to see a planter underneath, like I showed you guys. I think that would be, it would replace those planters. It would be very pretty, and it keeps a lot of that road garbage from getting in there too.
And I would too. I would love to see that, but I think that for me anyways, I don't know how everyone else feels. I think it's important that we know the cost of those things, refilling them, putting in new ones, or if we would have to put in new ones. And when we talk about the trees, I really would like to see a little bit more, a little more longevity, to say that we're putting in these trees and then 20 years down the road, we have another discussion.
Well, the
I'd
thing
love to
is
see
that
trees
it's
that are
not
gonna
like you
last.
replace them all at once. The tree will die and then you have to replace it, just like we're doing now. But the thing is that if we have a program, which we've been working on, to make sure that the trees we're putting in are going to stay healthy, because where we're putting them is going to be taken care of.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
and
And that's a
I
huge
think
part
that's
of
really
the
important.
longevity of the
Definitely.
trees.
Definitely.
The last thing we have is Mirror Park. And I'm going to have Wesley talk really quick because there is, we've discussed doing an arboretum. You guys know what an arboretum is? So an arboretum is a compilation of, here, I'll let you do it. And we can get, I just went blank. It's one of those senior moments.
A grant?
A grant, thank you, to pay for a lot of those trees. But I'm going to turn it over to Wesley. Thank you.
And Melanie, will you be leaving us perhaps now, or will you be able to stay a little bit longer to get more feedback?
My alarm is going to go off in 1 minute. I
Okay.
have a student.
Okay, well, we'll tell Wesley and he can report back to your next subcommittee meeting, okay?
Sure, and I'll be brief.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I came in about a year ago and there was talks of a grant that we'd already received, or the city had already received, which was on, I forget the number of trees, Melanie or Mark, 50 or so, that were less planted but well adapted for the environment. For a number of reasons, that grant fell through, but it's open again and the application is ready and we can put it in. The plan when I came in was to disperse those trees throughout the city, and those were mapped. An alternate idea that I thought would be beneficial or could be beneficial as more as an educational space would be to group those all together in an arboretum. So that can be a place where we can go and see those all in one space. I've talked to the council before, those of you who were here in, I think it was in November, about some alternative plans or alternate plans for Muirfield Park. I've been in contact with the post committee and with Mark Rounds. We talk a lot. So I think this is just something that we wanted to hear any feedback on, whether the council is in favor of that. I think it could be a great, again, demonstration and educational event or location for homeowners who wanted to see maybe lesser known, lesser planted trees that are well adapted.
So just very quickly, would this arboretum be in we've had ideas come to us of orchards, right? I'm not assuming any of these are orchard type fruit bearing trees, are they?
Correct, no.
And then how much room do you think you'd need at Muirfield Park for that many trees?
Yeah, we're still in the process of diagramming that out, but we think 1.5 to 2 acres could be sufficient.
And you're not interested in planting them around the exterior of the park or maybe in some of the shaded areas that we had planned for trees anyway?
I think that could be accommodated. I think the idea of having the arboretum is that they're in one space that is walkable, that's not taxing. But I think alternate designs of having them around or as a windbreak, that can be accommodated as well.
Can you just quickly tell us the types of trees that might come in this grant?
You know, that would be a question for Mark, if he knows.
Is it evergreens as well as,
Yeah.
non-evergreen?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of trees that well suited for the climate, but necessarily haven't been planted here.
Mhm.
He shared a list with me. I'd have to go find it.
Will we get some fall, spring color with these trees, do you think?
Yeah, that's a question. I do not know. This was PJ Abraham. I'm getting that from him, but I think the idea is just to see the council's idea or feeling on an arboretum, a grouping of trees like that.
Okay, council, would you please give feedback to Wesley on anything that Melanie said for the downtown tree plan, if you're interested or not, or what you like or what you don't like, and then on his idea at the Muirfield Park. Do we want to go in order here just to get this expedited? Go ahead.
I'd like to see a plan we can actually vote on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we
What
just
about
need to see a
Muirfield?
plan and start putting
Okay with
budget
Muirfield?
amount to it. Muirfield, yeah, I think it's good to educate people, educate the, citizens and understand and I would recommend native or drought tolerant type vegetation up here and show them.
Yeah, I'd love to see a plan for she kept calling it the business district, but kind of this downtown area, maybe which ones she would close off and which ones we would replace, just to help us understand what we're talking about from a budget and from an approval process. And then for Muirfield, I do understand the idea of the grouping, but I've always liked seeing different kinds of trees on like a pathway through a park, or maybe you get there and there's a map of some sort that says the different names of the trees. You can kind of see where they are and walk over to them and see them. You could still group them, but not really group them in one tiny little area. Kind of lift the entire park. That'd be my preference, but open to either.
All right, Yvonne?
Well, as I already shared earlier, I think definitely a plan like Scott said, and with cost too, what your projected costs, what you're thinking of as far as putting in the planters, covering those old planters up and so forth. And as far as the Arboretum, I would love to see something similar to what they have in Orem. There is that one park down there that has that beautiful, and there are signs there that tells you what each of those trees are. So if we're going to do something like that, I definitely would like to have a plan and the thought as far as cost and everything else, putting that type of landscaping in for those parks.
Yep.
Thank you so much for helping us. I'm not against an arboretum, but I'd rather spread the trees out into the parks that we do have. I'd like to see more trees. And not a criticism of our parks department, but sort of. I've walked through the parks and looked at the dead trees, and they're weed whacked to death. We've got to do something different, Mark. I know it's these summer helpers, and they have no bark left, and they die.
Yeah, since Brandon's come on, we've gone to cut tree wells around most of the trees in the city.
So that's critical.
Yeah, we went down and potential damage is a big thing, and we recognize it and we're addressing.
So as we move forward, that's great, because I don't want to plant any new trees because we killed the old trees. And I think that's what we've been doing. So I'd rather see trees around everywhere than one little 3-acre forest. I don't think that's a better use of the money in my opinion.
Okay.
So could we pause? Oh, did you have
Go
more?
ahead. I have more. But
Matt and I discussed the landscaping plans at Muirfield Park on Monday. And right now in the budget, there's being proposed is hundreds of trees and shrubs. So I think that what Wesley is saying is in addition to what would likely be a lot of landscaping at Muirfield Park on the paths around the picnic areas and so forth. It's going to be pretty magnificent, but we need the tree subcommittee help on those other trees that are in the
so
park
I
budget.
support Muirfield Park trees and landscaping. I don't want to put all our money into Muirfield Park and have all this and an arboretum. I want to see more trees at Wheeler Park, at Eagle Park, all the parks, because half of them are gone now. They're dead. Main Street. I don't buy what Melanie said, bless her heart, that we have to replace these trees every 8 to 10 years. I can think of, in my mind, at least a half a dozen cities with 100-year-old trees on their main street. I grew up in Kansas City with 4-foot planters and 3-foot diameter oaks. So I think of Provo. I can think of all our ash trees in Heber that were planted 100 years ago. They live if people take care of them, instead of just cutting them down like we've been doing. So I don't buy that unless you want to correct me. I think we can plant trees on Main Street that will grow for a lifetime. Maybe they won't grow 200 feet tall, but they can grow for 40 or 50 years. I've seen it. I've seen it in Seattle. I've seen it everywhere. I've seen it. I grew up in Kansas City. It snows just like it snows here, and they're not dead. So I don't want to go with that idea. I think our trees need to be protected, though. 2 things. They don't have any soil, so they only get a certain height, and then they just die because they don't have any nutrients in any soil. We've got to raise, and they get hit. They get hit by cars. They get hit by bikes. They get chopped down, splintered. We've got to put a protective thing. We've got to expand that 4x4 box to 4x8 and without grates and raise it up 18 inches, and maybe that could be our benches too. put the trees, and then we could put some plantings, tulips and iris and things in the box. I think we should be much more focused to make an impact rather than just keep replacing the trees in the same boxes and the same grates every few years. So I will put money into this. So last thing, I do want to see a master plan. I know we won't fund it this year, but let's get a master plan of what we want to do, and then we can do it as we have funds, 1 block or 2 blocks at a time, and get it done in the next 5 years. Because I don't want to wait 10 years and say, I remember when these were planted, and that was 20 years ago, and these trees should be big and beautiful by now. And they're only pretty at Christmas when they have lights on them.
Sure.
That's my points.
Do you have any
Wonderful.
other questions, Mark or Wes? Do you have any other questions?
No, I appreciate all the feedback. I think it's all valid. I think at least my understanding of coming to the meeting today was to get an initial feedback, but I think a comprehensive plan is absolutely, obviously needed. And so that's something that we'll continue to work on.
Hang on, Wes.
Just one other quick thought. When you come back with the plan on the business district stuff, if you can put some thought into the watering schedules or what needs to happen with watering there too. I'm not an expert in it, but
Sure.
My location where my business is, I know 3 of the trees, I never saw the water come on. Those 3 died. And then the other 3 were literally always running and they fell over because it was so muddy. So
Sure.
I don't think either one of those is what a tree is supposed to have. I don't know though. So it'd be
No,
good to have that in the plan.
I think you're right.
So one more thing, Wes, you talked about a USU extension garden. Are you still perhaps working on that at Muirfield Park?
Yeah, so I think after coming to present in November, been in talks again, like I said, with some on the post committee and talking with Mark. And I think I'm still unclear about what is wanted by the city, what is desired, what is allowed. So I would love to work with whoever would be the real decision maker about what we could and couldn't do. Because yeah, I'm still interested definitely in having some demonstration gardens.
Would the demonstration garden be actual growing of food? Or could you also have one that's more xeriscaping, right? With drought tolerant
Sure.
plants and such?
Yeah.
Could it be both?
Yeah, I think again, that presentation I had listed, I think 4 or 5 different demonstration gardens with some being edible, some being water wise, some being native plants. So I think.
Well, I think that would be a real showcase for the park. Is anybody interested in that, for him to get some plans together or grants? I thought you had mentioned that before.
I did, yeah. There's a urban agriculture innovation production grant that's a USDA grant that's targeted. Most of the recipients are municipalities or groups that are not higher education, and that information should come out, I'm hoping, in March. But I forwarded that on to the post committee and I think to a few others here. So I'm keeping tabs on that. But I think, yeah, that grant would be perfect for what we're talking about here.
Yeah, and we need to educate the
Yes.
people on especially drought tolerant and stuff like that. Because if we're going to go that way, with our parks, our codes and stuff like that, landscape codes, we just need to educate them. So I think it's a good thing.
I love the community garden idea or the community orchard idea. It kind of reminds me of the apple orchard, that's up Snake Creek.
Sure.
Something that the community can enjoy, a place where kids can take the apples off the tree and not get in trouble, kind of a thing.
Right.
And learn a lot of new skills, right? Really, there's enough room out there for plenty of fun.
Yeah.
So if you need help with grant writing, I'm sure Matt can ask Nancy, our grant writer, to help you.
Yeah, I have been in contact with Nancy and I've forwarded her on the information that I've had from that USDA grant.
Okay, so if we need to get a plan approved, please help us to do that so that we could move forward in that, because that park is going to be such a showcase for this whole valley.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Wes. Thank you, Mark. Good job on the awards. Okay, everyone, we're finally ready for our third agenda item, which is the Harvest Village development. It's part of the Crossings annexation. I'm going to turn the time over to Tony Kohler, our Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll sail right through my part. I'm just going to do a brief introduction to show you what we're talking about. Neil's going to hand out some papers. And I'll kind of describe where we're talking about. This is an annexation that was proposed to the city a few years ago. It's been sitting on the shelf, has never been acted upon. It went through the annexation process as the city was approving, revising several general plan and zoning documents. You can see on the screen that the property or this annexation is on the intersection of Highway 32 and Highway 40. It is part of the annexation policy plan. Uh, what you can see here is there were three primary petitioners: Heiner, Resort, and the Crossings. This particular part of the annexation is what is called Harvest Village. It is part of the resort. It is the resort properties that is shown as brown up. Went to the city council at the end of 2020, 21, and never did move forward. The North Village overlay zone is a zone that the city adopted that would apply to properties as they are being annexed. The zones or districts would be the North Village and the NOS districts. The annexation in itself comprises 139 acres. The county has a development agreement that, as I understand, grants 370 ERUs. The petitioner is suggesting that that number be reduced down to 247 plus workforce housing for a total of 314 ERUs. The city density that would be granted according to the city zone would be 163.89. So if you're going to entertain this, this would be a development agreement. Current city limits are shown as purple. And when the annexation was originally proposed, you had no islands. The North Village annexation to the south, council excluded some properties, and so now, if approved as originally proposed, there would be an island of doing an annexation that excludes some of the other property owners who may not want to be annexed anymore, namely the Crossings development on the east side of the road. And the Heiner properties, I don't think we know just yet what they want, but this is what that annexation would look like. This would create a peninsula, so this is something that if this council is interested in, we would need to go to the county and get permission from the county to create a peninsula. One of the issues, and this is the last slide, and I'll turn the time over to Neil here, is that there a couple of the options for the bypass or alternative bisect this property. Got some bad news from UDOT that we may not be hearing about the decision as soon as we thought. It's probably likely to be another delay of decision, and that could be anywhere from 6 months to 12 months. Their advice to us is when we work with developers, if we have an alternative, to plan for all of the alternatives. With that, I will turn the time over to Neil, who's got a presentation to talk about the details of what they'd like to do. Tonight's not a decision, it's just a work meeting to show these ideas and kind of get your council's feedback.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, council members. We really appreciate it. We're grateful to be here and talk with you about the project we've been working on for months now. I'm not one to necessarily go slide by slide, bullet point by bullet point. So I'm going to just talk. And I've handed you all handouts, and I hope everyone on the screen and listening in can walk through it. I'll try to be expedient as I go through this, and then we could do a Q&A at the end. Okay? As we start this, I just want to kind of introduce myself. My name is Neil Goldman. This is Andy Dora back here. I built a home a couple years ago up on the Jordanelle and came here. Admittedly, didn't know much about Heber at the time. I came for the recreation and for the family-friendly activities, and started to come down to Heber. started to eat a back 40, started to go to Judy's to get donuts for the kids, started to go to the creamery and, go to Black Rifle Coffee and just fell in love with this valley, right? And I think we all share that same love. We love this valley so much that it compelled Andy and I to pursue this project. And, we understand and want to be upfront that, this is sacred land. The land that we're talking about here are the North Fields, and, we understand the heritage and everything that goes behind it. We know that there are a lot of people who likely don't want development on this land, and we respect that. We also respect that there's a need for more affordable and workforce housing. There's a need for more tax dollars to pay for some of these services that we need. There's a need for more recreation. And so we're trying to find a balance here, okay? And that was really kind of our intention. We thought a lot about the North Fields as we started this project. You can hear it in the name, Harvest Village. That is a nod to the agricultural history of this. We thought a lot about it when it comes to the sight lines as we go along Highway 40 and what people would see and wouldn't see, right? We thought a lot about it when it came to dark sky compliance. We thought a lot about it when it just came to how do we keep as much open space as we can here to kind of preserve the history of Heber. And we thought a lot about Envision 2050, right? We weren't developers who kind of came in with our plan and thought, hey, we're just going to see if this works. We started by reading Envision 2050, and then we put a plan together afterwards, right? So what we ask from you guys right now is to just listen, kind of close your eyes, think about this project, think if this would be a good place, a place you would take pride in, ownership in, if it's a place you'd want to bring your kids, your grandkids, your friends and family who come to the Heber Valley. And, most importantly, if it kind of conforms to what you've all set out in terms of Envision 2050. If it has, we've done our part and we promise to be really good stewards of the property and the plan. And, we can pursue forward. So, I went through a lot and I hope everyone has been able to look at the packet in front of them and on the screen. Let me start by going through the site plan right here. To acclimate everyone, we have Highway 40 here on our eastern boundary and then River Road on the northern boundary, okay? Our plan consists of a townhome component. There's 140 townhomes on the western portion of it. It's 20 different blocks, 7 units in each block right there. In the southeast corner, we have inclusionary housing. And, we focused a lot of effort into that, and we could talk about that a little bit more here. And then the center is a plaza. And the plaza is really where we think we can bring the heartbeat and energy of all of this together. Some other things to note, going back to how we thought about the project, you're going to notice there's a lot of land dedicated over here on the western front of Highway 40. Our goal here is to preserve as much of the North Fields as we can. We thought about that by, first of all, being able to push the project a little bit further west to help with, view corridors as people go up and down Highway 40. We also thought about it to be able to keep it agricultural. And, we thought a lot about this in terms of this is the entrance to Heber Valley and what we could do there. Is that a monument sign? Are there just other things that we can do as we welcome people here, especially with all the expansion going forward? So, we have in total about 11 acres of green space. Just to kind of point out, this entire property is a little under 40 acres. So about 11 acres of pure green space, about 4 acres of a plaza. We have a pond water feature, if you almost think about this, like the ponds at the base of Deer Valley that could be used for recreation. We have a 1-mile perimeter trail, and what we hope is ample parking that goes throughout it as well. What we now want to unveil is our plan behind it, our thought behind it. We want to create a modern day village, okay? We have plenty of ski in and ski out villages, and we're not attached to Deer Valley or Park City Mountain to be able to do that. So we want to have fun and allow families and people of all ages to be able to have fun throughout the entire year. So what you're seeing here is Harvest Village. This is the centerpiece hotel with a really architecturally stunning sled hill that comes off it. If you think about this like a green roof. During the summer, it's a green roof where people can sled. We'll be able to have that during the summer. People can have picnics. People can work out. We can do movies in the park. We can do concerts in the park. And it can be really a just great place. During the winter, we can have snow sledding, as you can see here. Underneath it is a ribbon ice skating rink. We have these, we've kind of rendered here, we have this idea of we want to bring the community together. So farmers markets, Christmas markets, those type of activities that can happen within this space, okay? Another look at it, and this is just from another angle, shows you some of the things that we really took a lot of thought into. We love the thought of these nodes, these kind of places to hang out, let families come together, sit by the fire, make s'mores. A lot of what we thought about was from the perspective of parents. If a parent can sit here and make some s'mores, let the kids run around and have them in their sight lines, and that's probably a safe, conducive place for them. We also thought a lot architecturally. The sled hill, the support beams right now are meant to look like a tree. The underside, the lattice, is meant to look like leaves, and we even played into that on the logo creation. And we also purposely left this open air as to not create kind of this monolithic sled hill right there, but something that's open air that people can see through and just have this natural feel as we put a bunch of trees and berming and whatnot around it. So that are some renderings. We now want to go into why we thought about this, and I'm trying to see if I can just zoom out so everyone can see this a little bit better. We kind of talk about this ethos and energy of the village. The way that it works and to be able to create energy is you need to bring people together. You need to bring people together in a place where they can linger, have fun, enjoy time with their friends, family, loved ones, etc. And ironically, we can do that by also serving the community that we're looking after. So, we have a need for workforce housing, and we've talked about it, and I'll talk about it a little bit more. So we try to make ample consideration to include plenty of workforce housing. We also think a lot about, costs have gotten a lot more expensive over the last couple of years. What people could attain 3 or 4 years ago might not be attainable right now. So as we think about young families and empty nesters who are trying to find a product in a housing, product that would be conducive for them, we think that we've addressed that. And then we also we call this our smart tourists. If you want to go stay up, ski and ski out this weekend, you're paying $3,000 a night at the St. Regis. Your option if you're down the valley is the Zermatt, the Best Western Inn, around $200 a night price point. We think there's room in the middle there for this type of demographic to enjoy themselves and have a good hospitality product. So as we now go through just the various components, we have the hotel, which we're looking at as a 4-star Mountain Modern product, approximately 86 rooms, single, king bed, 2 queen bed type setup. We love the idea of having a rooftop farm-to-table restaurant, and we'd love to be able to use the resources of, the Kohler Farm and just, locals to be able to help support this, even putting a community garden in. Obviously, we talked about the sled hill, which we think is the anchor here and all the activities that can happen around it. And then, of course, your pool, gym, and various amenities. Also on the rooftop, there's space for meetings and wedding venues and things like that, so that people can congregate and have a beautiful photo opportunity with Mount Timpanogos in the background. Now talking about the inclusionary housing side of it, right now we're contemplating about 125,000 square feet. So as we look at that, it fits into approximately 200 units that vary between studio to 2-bedroom. We're looking at surface parking here, and are thinking about this in terms of housing restricted to AMI, some of our goals here is to make sure we're taking care of our own. So we'd like to set up priority where, first and foremost, we can house the staff who are working at Harvest Village. The second is we think that there's a really great need for Heber City employees and teachers. We've heard stories of people having to commute in from Salt Lake City or Provo and have subsidized vehicles and gas and everything. We love the idea of being able to keep them here in the valley and have a nice housing product. And of course, there's ample other opportunity for other workers throughout the Wasatch Back. When we look at the townhome product here, we're looking, as I mentioned, about 140 townhomes. We have in here 1,500, 2,400 square feet. Likely these could be a little bit bigger if they needed to, but essentially we hope you get the idea. Mountain modern product, 2-car garage, clubhouse, lock and leave. Both our townhome and the condo that I'm about to show you can also then be rented into the hotel sales pool to not only help offset some costs for homeowners, but also generate incremental tax dollars for Heber City if we're able to annex here. So about 62 units, again, Mountain Modern. These would be larger than the hotel product, 2 and 3 bedroom, shared amenities with the hotel. You can kind of see some ideas that we have for it. Going back into the energy of what we're trying to create is we want this ecosystem. We also want this ecosystem to be a new platform and a new venue for a lot of local retailers. We want to give great businesses that already exist in Heber Valley and greater Utah a new environment to be able to share their products, their services, their hospitality, et cetera. And so we think a lot about that in terms of what we can program in here. So a little over 100,000 square feet of commercial, family-friendly dining, restaurants, brewery, ice cream shop, coffee shops, right? So healthy eating, local outfitter to not only be able to help people with ski rentals, but also, we have amazing fly fishing right next door, ability to do mountain bike rentals, et cetera. Ideally kids daycare in here as well, because we're going to have so many people living here, and we think that that would be a really nice added benefit. And then some Class A office space that can fit into this space too. Okay. Going back into our thought around recreation and how we see this space, we've tried to preserve about 40% of the land open. And when we think about that, we have the Sled Hill ribbon ice skating rink that we've talked about, rock climbing gym, right? We got the ponds there. We already talked about concerts and movies, kids playscape and splash pads, a community garden. And we also want this to be an easy place where people can access the amenities around here. So, we would love to work on a partnership with High Valley Transit to put a stop there, work on private shuttles to be able to give people really easy access to the new Deer Valley Basin and the Jordan L. Gondola. And then we think a lot about this from a community benefit. This is really important. We can't be building this just for the people who will occupy Harvest Village. We want to build this with all of Heber Valley in mind. So we think about a couple things. First of all, how can we program it? So, daily activities, right? Drop your kids off at school, go do a yoga class on the hill, have farmers markets, do a movie on the hill on a Friday night, kids crafts on the weekend, etc. And we would also love to be able to offer so that our locals want to come and patronize these businesses, create local discounts as well, where each one of the retailers can offer their own discounts to be able to attract people and say thank you and bring their friends and family. Okay. We also have this kind of fun idea we keep on playing around with, and we're kind of terming it après sled. We all know après ski, but Andy and I, we got young kids. We're not going to go and bring our kids to the St. Regis in the vintage room after a day of skiing. We want to bring them somewhere to bring them to get hot chocolate, let them run around, get some energy out, have some fun with their friends. And so we think about if we can really be conducive and create this environment, then after a day of skiing, they can come and they can have a good time. And have a cup of hot chocolate, make some s'mores, get a bite to eat, etc. Okay. Tony mentioned this, and we don't really want to harp on it too much, but the land, there are about 17 more years of vested rights on this land that Wasatch County had approved for this water park concept with high density, a lot of density, no real acknowledgement of workforce housing. And, so we just want to sit here and be able to let you guys understand and talk through what that looks like that is already entitled to, what vested rights are there. And then just a couple final notes on why we think that this is nice. I want to say this again. I'm looking, behind Sid at that Heber City and Vision 2050. We really put a lot of thought and care into this village. We listened to what is needed in the North Village overlay zone, and we tried to build a plan around that. There is a lot of expansion coming, and people need recreation and dining options. We also need to somewhat keep the traffic to the north side and have it not congest downtown. And so our thought here is that it brings people into Heber City, allows us to accrue tax dollars. It doesn't necessarily create over congestion, and can bring them back up the hill. And on that note, this is kind of a handshake, right? It is a handshake between Deer Valley and Park City into Heber Valley. And so we want to be a good steward of that. I mentioned the 6 acres along Highway 40. We have a lot of thought of whether we can donate this back to Heber City or put in a conservation easement. It's our commitment that we do want to keep that agricultural, and we do want that to be a part of this village. And so, as we think through a couple of these other things, Heber City should be a really instrumental part of the 2034 Olympics. And we think about this in terms of, the activations and everything that can happen during that period. We think about it in terms of how we can steer more tax dollars into the city. We have made a commitment and worked really diligently with our civil engineer to ensure that we won't disrupt Rock Creek and the area around there. And we also just think about this in terms of being synergistic with all the plans you guys have when it comes to downtown. And the final note is, I personally come from a hospitality background. I had this desire to create a boutique hotel here. And with that, there's a lot of thought about what we can do to amplify not only Harvest Village, but Heber. And we are committed to spending a lot of marketing dollars to let this place be known. And what I mean by that is, we want to be on Condé Nast. We want to be on Travel and Leisure. We want people to be excited and say, look at that amazing new hotel that's opening with that sled hill. I can't wait to bring my family and friends there. And that's going to be a destination that I go to when I come and I visit, the general Park City area. And so, how we can do that best to be able to also help support Heber and let people know about Heber, we think would be conducive. And, so that's it. We are appreciative. Me and Andy have thought a lot about this, and these are our families, and our kids want to be able to play here, and we're thinking a lot about them when we put this proposal together. And so, again, going back as we just kind of close out, if we've done a good job to kind of portray how you and your friends and family could go and enjoy time in Harvest Village, then we hope you're interested in this proposal, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Let me just clarify a couple of little things with you or Tony or Jeremy actually first. Tony, you suggested the modified annexation where some of the previous annexation applicants would be taken out. Does that mean, Jeremy, that the annexation has to start over again like the high school did, where they wanted some of the applicants taken out in the original annexation petition? What would you suggest? Likely have to start over.
Probably not, though. Remember, on the North Village annexation, council had asked for the non-petitioners to be taken out of the petition. And just like on the map I'd shown you, there was that little island. That was actually one of the properties that was taken out. So
is that something?
I think that's something that we'll need to explore further if we're going to go down this road. But before we got too far down that road, we wanted to see if council even
Okay,
was
so
open to this idea.
second question, you mentioned, and then we'll open it up, obviously, but second question, you said that the county council would have to approve this potential peninsula?
Correct. If you noticed on the map of the original annexation boundary, it actually created a island. So whether the annexation comes in as originally proposed or is modified, there's either going to be an island or a peninsula created, and the state code says that can be done, but the state legislative body county legislative body has to weigh in on that.
So how, just let us know how that happens, because if this council decided to accept this annexation petition, modified or new, okay, then would it immediately go to the county council about the whole peninsula idea, or how much would the city do to negotiate and go through the process before it goes to the county council?
Well, before we approach the county, we'd want to make sure that you as a legislative body support moving forward at all. Otherwise, there's no need.
That's what I'm saying, is how far do we need to go?
I would anticipate it would probably start with a discussion with maybe Matt, the county manager, and put on the agenda, or I think we'll have to be strategic on how we approach the county. Maybe it's in a work meeting, maybe we invite them to have a really.
Okay, I'm just saying those are really the two big issues, right? You know, if you need a new annexation petition, or you can use the existing one, that's good. And then when and how does the county council approve it? Okay, so now that we've got those technicalities out of the way, who would like to speak to the ideas that were presented? Go ahead.
I love your idea. Even just looking at the picture of what's already been entitled there, I like this idea much better. I think this corner needs to be in Heber City. This is a very strategic corner for us as far as tax revenue going forward. I don't see this as being the only property that's going to be developed in that area. I could see another hotel being developed kitty corner across the way, and maybe even across Highway 40. This brings people down the hill from East Village into our valley. Not just, because we keep talking about how we want to attract people from Deer Valley to come into Heber. And this is kind of a starting point for that. So that aligns with that interest. A couple of questions I did have on the workforce housing. I mean, we're really struggling at 60% AMI for city employees. And so we would need to talk about that number as far as getting down from just AMI, because AMI in Heber doesn't work. So if we could do, 60%, 80% AMI, somewhere in there, I'm would be all for that, and would need to be deed restricted so that the first people coming in aren't the only ones that benefit, but they can benefit in perpetuity. They can own something, have something that they can own, and then sell that down the road, but not for a windfall, but have it be deed restricted. So the next police officer that's hired has a place to live. In the North Village, we do require $2,500 per ERU for open space. I appreciate leaving the area near Highway 40 available, and really kind of have a little heartache with this being right in the middle of a major possible bypass intersection. But I think having that open space available eases that a little bit. But I still would expect the $2,500 per ERU for potential open space purchases down the road. This would be a strategic corner for Heber City. You've really put a lot of thought into what would be attractive there, what would be something that would bring people in. So I really appreciate your work. The mix of residential and commercial is balanced, in my opinion. And then having those townhomes that are available to own or put into the pool of rental is much like the Zermatt, or up at Still water, same type of thing. So it's not something that's new to the area. Um, that's it for me. I mean, if we can get that AMI to 60% and commit to the 2,500 per ERU, I think I'd be willing to move forward.
Who's next? Go ahead, Mike.
So first off, I'm impressed, and I'd like to continue talking. This is so much better than the Cambodian water park plan that the county approved. And it's so much better than other things that might come here. The county has this currently zoned as high density town center. We see it as a commercial center. I see the whole intersection at some point. Um, what I don't want to see is a Flying J truck stop and a car dealership. I see this as the entrance to our valley and the entrance to Heber City. And so I'm going down that track. I want this in Heber City with the right product. I want it to be beautiful. I want it to be a center of I want the tax base, property tax, sales tax, transient room tax, restaurant tax. That's important. We need those things to offset the needs of our downtown, this historic downtown that we also want to raise up. And I don't want a competing Kimball Junction on this intersection that's not in Heber City. So I guess that's the two things I'm coming from. I want to continue working with you. I like the hotel. We need conference space, meeting space, convention space, wedding venue space. We need those spaces here. We're severely lacking. We have some cute little motels, and they don't cut it. So I support this. You've hit a few things that are really important to us. Well, I'd say workforce housing, what you're calling inclusionary, that housing for the people that take care of this, that's really important. I don't want to add more traffic in and out of town. We need spaces here. You talked about protecting Rock Creek. That's on the west. That's really important to us. I really like the buffer. I could see that either as pasture with animals or bermed and treed too. I think that could be good. A green separation. So those are my ideas. Definitely transit stop here. Transit is the key to our becoming less dependent on cars as we move people around in our valley and up to the Jordanelle Valley. So I think those are the things on my mind right now, and I appreciate you putting all this effort to come see us. I'd like to keep talking and move forward.
Anyone else?
I'll say. So I agree with Mike. Let's keep talking. So there's going to be some things that we have to, and you'll have to go through. Environmental. That's huge for this site just because of the water table and all that. You know, we don't want to pollute the Provo or Rock Creek. So that's going to be some things. I like the idea of the affordable housing. And that's what we need. And Scott, we need more of it. And if we can work out an agreement that, you know, some of our staff or school teachers can be a part of this, that's a good thing. The other thing is, if we don't control this intersection as a city, the county will. And look what was approved, the water park. So this is our front door. And it's going to be our front door for the world to see, because in 34, people are going to be coming down there. And if we don't do it right, and we could lose something, and there is density associated to that through the county. There's approved plan for that, and they're reducing, it seems like, what was it? 370 to 314 with 67 workforce housing areas. So that's a good thing. That's all win-wins in my book, but careful with environmental. So we just need to be really sensitive to that.
So what can we do to help show you environmental plans along this process too?
So there are specialists out there, work with the Army Corps, make sure water tables and all that. Yeah.
there's specialists out there that can help you understand what is there. And let's be sensitive to that.
There's also been extensive geotech work done when it went to the county all of this time. So there's a lot of information out there. You should also realize that we have a stormwater management plan in the city with on-site treatment and separation of urban versus, non-urban stormwater runoff. And that could totally change what you're proposing at this point, especially given that the groundwater in many places on this property is within 5 feet of the surface. You see what I mean? And speaking of environmental, and I know you'd like to continue to talk, and you're welcome, obviously, to come back, but we do have some environmental public comments that have come to us on this from the Provo River Commission. They're very concerned about no discharging to the river in any way, shape, or form. But we also have interest from the Northfields Irrigation Company with their prescriptive easements. Have you spoken with them yet?
We have not.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, would you raise your hand? This is Mark Wilson. He's the president of the Northfields Irrigation Company. He expressed interest in talking with you about the easement and about the water shares and the maintenance and all of that flows because of gravity, right, from your site south and through the rest of the Northfields. And he's ready to probably talk, but you definitely would probably want to talk with him afterwards, okay?
Of course.
You should also, let me just finish. When this has gone to the county many times, right, for years, UDOT was requiring an access or was thinking about the access on the Highway 40 side. You've provided 2 access points on the River Road side. Okay. It's just, I just have to caution that the fire district wanted, or at least in the records that we have, okay, from the county, it seemed that the fire district wanted that access off of Highway 40. Couldn't tell you for sure. I'm just reading these old records. And yet UDOT was saying that that was a temporary access. You can see that if you need anything from UDOT, which has really hung up this project for a long time, okay, that with UDOT's delay in the EIS for the bypass route, that UDOT may not be very willing to do anything right now to help you get the required access or whatever it is that you need based on everything that's happened in the past. I'm just trying to help you see that these roadblocks that the city or the county would have to go through are pretty big when it comes to that UDOT access that we don't control.
Thank you, Mayor. And we've listened to that and acknowledged the access point for you, which is the reason for the access points on the area.
I'm not the expert on that. We do have a county planning commissioner here, Mr. Zucher, that could probably fill you in much more about that. He's the one smiling at you right there. Yeah. Okay, so now, Sid, back to you.
So the big things that I loved about the presentation, give back to the community. I think that's huge. We need to get more developers like that want to give back and cherish what we have here. And that's the only way we're going to have a good project. If we're dealing with, I'm not saying we can, but we just need developers that are sensitive to it and to our development. So that's all I have. Okay, let's keep talking.
Is there anything else, Aaron and Yvonne, that you want to say? Go ahead. And then we've got to wrap it up.
Yeah, for sure. I'll be brief. I mean, when I saw this on the agenda, I remembered the water park, and I'm super glad that you provided some information out of the meeting, and then also tonight to remind us what could be there. I think it's way more intentional. One of the things I ran on was intentional growth where we want it, growth of the type we want, where we want it. And I agree with the comments so far that this could be a great place to welcome people to the valley. Certainly would be much more aligned to this kind of a plan than what could have been there, and then the scale and scope of what the county seems willing to approve. I noted, and I don't know what slide it was, but there was a commitment to protect Rock Creek and it says mandated wildlife by keeping all stormwater on site. I just don't see that in the plan anywhere. I just physically don't see that, but I like the idea or the thought process or a reminder that there are some very sensitive water concerns out there and runoff concerns and Pearl River concerns. So I like the idea too of, as others have mentioned, the transition or the housing that's available for more affordable needs or for workers. I think it's kind of an ambitious thought, but I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I think it's an ambitious thought to be at a 4-star level, trying to get between the Zermatt and the Deer Valley, but also expect the commerce there and the companies there to be at a price point where locals will come and use this stuff. I don't know that those two things jive very well unless the locals discount is insanely good. I just don't see a whole lot of local people going, in that range. That said, if it worked, I think it'd be awesome. I think it'd be a really cool way to do it. And I realize that that's market more than this developer. But it's a unique challenge. I think it's a really beautiful design, and it is apparent to me that you did think through many, if not all, of the things that you claimed to have thought through. So I appreciate you coming forward with it, and I definitely be going to keep talking about it.
Just a question for everyone, so that Andy and I can understand. Andy has several plans about stormwater and whatnot. Obviously, I don't think we have time for this. So once Yvonne and Mayor, everyone's had their opportunity to talk, can you help give us some guidance on what steps would look like in terms of us getting back together and talking? Because we want to be a good steward of that time and make sure we show up with everything you need.
Well, I do think there's some technical issues that need to be worked out first, right? Whether you have a modified annexation or new annexations, that's got to be worked out between Matt, Jeremy, and Tony and yourself. And then at what point do we go to the county council? Because if they say no, this isn't going to help. You see what I mean?
Sure.
So to me, I think those are two critical things that have to be worked out first, or at least planned for first, before we can perhaps come back. If we keep the existing annexation, as Tony has suggested, then you're still just waiting, right, until other things are worked out. If it's decided to start over again, then you've got that process to start over again.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's time.
A quick comment I have for the council. This is very similar to a project near Aspen called Willits.
What?
Willits.
Willits?
And when it was done, people were saying, hey, everyone's going to come down the hill to that. But Willits has now become like the hub of local activity for Aspen, because people can't live in Aspen, just like locals here don't live in your valley. But Willits is, I just been looking at this and thinking, this is kind of the same type of project. It's the entry to the lower valley, and it's very, very successful. So, and he actually lived in employee housing at some point, so he knows what we're looking
In the South, I know very well.
We worked at the same golf club, even though we did not know each other at the same time.
This is a small world.
Small world.
So I'll just say a couple of things. I'm actually not, I wouldn't, but I do know that we did have a letter from the Utah Reclamation, Mitigation, and Conservation Commission that was sent to the council in regards to your plan. Some of their concerns are, I'll just read the letter briefly. This letter is in reference to the proposed annexation of the Harvest Village development near the intersection of River Road and Highway 40 that will be discussed at the February 6th City Council meeting. The property proposed for annexation shares a boundary with the Provo River Restoration Project corridor. The PRRP was implemented to fulfill mitigation requirements for the Central Utah project and is an essential part of the CUP water supply. The PRRP is managed by the Utah Reclamation, Mitigation, and Conservation Commission, together with the Bureau of Reclamation, to meet the required mitigation purposes and prevent impacts that would reduce the mitigation value. The Mitigation Commission has provided comments on previous annexation proposals for this property that expressed concerns about impacts to water quality and quantity associated with the development of this project. Those concerns persist and should be considered in regards to this latest proposal. The subject property contains water sources, wetlands, and groundwater that connect to the PRRP and Heber River. Please note the United States will not accept any discharge of stormwater from the subject property to the PRRP corridor. Unprocessed surface and groundwater associated with developed lands typically is degraded by contaminants and elevated temperatures, and thus would be detrimental to the Provo River and the purposes of the PRRP. The Mitigation Commission is willing to work with Heber City, Midway, and Wasatch County on these issues, and then it goes on to things. It does have some concerns here and saying that many proposed developments adjacent to the corridor have falsely advertised access to the Provo River from the development. New access points to the PRP corridor or the construction of trails in or through the corridor will not be permitted by the United States. So I think that I realize the rest of the council, I usually am here by myself. I'm an island of my own with with what I perceive we need for our community. I feel that we have a huge project right now that is under construction in Wasatch County, right up the hill from us. And I don't know why we would need more. I will say this, it was an excellent presentation. You obviously have done a lot of work, and I commend you for that. I, however, am not someone who would agree to this. I'm one person now. The process is as it is, and I'm one person, the rest will say yes. And I understand that, and I accept what their decision is. But I do think that there's quite a bit, and I think that's why this property has had the issues that it's had. You're very close to the Provo River. Our groundwater system is extremely shallow in that area. There's so many things that we need to take into consideration, and I know that that's something you're trying to gear towards, and I appreciate the thought process on that. But I would rather see a park there, to be honest. I would rather see more of those things. I do not see that we need, even though this sounds like fun, and I know where you're coming from. First of all, that type of a structure for me just seems so out of place in Heber. That's something you would find in Park City or Deer Valley or elsewhere. I'd like to see it toned down and maybe fit more of our beautiful valley. But going forward, I think that these are things that you seriously need to take into consideration. Discussion with individuals who glean water from that area, from the runoff and so forth. And making sure if you're sincere about protecting the environment in that area, then there needs to be serious conversations with the United States and with the state of Utah. And obviously, those are concerns that they already have, knowing that this project is being presented to the council. So those are the only things that I'll ask of you. This is not something I would approve, but that's just me. But I do want you to at least be aware of that for sincerity.
And you have our commitment that leaving this meeting, we will take them seriously, we will follow up. Are you able to share that letter and the individuals who sent it?
I think, Tony, if you would like to go ahead and
It should be added to, it was sent to the city council, Trina. I'll forward that to you so that you can attach it to the meeting materials. There are many stakeholders that are very close to you because of gravity, okay?
Yeah.
Topography,
Yeah.
aquifers, hydrology that none of us can change. And so the irrigation company, very, very concerned. Okay, adjoining property owners, obviously. And you've got the United States Government Bureau of Reclamation being one of them. And then UDOT's hemming you in on the other sides. You see what I mean? We're limited when it comes to the other levels of government, right, on what we can improve and such.
And we certainly understand and respect that. And knew that from the very beginning, that this was not, again, going back to it, there's a lot of heritage here, and we understand the stakeholders. It's our job to try to unlock this and make sure that we're being a good steward. Andy and I want to take care of the Provo and the water table and everything as well. So you have our commitment that we are going to be doing the work to solve those issues. If we can't, we acknowledge it, right?
Thank you. It's been a while, right, that these issues have been studied, so there is a lot of information out there. I'm sure you could get records from the County Planning Commission, you know, et cetera, to see what's been talked about and decided before.
Thank you.
Maybe one more thing, Tony, would the annexation financial study need to be redone if it's modified, as well as the traffic studies and all of that?
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that legwork that needs to be done too, but you won't be able to probably do those until you know better about the other big issues in the first place. I am sorry to just say, here you go, but there's a lot there.
Put it on our plate.
Okay. Thank you very much again for your time. Thank you. Mr. Wilson, would you like to talk with these developers? I'm sorry we're running out of time for me to speak. Okay. Can you, I'm sure just grab one as you can. Okay, thank you so much. And Mr. York, I don't know if you're here or not from CDP, but you're also welcome to talk with the developers. Okay, everybody, now it's time to turn our last agenda item over to Russ Funkin, Mark Mumford, and Will. But Russ is our city engineer, and they are going to go over the capital facilities master plan. While they're getting set up, everybody, please remember that we have a public hearing today at the first action item, where this will be presented again to the public and get public comments on the 4 years and vote on it. So go ahead, Russ, when you're ready.
Okay, realize we're short on time, so I'm gonna skip a lot of the stuff in the staff report just as an introduction. This is just an update to our existing master plan. I do want to point out a couple things. One, we talked about in the retreat that we're likely going to need to come back and do an amendment based on the current downtown plan that the city is moving towards. So we understand that, we recognize that, but we think we're recommending that we move forward with this plan anyway and then come back with that amendment. So I want you to be aware of that. The other thing is, as we're presenting today, big picture item is we have been doing a 45% subsidy for non-residential building permits, businesses that bring tax revenue into the city as kind of a incentive to bring them in. Just need to understand if that's something the city council wants to continue. If so, we need to recognize that it's actually revenue that needs to be submitted into this account from somewhere else so that we have enough money to do these projects as planned. It's not just we waive it and it goes away. It's actually got to be funded from another account. So those are kind of the big picture items. We'll go through if you have any questions, and then I'll talk more when we get to the public hearing. This is
just to clarify, Russ. In the staff report, it says a 45% subsidy of non-residential street impact fees.
Street impact fees, thank you. I apologize, yeah.
Business licenses, okay.
Specifically street impact fees, I apologize. That was me rushing and I'm.
Do you happen to know, because this is something that I did not realize we were doing. I don't know how many years we've been doing it, but how many years have we been doing it and how much money have we subsidized out of our general fund, I assume, for these street impact fees on businesses?
That would take a little bit of work to come up with a number for you. We can probably look at our non-residential projections in this impact fee and come up with a number of what that would be maybe over this planning period. But as far as going back and historically looking at that might be challenging, take a little legwork. So as far as I know, Bart was here before me and
15 years.
That's why I never heard about it, because it was already ongoing. It's just, is it in our city code? Do we have to change it?
It's adopted in each master plan with the master plan.
Mm-hmm. See, this is something that we've never negotiated, right? And
well,
any NDA.
Yeah, I mean, it's adopted with the impact fee facilities plan and the master plan. When we do an enactment ordinance, it's built into that. And then when we calculate impact fees for commercial properties, we just give them the credit.
Is this something that is done in growing communities to try to?
I don't know the answer to that. In fact, Bart may have more history. Let's talk a little bit more about that maybe after the public hearing. We probably had a good 60 minutes here, and we're supposed to stop at 5:45, and we're barely getting started. So
Probably not stop at 5:45.
okay.
You're not talking about, when you say master plans, not master development agreements.
No, I'm talking about we refer to this plan as a master plan. Generically, we refer to it as a master plan. It is a capital facilities plan for the city. It is an impact fee facilities plan per the state definition. It is an impact fee analysis per the state definition. And then we just kind of generally refer to it as a master plan as it guides our growth and development for our utilities and streets.
So given total street impact fees, right, that come into the city, given what is 45% of that, and over a decade or plus, that still seems to me to be a big chunk of money.
It is.
Given how much we've grown. And so it's coming out of the general fund on this subsidy?
That's my understanding, is that it has been. It's kind of nice to have Bart involved here because he has some of the history there. My understanding is that in the past, West Bingham was transferring money annually into the impact fee account to cover this from the general fund. I talked about it with Sarah. She said, I'm not aware that we have been doing that since I've been here, and so we need to, if that's the direction the council wants to go, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that it's not fake money. These are real costs, and we've got to fund them.
I'm in favor of people paying their own way. I mean, I understand the idea where they'll generate tax revenue to cover that eventually, but I think I'm for people paying their own way. If they're starting a business, they can pay 100% of the fees necessary to do so.
Okay.
Let me interject here if I may for just a moment. I'm not aware of any transfers coming out of the general fund to balance this delta that you're hearing about. I would suspect that if there's a shortage in a project, impact fees not being sufficient to cover it, it's probably coming out of the transportation funds or the other funds that are normally dedicated toward the roads. I'm not aware of it coming out of the general fund. It could come out of Fund 42 tied to a project, when the money's tied to a project, but I do not think it's coming out of the general fund.
So I'm sure that's accurate in the last couple of years, but my understanding was before that it was being transferred.
Usually our road funds had bonds that were also paying back with interest.
There's a lot of capacity in those transportation funds, even above those bonds.
Well, we've been, okay, maybe this is real to me. I'm just saying what I'm going to say. We've been doing chip sealing and little rubber, sealing on our roads instead of repaving where we need to, because that's all the money we can either bond for or afford in those road transportation funds. And you know that we still have potholes, and those little wiggly rubberized lines are not the greatest to maintain, even though we're trying to maintain. And so to me, I get worried when you say that, Matt, because 45% is still a big chunk of money. It's been a subsidy for quite some time. And I've spoken repeatedly for a decade now against subsidizing businesses in our city, and I didn't realize this was going on. So you remember that part. I'm just saying that it was really surprising to see this. Okay, so said no.
Yeah, let's follow up on that. I was just trying to give these are some things to think about as we get through this. We do really have a lot, and I think we want a final.
Just get some other feedback on just the 45% subsidy. Sid, would you like to speak to that yet?
Well, I'm with Scott. We just need, we need to figure that out, whatever.
Unless somebody told me that this is what must happen to grow the city that we're trying to grow and to design the way we want it to be, that this is the standard, I would say we should not be subsidizing commercials.
We didn't know we were going to get that.
This was something that I was very concerned about when I saw this. And I thought 45%, wow, that's a lot of money. That's money that we could be using now. I realized that we are trying to draw, businesses and so forth, but I don't think we have that problem anymore. I think that when this was put into place, it was something that we needed at the time. And now we are in a position where as we saw with previous individuals, that's not a problem we're having anymore. So for me, I feel that this 45% needs to go away, and we need to, as Mark said, you need to pay, if you're coming here, then this needs to be your contribution, if you will, to our community, and no subsidies. So,
All I'm going to say is, I suppose, I don't like have a strong opinion yet because I don't have any data in front of me. I can certainly make the there was a reason this was done, I presume. I'd like to know the reason. Businesses create the lion's share of the revenue for this city, and I would like to encourage continued commercial growth in Heber City and not discourage it. I think a lot of businesses, we say we have a trip generator. You're talking road impact fees, right?
Yeah.
Only road impact fees.
Yep.
I'd like to know what those are. Like, well,
Okay.
is it a lot of money? Residents that live here generate that traffic to go to those businesses, so I'm not sure that maybe is a reason that we decided, well, it's the same residences that go to the businesses as leave their home. Maybe there's a reduction there because it's the same count. I'd just like to know those that type of information before we just change it because we don't know about it.
Yeah, let's have Bart present this information between now and the time when we have our public hearing and take action on this, hopefully later. I will try to dig up some numbers about what this actually means for the city dollar-wise that we can present at that time.
Just show that chart that's on page 2 of your master plan staff report, where you have the single family cost, you have the multi-family cost, and then you have this non-residential with those stars, and it's so much lower, right, than single family, multi-family. I'm wondering if that's the commercial, and it's down at 269. Compared to 4,000.
It's in presentation.
If you go to, let's try this. It's on your master plan staff report, page 2.
I know, I'm stuck in presentation mode and can't pull it off, but we have that table in this same, there it is. So yeah, so you look at the 269 there, non-residential trip, that is subsidized so that's 55% of the cost. So it would be, roughly $500 per trip for non-residential. And to be, just so you know, the traffic impact fees are the reason I'm anxious to get this moved forward. We have projects we owe developers reimbursement for that we don't have money we're generating because our impact fees aren't adequate to pay for current construction costs. And in addition to that, we have other city projects we're trying to do that are impact fee eligible that we just don't have the revenue. So that specific thing is why I'm interested in this and why I'm so anxious to get this adopted.
Amen.
3 points really quick. First, I would wait till you see the results of the study to determine whether you want to change that policy. Regarding the policy that provided a 45 exemption, I think it's a living, breathing policy. When I was manager of Santa Clara, we had the highest impact fees in Washington County. And it was not deterring growth at all. Growth was coming despite of that. You may find yourself, however, in a situation where that fee is running business out of town and they want to invest here. And so that's something you need to be analyzing constantly, evaluating whether it's a good policy or not. Thirdly, the state legislature right now is discussing a bill that would allow cities to establish a utility fee for roads. This was a Supreme Court case decided last year with Pleasant Grove, and this is another strategy aspect of this decision. You may want to go to a utility fee for a lot of these costs about impact fees. Again, it's a broader strategy discussion.
The utility fee is going to be passed on to everybody. That's right.
Yeah.
And these are the people, the commercial ones that are making their impact, right?
So
impact
fees.
Are we going to let everybody subsidize them more, even though we probably do want transportation?
It depends on your economic policy. If your policy is to grow businesses, to grow the economic engine, you may want to utilize another way of doing this. It just depends on what your policies are.
I was just going to say, you're right. Impact fees cannot be used to fund operation and maintenance. And I think that's what most people are using that utility fund for, is to, like, we just took a big bond out for our operation and maintenance. And that would be another revenue source where we could fund those improvements rather than taking out big bonds. But anyway, It sounds like we've heard a lot from the council. I will try to come up with some more information before the other item later in the agenda, but if it's okay, let's get Bart going on these slides here.
Bart, do you want to go for 5-10 minutes and then we'll take a break? Or do you think
Okay.
we'll just do it all with the public hearing?
Well, I'm trying to think of a different strategy because we're trying to compress hours worth of discussion and that down to 5 minutes. Well, initially, we were going to get into all of the detail here in the work session, and that was mainly to hear public comment on this. So that would be one strategy. I mean, you've talked about one of the key issues that we need to discuss further at some point. So I can kind of just highlight what the presentation is and not really get into the presentation. And then you can see if you want to do that during the public hearing.
It's incredibly important for the public to see your maps, see the projects, at least the biggies, right, on your list. And not just have it in the work meeting, if that makes sense. I think it really needs to be on the record that, this is what our projects are, here's our big maps, here's the list of things for that map, and here's how they're numbered. And, to me, that's a really important piece of information for anybody that cares to look at it, instead of just trying to summarize it in a public hearing.
Yeah, I mean, we're here to do your will. So we just expected, we really probably had about 60 minutes of presentation and questions. And later on in the agenda, we only kind of put 15 minutes in that section. So we'll do whatever it is that you want to do.
Because the public hearing's after a bunch of things, right? We're not doing the public hearing at 6 o'clock. We might be moving up that eminent domain claim just because of people that are here for it. You see what I mean? We might be moving that one up ahead of the public hearing. But that would probably be the only thing.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience tonight.
No.
Is there anything else you want to say generally before we go to a break?
Go ahead.
Well, Willa just pointed out that they actually made that calculation for us in the master plan. It's on page 6-15, page 80 in the PDF document. It says that the other sources would need to come up with about $490,000, just over $490,000 per year.
Yeah, we're estimating 44,000 trips in the next 20 years, subsidized at 45%, or $490 a year.
Yeah, let me comment.
So it's again, how much total?
Total for 20 years is $9.8 million.
Okay, so
$9,810,480.
Subsidy.
Of subsidy for 20 years. That's what we're approximating for the growth that we're projecting.
If you look at the next, what that is a forecast. If you look at the next 20-year window, the projects that we've identified, that's roughly, if you spread it out over 20 years, what the city would have to come up with, just under $500,000 a year for that subsidy. In the past, it's been less. Of course, it varies with actual businesses that come in, because it's only the businesses that this is subsidized. And the reason that it was initiated, this is back in, if you remember, Terry Lang, when he was on the council, and a number of the others, they felt like these impact fees were just a burden to, and they wanted to promote business, kind of the same thing that Councilman Johnson said. And so it's been a few $100,000s a year that's been transferred over. And I think part of that too is if these impact fees, you may not, engineering brings a lot of interference for you on this business is paying these things. But if these go up significantly like that, which it would be quite a shock to the businesses after having such a, the way that the city's policy was, doesn't mean that it's wrong and you can't change it, but they'll be coming to you. And
Find a middle ground on that. I mean, maybe not 45%, which obviously that's a chunk of change right there.
when a business comes in and maybe generates Yeah.
And so, you know, I realize that and I understand that you have that. I don't think that we have that issue like we did back in this.
That's true.
I don't think that seems to be where kind of hemming behind whether or not they want to go to Heber Valley. And now it is the destination place. We have developers coming in left and right, and they're not pulling away from us in any way, shape, or form. So I think there needs to be middle ground. Maybe that would be a discussion for the council going forward, but I do think we need to adjust that. It's too much, and that's a lot of money that we lose in our city. Things that we really need now, today.
I think they were, you know, if we find from that point that we potentially don't want to make a change super quickly to everything and to the general feel of not subsidizing. I don't love the idea of middle ground, but still a phased removal or something.
And this is.
I think the intent probably was to encourage some commercial growth. We're having, I mean, I think we're having a church.
And this is totally discretionary for the council to decide how they want to approach this.
Yes, thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to bring up before we take that break?
I've got one thing.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, this is, since you're already at the end of the presentation,
Okay.
the other thing to be thinking about, actually, well, this is more of a recommendation. One of the things just to be thinking about is we're going to be pursuing a reduction in our water usage with the state, which will make a dramatic impact on at least the water section of this master plan in the future. Right now, it kind of looks like facilities are a little, we're starting to get closer to capacity on facilities. But part of that is because the state requires us to use a certain amount of water for every unit, ERU in the city. And our intent is to approach them with data. We're collecting data now to get a reduction to what we're actually using, to get a waiver from them. And that'll have a significant impact on the water side of things to prolong our existing facilities out there. So that's just another thing to be aware of.
And I think we talked about this a few years ago, Bart, where you were saying that as the city grows, we need to drill new wells, taking those water rights and, you know, because we only have a certain amount out of our existing wells that we can take. And that if you're saying now that if we can show reductions in consistent use out of our wells, is that what you're saying? That then the state will not require us to build new wells at this point? Or within 20 years, what do you think?
Well, we already know we're using less water in the city through conservation and other things that have occurred over the years than what the state requires us to use in doing our calculations and projecting our facilities. And when we go through this process and get a waiver to use what we're actually using, it'll postpone the need for some of these facilities further.
So will that lower the cost that you're proposing right now? Take that into account.
We've taken that into account, even though, well, no, the costs, the facilities that are needed are going to be eventually needed sometime. It's just when. And what you'll see is you'll say, oh my gosh, we got to start drilling a well or something like that, or we build another tank. It's not quite that emergency situation because we're using less water than we actually have to use per the state in the plan.
Yes, so what is that? What's the state required?
400 gallons a day per unit. This is just the indoor component. And we're below that.
We can prove that we're not using that. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is.
And we're working on that. And we have several years of data. They require so many years of data. We had some problems with our source metering, where we were showing a big discrepancy between what we were pulling out of the ground and what we were metering at homes and businesses. So we've got that corrected now. They require you when they're coming up with your specific requirements, they have certain variables they look at. And that gap between metered and source water, because it was so big, they said, okay, you have to use this water, but you also have to apply a big safety factor on it because of that big gap. And that's the problem we're trying to work through right now with our new meters in place and our updated meters.
Can I just add something to that? And then with the pressurized irrigation projects in place for downtown, that just helps it even more, just takes less off the system, which is terrific.
So we'll try and summarize this, maybe do a little briefer version for the public hearing. Then we can see what other questions the council has.
Quick question. I was just going to say thank you. Not your question. Thank you for raising that. To your point, there was a question about 45%. Thank you for digging deep enough to bring it to us, because that's what we expect from staff. So appreciate it.
Quick question: with a lot of new diverse types of housing units coming, are you able to pull data or look at data on comparing size, such as a 1-bedroom apartment versus a 2-bedroom versus a single-family detached 6,000 square foot house? I mean, do we? Because I'm not quite sure. We've talked about this for us.
Yeah. So first of all, the state is requiring cities to look closer at that. Having a specific water use for different types of units. In the past, we have analyzed water usage of the city. And until we've gotten down to this, and there's not this level of detail in the master plan, it's an overall average. Yeah. But in the past, as we've looked at that, we've analyzed single family units, apartments, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, all of that. We haven't seen a significant difference at all. The only way we see a difference is if you get down to the 1-studio or something like that. And I think that has a lot to do with, like, we have a lot of single family homes with couples, older couples living there. We have a lot of smaller apartments with families and lots of kids. And so it makes sense to me that you're not seeing a big difference. So we do need to look at that. We need to look at it more. One of the challenges is for the units that have like studio apartments or 1-bedrooms or whatever, those are under master meter a lot of times, and it's hard to break those out from the rest of the units. But I guess that's kind of
on a master meter, if it's rental, but it's not if it's owned, right?
Right. It's a meter for the building. So you might have 12 units, and you might have some of them that are 3-bedroom, and you might have 1 studio or something. It kind of gets lost. It's hard to track.
Well, and your packet also said it's confusing because of the PI, or because of the culinary use on RAM, and that it would be less confusing as we pull more PI, or more people with PI will understand better what the usage is.
So we are going to continue to analyze that moving forward, but that's kind of the issue.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, everybody, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll start the regular meeting at 6:10, please. And
This conference will now be recorded.
welcome, everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Heber City Council. It is now February 6th, 2024, and it is 6:20 p.m. Welcome, everyone. It's here in the chambers. We have some fun and also important things to talk about tonight. And welcome to everyone online. I want to welcome the city council members that are in attendance. We have Scott Phillips, Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Cheatwood, Yvonne Barney, Mike Johnston, and myself, Mayor Heidi Franco. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance first. I will lead that, and then the prayer or the thought is after the pledge. Anyone's welcome to come forward to give a prayer or a thought. If no one does, then Sid Ostergaard is assigned on the city council. Please rise. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there anybody that would like to come up? If not, I have a little thing that I want to play. It's by Denzel Washington. I get these little words to my phone, and as a coach, I would always share these with my kids. I hated it, but it's true life. So hopefully this works. I want to listen to what lessons in life. So we can't take everything with us, but what we do up here affects everybody. And we need to leave it better than we found it, so that's all I have.
Okay, thank you so much. Everyone, the next agenda item is the conflict of interest disclosure. Does anyone have items that conflict with the agenda today? Okay, doesn't look like it. Thank you very much. The next is a great recognition for our city. We're going to swear in a new police officer, Jared Fezzi. Please come forward, as well as our Chief Heber. Officer Fezzi, when you come forward, we're going to let Trina Cook, our city recorder, swear you in and get you pinned with your family.
Yeah, thank you for that introduction. Jared Fezzi, I grew up in Indiana, and he took a very roundabout way to get to us. He went to Florida for a little while, then Washington, then Colorado, and finally ended up in Heber because he met his wife, Shelby. And they've been married for about 5 years. He was an airplane mechanic, I believe, in the military, correct? And then he was doing that afterwards. And then, oh, not military. Okay, that's usually, where I come from, we have a base nearby. Almost everybody that's an aircraft mechanic comes from the military. And so he was doing that in Salt Lake City for a little while before he made the jump to law enforcement. He's been a police officer also with Wasatch County for about 5 years. And so he comes to us with a lot of experience. And one of the nice things as well was the officers all know him and all spoke extremely highly of him and the job that he did for Wasatch County. So it's nice to bring him on board here. He thinks it was his choice, but Jared Rigby and I actually arm wrestled over him. He actually won the first one, but it was strategic on my part. I was working it out so I could get you that trade I got the next 2 times. No, that's not true. And this is his wonderful son, Jackson. And we're excited to have him on board and the experience that he brings to our agency. He is a local resident as well. And I think one of the most interesting things I learned about him as I talked with him was he has a house here in Heber, and it was a fixer-upper. And the person he was fixing up from kept pigs in the basement. I did not know if that was just a Heber thing. But so he had a lot. It was pretty much down to the studs, and then he built that thing back up again for him and his family. So it's wonderful to have him here. And Jackson is very attached to him, so he's missed.
That's very sweet. So Trina, do you mind moving forward? Let's bring you up here, and then
we have his wife Shelby come up, and then right after that.
Get ready to pin him. That would be terrific. Go ahead and face it on one of you.
I, Jared Fezzi,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity.
I will discharge
The duties of my office with fidelity.
the duties of
My office
my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
I'd like to welcome Jared Fezzi to the Heber City family. And do we want a quick picture of the couple? How about just Mayor? Just Mayor. Or you just want to go right there, that'd be fine. We're going to see her all over stuff. Thank you. Thank you very much, Council.
Welcome to the course. We're very glad to have you. Trina, will you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the next agenda item on the Utah Community Forest Board has already been passed. Excellent, excellent. And everyone, that was won the state award for our urban forest work that's happened in Heber City. That's really great thing to be awarded that. Okay, Council, next thing is the approval of the consent agenda. We have 4 items. We have approval of the January 16th, 2024 City Council meeting minutes, the January 18th, 2024 Annual City Council Strategic Retreat meeting minutes. We have the quarterly disposition of the Police Department evidence, and Deputy Chief Nelson is not here, but Chief Heber is. Then we have 3 Planning Commission nominees, 1 Audit Committee nominees by myself, and probably more to come in the audit committee next time. And then we have the resolution 2024-01 for the Heber Light and Power Board of Directors compensation. That is an annual resolution that's passed. Okay. Any comments, questions, or motions?
I'd like to make a motion. A motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. All right, is there a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, all in favor, and we start on this next.
Aye.
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 Yes.
Yes.
Okay, consent agenda is approved 5-0. Thank you, council. All right, now we'll go to the public comments. It's up to 20 minutes. You're welcome to take 3 minutes each, and please tell us your name when you're speaking. The public comments are now open. Also, if you want to speak online, just come up here and I will call on you. Come on, right here, and tell us your name, please.
My name is Adelia Marsh. I'm a resident here in Heber, and I have been for several years. And the reason I'm here is because I want to just bring to your consideration about the bypass road, the north bypass road that's going to be going in at some point and being approved by Utah. I'm in favor for the river road access. And the reason why I'm in favor of that, I mean, I love Heber. I love the beauty of Heber. But we have to be realistic. We have 80,000 plus population that's going to be coming into this valley. That is what we were being told during the election, last election, and so my mind started thinking about all this. So, so I've been thinking that if we have all this population that comes into play, then we're going to end up having an excessive amount of people driving on 40 just to get down to approximately 1,200 south. And a lot of that area is going to be built in. I'm going to assume it is. I don't know. I can't say. I'm going to assume that some of the areas in the North Fields and that area is eventually going to be sold off because of the need of what Heber City has committed to. And so because of that, there's going to be a lot of traffic that we are trying to divert back on the majority of that road. And I don't think it's very considerate for it even to be considered around 1,200 south for the people that live over there. I live way down on the east side, but I don't think it's fair for the people that live on the west side, where it's going to be going out behind them, that they should be dealing with this huge amount of commercial traffic. So, I'm trying to hurry here. So I come from Colorado, and if you've been down 70, there is a portion of 70 as you get past Glenwood Springs that is this beautiful freeway that goes right along the Colorado River. And you can stop, you can go hiking, you can take a picnic, you can take a break, you can park, you can go, well, you can't go camping, but you can go see how beautiful this is. I don't understand why we would not want to make our bypass going through the North Fields down over wherever it's going, why we wouldn't want to go in there and make it beautiful with trees, bushes, trails. In fact, if I remember correctly, those that ran, many of those that ran in our last election said that they wanted to see more trails. There's one of the solutions. There's a solution to get up to the beautiful, you know, what do you call it, the wetlands. So anyway, that's kind of where I want to kind of put it, and have you guys consider really what that impact is going to be coming down 40 if we do not cut it off at River Road and come around. Now, one proposal that I submitted to the to UDOT, which I know is not going to be popular when I say this, is I don't understand why we would even consider coming in, since we would make the freeway bypass road a beautiful place, why we would come up above River Road, right along the mountains where it's not the wetlands, make it a highway and go over that way, and that way we're not coming to a stop and have to move, or however they might have that. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anything that's in mind?
Hi, my name is Adam Thompson. I actually wasn't even going to speak today, guys. I really wasn't. I wrote it down in the last 63 minutes when she was talking about. I was going to say, I was here to listen to the discussion and your thoughts, because I really wanted to kind of see what we were going to be as a city and what you guys were going to think. But then the mayor spoke to me during the break and barely threatened that I would compromise my future in this city if I did speak. I wrote that down. She said that you, the city council, want these nominees for a planning commission, and it's not her. So the only thing I'll say is, since I've said enough today, I've said enough today, is that if we confirm planning commission nominees today, that we're setting a precedent who we are as a city, that who we know matters more than what we know. And I don't think we should do that. We know in our gut what's right and what's wrong. Let's do the right thing. And it's never been about me. I don't have any conflict of interest at all. I just want people who are going to do the job. That's it.
Hi, my name is Jaden Starr. My family, we just live in Heber down the road. And I'm here today just to ask that we get our residential home rezoned to a multifamily dwelling. When we purchased the lot, it already had plans to become a bed and breakfast, and I chatted with Jamie last week to kind of ask what your thoughts are on me rezoning our house. We're one house down from Black Rifle Coffee, and just across the street they're putting 2 commercial buildings. And our house already has 2 separate addresses, 2 separate entrances, 2 separate driveways. There's no off-the-street parking, and we went through all the necessary steps and passed all the final inspections, and it is up to code. We also would put in a lease agreement to have no off-the-street parking except for guests under 24 hours. The reason we're doing this is just because the bank needs to see it as a multifamily dwelling for my family and I to get approved for a loan. So I was just wondering what the next thoughts or steps were, trying to get your guys' feel to see if it's worth it to, apply and fill out the forms and submit to Jamie to go through that process.
Jamie, do you know if this property is C3 in the potential C3 ordinance?
I'd have to look at the map itself. I don't know that the ordinance itself addresses the boundaries of the C3. I think it's just the text of the C3 that you're looking at tonight. The property right now is an R3, I believe, our general plan, where it's less than 1 block off of Main Street. In the future, we would look at it probably becoming commercial. The issue that they're having is it was approved as an accessory dwelling unit, and they're wondering if they can get it converted to a true duplex for the purpose that she stated. So that's the question and the concern that I believe that she's trying to ask the council.
Is it an attached or a detached?
It's a detached home, single family detached home.
With an ADU?
Correct.
Detached ADU?
Internal ADU.
It's basement, yeah, has a separate entrance.
Okay, so just help us understand one more thing. Are you saying you want the single family home turned into a duplex?
No, nothing would change except for just the zoning, just for loan purposes. So it's already, so right now it's just, we live in my family, I live in the top, and then on the side, for the side entrance, they have their own mailbox, separate entrance, that they live in the basement. It's 2-bedroom, 2-bath basement apartment.
Essentially, it's a legal classification of the property. The city's legal, the legal use of the property right now would be a single family detached home with an internal accessory dwelling unit. Whereas if they were to do it as a true duplex, they have the ability to, it doesn't have to be owner occupied, and they can rent both spaces independently. So it's the legal classification and the legal rights that they have.
Not looking to change nothing.
Yeah, you can walk us through the zone change process though, right?
Sure, we can. That's not a problem. I think the question is the council interested in entertaining that or not?
Okay. Does anybody in the council want to give feedback on this?
I don't understand the zone we would change it.
From R3 to C2, maybe? C2?
C2 we allow
duplexes.
No. So we'd have to look at it. We'd have to look at something else, possibly an MDA or some other form of zoning or modification to.
But they're separate entrances, separate addresses now. I mean, I support recognizing it as a multi-unit.
So I would think if you're interested in it, we could bring it back at a work meeting. We could show you the different avenues as to which way we could go if the council supports the idea of this.
You want it brought back, everyone?
Yeah, I think so. Please bring it back for the fact that we're trying to advocate for this type of units.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time, and Jamie will definitely help you on that, or Tony. Okay, let's see. We still have more time. Is there anyone online or in the chamber that wants to give a public comment? Okay, let me just check one more time. I have not seen anyone online. Okay, I'll close the public comments for now, everyone, and we will proceed to the general business items. Mr. Heber, if you're here, feel free to come forward. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it's online. You're here, very good. All right, the first general business item is the fiscal year 2023 audit presentation. Thank you for coming forward.
All right, council, thanks for letting us come and steal a few of your minutes. We just want to kind of give a closing presentation for the audit that was performed. The audit was actually done middle to the beginning of December, but because of council meeting schedules, and then I was actually out of the country for a month, so thanks for letting us be a little bit late. Everything's already been submitted to the state and the federal government, so everything's good on that end. We just wanted to go over the reports that we were required to issue and what our opinions are on the financial statements and your compliance. And then as well as some communication that we're just required to communicate with you at the close of our audit. And just for your information, we met with the audit committee at the 1st of January and discussed in a lot more depth how the audit went and how things proceeded. As well as some other issues that can be implemented going forward. And that was a very good meeting. And the reason why we don't go into depth is that meeting was probably 2 or 3 hours long. And I don't think you want to stay for 2 or 3 hours. So, all right. Who's running the screen?
If I can do that.
Yeah. Okay. So this will be page 1, so it'll be probably like page 3 of the PDF.
What's that?
So we'll start with the audit report, and this audit report always precedes the financial statements. And this is our report on the basic financial statements themselves. Our opinion on the financial statements is an unmodified or an unqualified opinion. That's a clean opinion. And I would encourage you to read through the reports that I'm going to go over. I'm not going to go word for word, just for sake of boredom. It's very accounting type language, but it does give good information. Under the responsibilities of management section, if you go back to page 1, Sarah, in that second paragraph, it outlines kind of new guidance for you as a council, and that is if there are conditions or events that come up during the year that would prohibit you from continuing as a going concern, then you're required, both as management and governance, to identify the situation and then do an analysis to understand what the cause is, how are you going to overcome that, and can you overcome that in order to continue to operate as a city into the future. This came about because of COVID. Luckily, inside the state of Utah, most governments actually thrived. We weren't hurt as much as governments outside of the state, but also private businesses were also significantly affected by COVID. COVID seems to be our new timeline, so it's not AD anymore, now it's AC, right? So because of that, nobody wanted to talk about COVID. Nobody wanted to talk about how it was affecting their business, even though we all knew that it was detrimental to both governments and private business. And so our accounting standards, as well as your standards, changed that say, now if you are preparing financial statements, you are required to identify events like COVID and then disclosing your financial statements, how that is affecting your entity. For most of our governments, we require that they add a disclosure into their notes saying that we understand that COVID exists, We don't understand yet the full picture. We don't know how wide it's gonna spread. We don't know how long it's gonna last, so therefore we don't really know how it's gonna affect us. But potentially something like that could affect your property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, things that you rely on as a city to operate your general fund operations that could no longer be in existence. So anyways, we just need to point that out. That's a new thing in the audit report. And you can read our responsibilities for the audit. Those are all laid out in the engagement letter. But if you notice, that last bullet point is we also look for conditions or events while going through your financial records that would trigger or signify that there's an event that would prohibit you from continuing as a going concern. All right, so required supplementary information, what that's talking about is there are certain sections of the financial statements that do not fall under our opinion, and that is the management's discussion and analysis that always follows the audit report, as well as after the notes to the financial statements, there's a section specifically called required supplementary information. That information is not considered part of the financial statements, but government accounting standards require that you have those with your financial statements to give your financial statements more understandability and readability. But because they're not considered part of the basic financial statements, they don't fall under the opinion. Supplementary information. This is information that you as a city have chosen to include in your financial statements outside of the basic financial statements, or external information that relates to the basic financial statements. For example, if you have non-major funds and you want to show individually what the activity of those funds are, that is supplementary information. And this year you had a federal single audit. That federal single audit is also considered supplementary information because it's attached to the financial statements. So the opinion on those always follows the opinion on the financial statements, which again is an unmodified or unqualified opinion. All right, so now if we want to flip to the back, the next report that we're required to issue, 72. This report, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on. This report just outlines that we perform your audit in accordance with government auditing standards. There are differences between a government audit and a private sector audit. One of those things is we look at your internal controls specifically, and what we're looking for is significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in control that is causing misstatements in your financial statements. But we didn't identify any concerns or issues that we would bring up as part of this report, so if you just want to read through that. The next report that we're required to issue is for the federal government. Like I said, because you spent over $750,000 in federal grant money this year, then you're required to have a separate audit, which is a federal single audit. So this report gets filed with the federal government. What we're looking for is your compliance with both the internal controls as well as compliance with the grant requirements. So every grant that you get from the federal government has certain stipulations along with that grant, and we make sure that you are in compliance with that. So our opinion that we give on that is an opinion on compliance, and that is also an unmodified or an unqualified opinion. The next report that we're required to issue is for the Utah State Auditor. They outline every year certain areas of Utah code that they specifically ask us to look at to make sure that you're in compliance. And you can see those, go down one more page, right there. So those areas right there, because this is the first year that we are your auditors, then we are required to look at all of the compliance requirements. Some of those, like the open public meetings, Utah retirement system, things like that, those are 3-year procedures, so we only look at those every 3 years. We give an opinion on your compliance. It's a very specific opinion to those areas. It's not on the entirety of Utah code. And it's also not a legal opinion. We give that to the attorneys. We don't get into the legal world. But our opinion is also an unmodified opinion or unqualified opinion on your compliance with those specific areas. All right. So let's talk about a couple of findings. So this year, there was one finding, and that is a deficit fund balance. So the non-major airport capital projects fund was in a deficit position at year end. What the requirement is it's okay if a deficit is created. However, in the subsequent budget, you have to have a specific line item to decrease that deficit by at least 5% of the prior year revenue of that fund. So if we were looking at the fund and if it was $100,000 of revenue in that fund, then you're required to decrease that deficit by at least $5,000 the next year. So if we look at your 2023 budget, or your 2024 budget, then we should see a specific line item that says budget deficit reduction. And then if you follow your budget throughout the year and you don't exceed the budget, then that translates into hopefully a net income on financial statements that's actually happening that reduces that deficit. And that needs to happen every year until that deficit is eradicated. The finding is that in the subsequent budget, so 2024 budget, there was not a deficit reduction line item to reduce that deficit. So really our recommendation is when you have a budget amendment during the year, then that needs to be a part of that amendment is to include that specific line item in your budget. And as long as you're reducing it by 5% every year, then this finding really just goes away until that's eradicated. All right, a couple of findings from last year. There was a cash management finding. Deposits were not being made within 3 days. This is something that we build into our test. We're actually not, or our testing, we're not required to test this as part of state compliance anymore. But this is an area that I feel is a part of Utah code that actually relates to the financial statements and the scope of what we're actually doing. I want to make sure that the money that's coming into the city is making it through the cash process and then making it to the bank appropriately. In the prior year, so because we weren't the auditors who audited financial statements in the prior year sampled some cash receipts and found that there were a couple of times where it didn't make it to the bank within the 3-day time limit. And as we looked at our deposit test this year, and the sample we chose, we found no issues with that, so that appears to be addressed and corrected. The other finding that was addressed and corrected is twice a year, management is required to submit to the Utah Money Management Council a report that outlines all of the deposits and investments that you have as a city in your name, what the bank balances are, and then that gets submitted to the state. In the prior year, there were a couple of PTIF accounts that were missing or had misinformation in it. As we tested those reports this year, they were all correct, so that's been addressed and corrected. The other significant finding that they had as a material weakness last year was just the closing of the books, making sure that things were being done correctly. I think prior auditors had some material journal entries that were made, and so they felt that in their best interest to say, well, we consider this a material weakness because there were material adjustments that were being made to the financial statements. That in and of itself was really corrected this year, where you have Steve and his team now as kind of outside consultants that's helping Sarah close the books, making sure that the financial statements are prepared. They prepare the financial statements. And so us as auditors, I don't know that we may have had 1 or 2 really small journal entries, but nothing material. So that kind of corrected itself. All right, just a couple of things that, and I'll be quick on these. These are things that we're just required to go over as part of your audit. And you can get a copy of this letter. This is actually separate from the financial statements. This is because this is directed to you as council and management, and really doesn't belong with the financial statements. Our responsibilities in relation to the financial statement audit, that's all outlined in the engagement letter. That's why we had you sign an engagement letter, because that outlines kind of the scope of what we're doing, what we're going to look at, what your responsibilities are, and what our responsibilities are. Compliance with ethical requirements. So us as CPAs, we're one of the most regulated industries, and in order for us to be auditors, not only my team, but our entire firm has to be independent of Heber City in order to be your auditor. And that responsibility lies with me as the partner. So I have to make sure that in our documentation, we outline any threats to independence or how we document how we are being independent. That doesn't fall to Sarah, that doesn't fall to you guys. So that responsibility, you don't have to worry about that. That's something that we get audited on, just like you guys get audited by us, we also get audited by external audit firms who look at our engagements to make sure that our engagements are appropriate. Significant risks, so this is one that a lot of people have a little bit of heartburn over. This is nothing new to us as auditors, but it's new to you because now we're required to disclose to you what the significant risks were that we identified as part of our audit. And I'll tell you what they are. So improper revenue recognition, cash disbursements, potential management bias, financial statement estimates, and the ability of management to override controls. So before everybody freaks out, what this means is when we're planning our audit, we have to assign risk to every area in your financial statement. So we go down through your balance sheets, we go through the notes, we look for significant disclosures, every balance, and we assign a risk. So if we're looking at capital assets, it gets assigned a risk. And typically, or inherently, capital assets have a lower risk because A, it's hard to steal a capital asset. You're gonna know if you're missing a truck, you're gonna know if somebody picks up this building and moves it away. And the value that you record in your financial records is very easily determinable because we can look at documentation that says, yes, they paid this amount for this truck, or this property value is this amount. So typically that has a lower risk, but if we're talking about cash, it gets assigned a higher risk because it's easy to manipulate and it's easy to misappropriate. So we actually do additional testing over cash and the cash process than we do capital assets to come to the same comfort level to give our opinion. So each area gets assigned a risk, and then overall, based on the nature of the entity, your size and complexity, the fact that you're a government entity, we have significant risks that we look at, and what we're looking for is misstatements in the financial statements being caused by these significant risks. So really, it has nothing to do with you as a city. It's more of me directing my team to say, you have to do specific tests over these areas to make sure that there's not misstatements in the financial statements. So, for example, improper revenue recognitions, ever since the fall of Enron and Arthur Anderson, our standards changed that say you have to recognize that as a significant risk because of what Enron was doing, manipulating revenue. Then that's something that we now have to document in every audit as a significant risk, so we do additional testing over revenue specifically for that. Cash disbursements, you're a government entity, you are concerned with how you spend the money, you get federal money, there's stipulations with that, you get state grants, there's stipulations with that, so we look at how you spend money, make sure that it's appropriate. And then the last one, management bias, the financial statement estimates. So you can, as a city, build bias into your financial statements that appear more favorable than maybe what reality really is. And we typically see this if there's litigation that has to be disclosed, if there's potential liabilities. Maybe the outcome is really not your favor, and you know it's not your favor, but in your financial statements you say, well, there's no way that we're going to lose this, and we don't foresee a liability, therefore we're not going to accrue a liability. So you can build based on your language, you can make things appear more favorable rather than what reality is. And then financial statement estimates, there's always estimates in the financial statements. One of those that's outside of your control, and this is just advice that I would give to you as a council as you're planning for the future. The Utah retirement systems requires that you record in your financial statements what your net pension liability is, which is your liability should the URS have to be fully funded tomorrow. That's what they would come to Heber City and say, hey, you need to pay us this money so we can fully fund the URS. I don't love that all of the cities and local governments in the state have to disclose that because the URS really should be investing that money and fully funding that pension themselves. That's their responsibility. It's not your responsibility. You are only dictated. You have to contribute a certain amount of dollars each pay period for each employee. Nevertheless, you record it. So what I would do is have management, when you're looking at financial reports, you're looking at how much money do we have available in any of the enterprise funds, things like that. Take anything that's related to the URS out. Don't consider that as part of what you're looking for as part, because it's going to fluctuate year to year, and you're going to be wondering, why did we have such a net income last year and we had a loss this year? Point in case is just the last 3 years. So 2 years ago, you had a net pension liability that was significant. And then last year, you had a net pension asset. So it went from the liability section up to the assets on the balance sheet. But how that affects your income is you have to either increase your revenue or decrease your expenditures in order to get that flip-flop. Well, now it's back to a liability, and now we have to increase your expenditures or decrease your revenue. So you can see how your net income is going up and down, and that's just based on an estimate. So we make sure that all of the estimates are reasonable, they're consistent as possible. And the last thing is just the ability of management to override control. So one of the things that we look at or look for is Sarah's ability to override any controls, and is she doing that appropriately? The best example that I can give so you can understand what I'm talking about is creating journal entries. So everything in your financial statement system should be built on a transaction. So if we look at utilities, you're going to assess a utility bill every month to citizens in the community. So that's going to increase your revenue and it's going to increase your accounts receivable, double entry accounting, right? So when that citizen comes in to pay for that bill, you're going to decrease the accounts receivable and you're going to increase cash. So these are all individual transactions when on a whole, it's going to make up what is contained in the financial statements. But if there's a mistake that happens during the year, or if you're closing the books at the end of periods, whether it's monthly or quarterly, there's journal entries that have to happen to record depreciation, to do different things, to move transactions if they're miscoded, move money from one account to another account. And so Sarah has to have that right to be able to make corrections or to close the books, but you're overriding the transaction control in the system. So you're creating a journal entry that is not a transaction, it's not based on a specific transaction. So the test that we perform is we look at every adjustment or journal entry that's made in the city during the year, and we make sure that A, is it something that's appropriate, we know what's going on, it's affecting the right accounts, is it reviewed and approved, or is it just being done kind of, hush-hush? So what we're looking for with these significant risks is we're making sure that there's not misstatements in the financial statements being caused by any control deficiencies or these risks that we've outlined. So nothing really that you need to worry about is more on us as auditors, and it's something that we've always dealt with. It's just now that we're required to disclose those to you. We didn't have any difficulties in performing our audit. There weren't any uncorrected or misstatements. So if we, during our testing, determine that an account balance is incorrect, we look at the material nature of it. So if it's a small amount, then we accumulate those throughout our audit, and then we look at those at the end and say, okay, if these were not adjusted, is it going to be a material difference? So if it's, maybe a $5,000 to $10,000 difference, then we can say, hey, Sarah, like this is what we've tested, and this is what we've come up with. This is what your balance says. You can adjust it or not. The opinion will still be the same because it's materiality that we look at. But we also have to disclose any adjusted differences or unadjusted differences. We have to disclose those to you. There wasn't anything that would affect the audit report as far as form and content. That just means that if we could not audit a specific area, or we're going to qualify your audit or give an adverse opinion, it changes the language in the audit report. We are required to disclose those to you. Representation letters, we get a representation letter signed by management. In fact, I had a discussion with the state auditor today, so the changes that are coming out in the financial certification, I believe that bill, I don't know if it's passed yet or not, but it's House Bill 145 if you want to look it up. I think it's 0145. Anyway, it's going to change the language of the financial certification that you are required to send to the state auditor. It's kind of more in line with what you signed as the representation letter anyways. So I actually had a little bit of a hard time with it at the beginning, but I'm comfortable with it now. Consultations with other accountants, so there is disagreements that come up during the audit, and we have a certain understanding of accounting principle, and we want you to make an adjustment, but you disagree, you're more than welcome to go talk to a third-party auditor or another firm. We just have to know or be told that you're actually communicating with somebody and be given their information so that we can reach out and communicate and say, this is our understanding of guidance, this is why we're taking this stance, and then you can come to an agreement and move on with the audit. All right, I think that's it. Is there any questions?
So thorough. You've done an excellent job on that. Really appreciate your explanation and thoroughness of the report. Questions, comments? Council,
I just want to make a comment. I just want to say thank you to Sarah and to Larson and Howley. You guys are awesome, and thank you for presenting this. That was the only time that I've ever stayed awake through.
That's pretty good.
Just saying, my husband's an auditor, and I obviously, when he tries to talk to me about it, it's usually this and it's glazed over, but this time was pretty, so thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And we really did have a good audit. I know my staff praised working with Sarah and her team and Steve, so all good reports on my end, so it makes me happy too.
So can I just ask if that 3-day deposit deficiency that you identified, is that related at all to the city closing on Thursdays and then not being in?
No, so this is an issue. We didn't have any issues with that this year.
Okay.
So that was a prior auditor issue. So it happened in a prior year.
Okay.
All the deposits we tested this year were all within the 3 days. Now, to answer your question, if I were to look at it and you closed on a Thursday, and let's say that you didn't make it to the bank until Monday, or maybe Monday, let's say Monday was a federal holiday as well, then we would look at the formal circumstance and say, okay, well, it's, it's over a 4-day weekend, and so we look at business days. But me as an auditor, what I would say is, because of your locality to the bank, I would expect it to be done every day. So the 3 days is really kind of a grace rule if you're in an area where you can't make it to the bank on a daily basis. The internal controls that I care about would say you make it to the bank every day. Make a daily deposit.
And I'm just wondering, Sarah, is that our policy to do it every day?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent, okay. Well, we look forward to seeing you again next year, right?
Yep.
And again, really appreciate you making it so plain and being able to see all the forms and getting that filed for us to the state. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right. Everyone, let's go on to our next agenda item, which is the Arts Advisory Board Tax Grant Program. They just had a great introductory meeting. Phil Jordan, Farrah Sanders is here. Do we have any other committee members here that I want to recognize?
Yes.
Would you please have, tell us her name?
Missy?
Oh, Miss Yvonne. All right, so there's 3 of our tax board members, and you're welcome to sit for it.
Control it, or do you want us to? You can just scroll with the mouse, Phil, and then we're not guessing. And if you want us to, we're happy to do
Missy,
it.
you're welcome to come forward and sit up here too. Just grab a chair.
Sure.
Okay.
Just scroll.
Here we are. Hi, everybody. So we are your newly organized Trails Arts and Parks Advisory. So our purpose today is just to say hi and tell you we're here and introduce the process that we're currently initializing, thanks to the support from staff. So we have that in committee form. We all essentially were appointed by the mayor, along with the opportunity for us to submit as volunteers to this process. Most of us, as mayor would acknowledge, come from some connection to the arts, so it means that we've got some common language on what that's about. And the process we're going to talk about a little bit right now, about the timeline and the like, and with that also the eligibility and criteria review that we went through with the staff. And it's a little hard to see there, but it says supporting and promoting recreational, cultural, arts, and parks facilities programs to benefit the Heber Valley community. Looks like this slide takes 7 hours of time. Do you have the actual? Here.
I think it works better if you put emails on the screen.
Well, there. So this is the committee. Krista Vesman, Jessica Kristen, myself, Steve Vaughn, and Rick Saunders. You can see how we more or less went through our very scientific way of flipping. I think we flipped coins. Who would be able to be 2 years or 3 years? So we were all, that's important. Right? So again, we wanted to go through essentially what the proposer and project eligibility were and are, looking at some great work the staff had done, and from our own backgrounds, having done some of the applications ourselves in the past. As you may know, I worked in Salt Lake County with the ZAP program at Salt Lake County, so I have quite a bit of experience with similar with this, as well as Perry, you've had experience as well in that.
Yes.
different types of process. So we bring a collection of experience, and Mark Smedley and Suzanne, as we did with our staff supports have been very patient with us, I think is the right word, in terms of us bringing our own contributions to what the process would be like. And with that, let's talk a little bit about that. Want to talk a little bit about eligibility?
Yes, so with the support of Matt, as well as Mark and the support staff, we discussed what the eligibility would be. And for this first year, some of the things are that in order to apply, they need to either be already a 501c3 or they need to be under or supported by a 501c3. And Mark felt, and we also felt that that provided some protections for the city for this first year. Now, what that will be in the future, I know the committee, we kind of want to see what happens and whatnot, to maybe open it up to others and making sure that we're reaching the full population of our city and their arts needs. But that's something for the future. The other thing is they have to live in Heber City or they have to operate in Heber City. And then they also have to have, the projects have to be completed within 2 years. So we felt that a year was too short, but we felt like going even beyond that, then we're chasing down how people are using funds and whatnot, and those of course are taxpayer dollars. And then last but not least, the capital projects. So these are ones that are using and asking for larger funds for a 3-year. Sometimes in the larger cities, you'll see a capital project go for 10 years, where we're just getting started. And of course, we have the taxes renewable in 10 years. We really wanted to see those funds used and how they would be used within a 3-year time period on the larger projects.
Continuing, there is always more, I think, a more committed project for us as uses of dollars when there's a match. So the match requirement is at least 25% of the funding requested. And then, of course, through that, showing that it's proof of funding. So that's going to be another interesting part of our applicants, as they will have intent to raise the money. Perhaps they're going to use our money as first money in. The truth is, though, we need to actually prove out that they've not only got a promise of the funds, that they actually have the cash to do the project and not just promises of cash. So that's going to be interesting delineators for moving forward. Also, that essentially this idea of 2 payments, I think over time, as we look at that, the intention was that we will never front load projects. That you see here, the idea is that we will always be reimbursing qualified expenses, and we say qualified to this list of what we consider the money to be able to be used for under current policy. Rather, those projects would intend to potentially expand that based on the project. So it's going to be an interesting year of seeing what would you consider to be eligible. But we have made decisions. It's black and white right now. As we come back with recommendations for projects, it might be as we administer them throughout the year or years, 2 years or 3 years, what is considered an eligible expense may then expand in its definition. So as you're hearing, it's not quite as black and white as it can seem as we're starting to actually put it in place. However, the basic concept is that there's no money being front-loaded, that you have 25% of your funding, and that we will consider up to 50% at the time of award. If you think about that, we're going to be reimbursing up to 50% at the time of award, and at the end of it, it would have 50% upon completion. Note taken, there might be a cash flow problem with that. So there could be a furtherance to that we want to actually have more money transacted throughout that project. And then at the same time, we want to hold back a percentage of the funds so the project is completed. So I think we're in this place to understand that these 50 and 50 may be an interesting application and implementation. With that, we also are very animated about having a new mark and a brand that we've developed, and having the announcement and display of this throughout the entirety of the project. I think this is important for those of us who are actively supportive of the TAP, as it were, and that we want to see the general public always know when a project has been TAP funded. So then, therefore, it's our requirement that on every opportunity the public sees it, they see a small recognition of the brand of the funding.
And this is definitely a dominant theme across all the essentially municipalities that have used it in
And
Utah.
specifically, we wanted to indicate Heber City tap tax. We currently have Wasatch, which is wonderful, but we really want our city and their fund to be recognized, as is the case in other places like Logan City has theirs as well. So we would love to see that as we continue to work with the staff.
So our timeline, as you know, we're open now. The application is open on January 11th. On February 1st, we did have a workshop. We had 2 attendees. And we went through essentially what you're seeing right now. We will close it on the 11th and immediately proceed as a committee into reviewing the applications. As you may imagine, staff is receiving these now, and we are calling for them to be submitted now. There is a quality assurance that needs to actually occur, as I've done some of this myself with the vision work that I've done previously. As each application comes, there's generally a lot of questions as to what they mean by this or this is incomplete. The attached documents are super important to us, and they are required to be in project budget, in something other than just a single line of I'm to spend money, and not the extreme of 35 pages of budget, but we're welcome to that. Particularly if it's a capital project, we want to see a real budget for that, and then also a real timeline. But also, as you'll see in the application, when you go through it, we're actually looking for quantitative and qualitative information as well.
Yeah, we actually are looking for how are they going to show measurement in their, not only expenses, but measurement in their success of the project. And so they can do that qualitatively, or they can do it quantitatively, meaning something like this many people attended the event, and this was what happened at the event in terms, so that's the quantitative and qualitative. So we are looking for them to show a little bit of measurement, and I think that's in turn to show how people, how we're using people's money ultimately, and how we're using a public tax. We want to be able to show that.
One thing I would suggest on that, given other boards that we sit on, is that you might consider compiling an annual report where you would take that kind of quantitative data and say, okay, we helped this many functions, right, or this many performances, the turnout was this, right, a total turnout, total of how many youth participated, right, or how many participants, you see what I mean? And then, the different awardees, right? It probably just needs to be 2 or 3 pages, you see what I mean? But then you just do that every year and submit that to us, whether you want to come and submit it or just, have it posted on the website, on your particular website. I think that would just be amazing for the public.
Great.
Great.
We will then be finished on April 24th, and rather that we'll meet with you and represent our findings and go through all of the applications that we've received and those that we recommend. As I'm about to show you, we have devised a new scoring system to help us with that. And then, as we understand it, you'll be looking to award immediately following that recommendation what funds are gathered in the year that we're in now, which is 2023, coming into now 2024. So that record comes to conclusion in December 31st of the year. And then as it moves into that, you will essentially make a budget allowance, and that's going to occur now in June for 2025. So you'll be looking at applications in the interim, between when we give you recommendations and your June budget cycle. You'll be actually making awards now, in this year, for funds that were earned last year. Then you'll be making budget in June for funds that are being earned now and will come to conclusion on December 31st. So in June, you can choose by looking at budget expectations as to what allocation you wish to make for TAP, both trails and arts as it were. And then we would come back to you a year from now with the same process, looking to award funds that are actually being earned today and come to conclusion in December. Scoring criteria based on these 5 items, essentially born within the adoption of the tax by the city. We've actually separated the understanding of what is a quality proposed project into a budget score and a timeline score. This demonstrated community need, benefits to the community, and then essentially a history and ability for the implementation of the project. You can see that we've yet as a committee to do the weighted balancing of what percentages of the score each of these would be. I would recognize that's a policy decision that you've advocated, and you've appointed us as a committee to make recommendations. As we bring you back results, we would love your input to that as we move forward, because it is in fact a policy decision. However, you have appointed a committee to actually make recommendations. So within the recommendations, you'll ultimately be able to see how we apply the scores and see whether or not a numeric score does not always render a final decision if those numeric scores are very approximate. A 44 versus say 46, for instance. You would say, does the 46 have to be funded? Well, the applicant would say yes. But within jurisdiction of understanding, all the other criteria have to fit. So at one level, we would say we need to have a commensurate finding between the numeric score and what we as a committee would come back and give you as the good use of public funds within the understanding of why we have a tax and why it's a project. So when we are given a measurement of a ruler, we be careful to make sure that we're not empirically deciding just based on a numeric finding.
So does the committee right now prefer any ranking, or do you feel like each of these criteria are equally considered at this point?
We are right in the middle of the process, Mayor. So we're going to have that meeting on Tuesdays and have that conversation, and we're going to wrestle about whether or not one is a 25 versus a 26. We all know that they all have to equal 100.
Well, 10 could be 100%.
True.
It's 100% of 10.
See?
We're going to wrestle about it.
It can change.
It would be unusual, however, on all of our behalfs, if we had a numeric finding which was completely different than the recommendation. We didn't. And that, I believe, is where we are. Just a reminder, this is a slide you saw during the retreat, a little hard to see. You can see we are looking at this next fiscal year and those available funds. So it's a remarkable resource. We continue, as you do, to thank the public for voting it through as an opportunity, and we're standing ready to be your best representatives on how to apply these funds for the public benefit.
I really want to congratulate you on getting so well organized. We've done so much heavy lifting to just get it to this point and to do the workshop. Can we ask if there were attendees at the workshop you held last week?
Two.
That's very good. That's a great start.
We do have applications already. So we're excited about that prospect, and the staff is helping us as, people are sending things in, they have questions. So it's happening, and we're excited to see the end result. And one thing I think we could ask, if we may, of the city is the continued communication with the community about the opportunity to apply for the grants. It's, as someone who teaches communication, I will say we need to hit it 3 times. And we've hit it 1 time right at the beginning. We need a couple of more times to really help our community know it's here, please apply. So we would really like to ask that of the city.
So it's in the city newsletter, it's on the city website. We can put it in next month too. Okay. Would you like another, where's Anthony, or Mark, to do another email blast? Say, in the middle of this month.
Certainly by the 1st of March, you could say.
Well, that's kind of closer to your deadline, so you might want to.
Generally, when people submit.
I think that, Mayor, and then even a little bit more boosts on social media, if we're able to do, I don't know, again, I don't know some of the city regulations, so maybe on some of the community social media.
It's our assistant city recorder, Robin Rains, that does the social media blast, and I'm sure that Matt can work with Robin and them to get this out, because you want that kind of eye-catching symbolism, new, whatever you want to do. If they maybe see the same picture all the time, you know what I'm saying, with the hands, even though that's nice, maybe something else to catch them.
It certainly was ahead of us, as fair to point to is when we see a recommendation and we make a decision, we need to have a big splash on how those projects are going to move forward.
Great idea.
And they also created some other imaging that showed music and art being painted. It was fantastic too when they first announced that, and it was on social media too. So that imaging really kind of conveyed the message as well. So if we can kind of continue to make that consistent, and we'll leave it to, the city to determine that.
Given what you said, sorry, I can tell you guys want to talk. Given what you just said about making that big splash when the awards are given, maybe we should bring the awardees to the city council meeting, right? And announce who they are, announce what their projects are, get a picture with them, get it in the paper. You see what I mean? I don't know how much bigger a splash you want than that, but, we can try that.
The biggest splash is the public going and loving it and wanting to come back and love to redo it in 10 years.
And also attending the events, these are, we want them to attend these events. And so,
Maybe that should be a component of trying to give out some measure of free tickets to children to bring their families, I don't know.
Well, clearly one of our criteria is making sure that the benefit to the community is real. So we'll be looking for exactly how, real way people will be attending in part of it.
I think Aaron had a comment in his mind.
Super fast, on the weightings, it's your decision to benefit. When I lived out in Arkansas, I think there's a couple of things that were approved by local arts, where the demonstrated community need might not have been there, but the community benefit was significantly higher.
Yeah.
My vote would be to weight the benefit higher than the need, just because without, at the beginning of the arts project, I would guess that the needs might be harder to anticipate, but the benefits are going to be better than we can. And then just a thought process for kind of that communication. Got in the room some local news outlets. I think some of them will take a guest editorial to kind of explain what's exciting and why it's exciting and what they should do. And I think that some of those places could post some things.
So if we could maybe have some partnership with Ryan, helping make sure that happens, if that direction comes from you, that would be great.
Right, that would be a fantastic video for the next round of advertising too.
I was just missing out on communication as well. Aaron pretty much said the same thing. And the other thought is that sharing, sharing on your asks, sharing on your, not just on the Heber website, but putting it on Ask Midway, Ask Heber, all of those sites, Friends of Heber Valley. I don't know, there's so many out there now.
Is the city, I did that for this, but is the city allowed to do that? I just don't know.
We can. I mean, I know that myself and a previous council member, we would take it off of the city website and then we would share it, information, or put that out there on those other sites. So
is that something Robin can do?
Yes.
Meet with me tomorrow. There's a lot of things we can do, including those items. But the city also has an agreement with KPCW for a number of pro bono 30-second promotionals. I'm not sure what the language is, but we have a lot of avenues that we can throw your way, so meet with me tomorrow.
And KPCW did do a wonderful story on the announcement of the grants too. So they can make that happen. And to KPCW and the reporters, so.
She's right there, 3 rows
I have a question. Can any of this money be used for maintenance going forward? I'd hate to see us build a bazillion new projects and have no maintenance fund.
So the answer to that question is yes, it can. Recall that you decided as a policy matter to shave off about 10% of what would be generated this past fiscal year and dedicate it to this grant program. The rest of it was going to be allocated to the various priorities that the council identified. Recall the tree, you asked us to put together a strategy for funding the annual maintenance in the budget. And that strategy may also include some of the money coming from the TAP tax. We don't know yet, we don't address that internally, but that could be part of the strategy.
I just think it needs to be. I can only see really making this effective if we have a proportion of that money every year be saved for upkeep and maintenance of the projects in the future. So, thank you.
Okay.
One last final thought is that I think what we'll discover long term is that the true longevity of this is how the public perceives it. So to your point, if projects are brought forth that don't have a lot of clear expressed needs and that we follow through with that, then I think we'll find ourselves not in the same place and having so many people for so long really appreciate what is now being essentially paid by the majority of those that don't live here as tourism. You already recall that the majority of this fund is coming from our tourists. So with that, we look forward to the opportunity. And
Also, one of our main precepts here is to make this process transparent, but also accessible. So we're looking to get some feedback from the applicants as we go through the process, and making sure all of this in the back room sort of stays in the back room, is very effective, very responsible, but at the same time is easy to do.
And we also anticipate that things will change. We're learning as we go, as we all are as a city, and there will be things that we learn, and like you brought up tonight, there's needs that we need to make sure that are met, and there will be more needs that we need to make sure that are met that we probably don't see right now. So we're open to letting it grow.
And we were happy to hear that Wasatch County is taking our website and using it. On that mistake.
Oh, and other cities have asked for our application process that we developed as well.
Yeah.
Very proud of it.
Very good, that's excellent. Your leadership skills are showing, and that's fantastic for the city. Thank you. All right, we're going to now with our Judge Randy Birch of our Justice Court. He's going to give the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. Thank you, Judge Birch, for joining us.
My pleasure. Unfortunately, I was out of town the week before. Everybody else did their presentations, and so I get to play catch up. That's somehow the way it works. At first, I detested the idea of having to follow this morning, but it was really a good opportunity. I started off with strengths, but I think clearly Heber Justice Court, our strengths, our staff, and I can't say that they're really good at what they do. I know we got an email from the state on our recertification implying that we had done a couple of things. But what you didn't realize is that email went to everybody in the state. We had actually done those things, and we've been doing them for 13 and a half years. That's the amount of time I've been here anyway. Matter of fact, the last clerks conference, my folks were all getting baskets and gift cards because they were the only ones that finished all the learning sessions. So, yeah, I wasn't very happy with the wording of that email, but we got past it anyway. Our staff works well together. I think Diane's been with me for about 12 and a half years, 13 I've been there. And they get along well. The working relationship, the interactions, it's just a good place to work. I'm looking at strengths. I remember when we were required to do paperless, and we had 6 months to convert. We said, screw it, we're out of here. We did it in 30 weeks. So we weren't going to waste 6 months trying to figure it out. We just jumped in and got it done. And that's just the way they do things. And it's been a pleasure for me to be able to work with them. Other strengths we have, well, I wanted to mention, I've got my little paper up there. What am I talking? Can I sit down? I think it's really fortunate that in a community such as ours, we have an attorney, we have a judge, we have a legal defender, and we have an interpreter all local, and they all speak Spanish. The Census Bureau says we have 14% Spanish speakers. I'm here to tell you that that's hogwash. Latinos are notorious for not answering, filling out those forms and doing that kind of stuff. I truly believe we're in excess of 20%, which means I was in Pleasant Grove, and in theory we had similar caseload, and we had maybe a third of the Latino speakers, Spanish speakers we have here. So while that is our forte, having those resources there, it's also frustrating to do this room. And if you look over at threats, well, I guess I should finish one area. I'm not good at this stuff. But that's a real benefit. And like our interpreter, Mr. Flores, that's the guy that I recruited. He was my neighbor. He was towing cars. And I said, Flores, you're a college graduate. What are you doing here? interpreter, so we recruited him, and we're able to get in, and he is, not only is he good, but he is flexible, which is almost as important some days. The court, I've always considered the court as our responsibility is customer service. I mean, it really is. Most of the people that ever interact with the court will interact with the justice court, and we try our best to make sure that that's a favorable interaction. Weaknesses. Well, they seem to be the same as our threats. While our Spanish abilities make it one of our strengths, the more we grow, the harder that's going to become. We have the same 3 people there for the last 3 years. Over that time, our caseload, thanks Chief, has increased by 36%. And we're doing it with the same people. And so far, we're still doing it at the same amount of actual court time. So that's a challenge.
Do we need to go down?
But that is also a weakness. I guess my staff wanted to make sure that you all knew they thought that one of the weaknesses was competitive wages in this county. You all know that because I've sat through many a hearing with the chief of police explaining the frustration trying to get staff. As far as opportunities, we're always looking for a way to better increase efficiency, increase our effectiveness. And if technology can help us do it, that's what we're looking for. Even though we are no longer under mandate to be on video versus in person, we do it. We have in-person hearings when we have trials or evidentiary things, but most of the hearings are online. And the reason is because, in the example I gave, is my son got a ticket in Draper. Okay, he was unhappy because he didn't think he was speeding. So we all do that, don't we? And so he went to the Draper court, took half a day off work, got out there, and the Draper judge said, Birch, oh, I know you had, I won't hear that case. My son said, he just paid the fine and walked out. We don't want people to do that, okay? And logging on video gives them the opportunity to make their point, present their case or pitch or whatever, talk to our prosecutor, Mr. Snowden, and make a deal that's more without having to take a half day off work or a full day if you're from Salt Lake and you got to come up here. So we stick with that, and it has been working. What else I want to mention? Oh, I know Mark, when they did their SWOT analysis, said that he handles 40 cases. That's true in the mornings, and then we handle another 30 plus in the afternoons. So court days are hot, to say the least, and that doesn't count small things and things like that. So as far as the threats, the increased caseload is a challenge. I don't know if it's a threat or not, that's where I put it. We have one full day a month, so 1 out of our 4 days is for Spanish speakers. And some of those days get long and they get tedious and they get arduous, and I get growled out by the state because I get grumpy. So for that, I'll take ownership because I do get grumpy sometimes. But how many times you tell somebody the same thing and you have to repeat it again? It does make it hard some days. And so I attribute that to my burnout, and I know my clerks do the same way. Feel the same way, I should say. I think one of the other concerns or threats that I've had as a judge, like I said, I've been here for 13 and a half years, blows my socks off. I can't do this anymore. But the state keeps imposing more requirements on us and not necessarily giving us what we need to do. What I need. Okay. For example, we all know we had to have legal defense, right? That's a given, thanks to Yale University anyway, whatever you care. But then they said, oh, and by the way, now you have to have interpreters, and you can't charge the defendants for that. Okay, that sort of seems fair. And then they said, oh, and by the way, you have to do that on civil cases as well. So they keep imposing more requirements without sharing the wealth. They still take their 40% or whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but they impose the requirements, and then, oh, by the way, you have to comply with this audit request, you have to do that audit request. My head clerk, Diane, sometimes is about ready to scream because she gets a new request for another audit, and it gets frustrating. So those are the things that make it hard, increased caseload and demands on the city. But I got to tell you, I truly consider my staff here a dream team. I've served in many, many different jurisdictions, usually on a part-time or temporary basis. But I spent 5 years in Pleasant Grove, and our staff here is so much better than the one I inherited over there. And I fixed it, mind you, we fixed it. But oh boy, what a challenge. And now I've got the opportunity to serve in Utah County. I've been down there 16 months so far, and they're good people there. But I still put my staff up here against me. Thank you very much.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
am I supposed to answer questions?
I have questions. We are having problems with the audio still.
Nobody wants to hear me anyway. Actually, the video. The video
They
is
do
like
want to
that.
hear you, actually. That's what they were saying. They said just a heads up, the audio for this meeting, it's really distorted. We can barely understand the presenter, and we can hear a ton of background noise. Like people whispering, typing, so for all of you whispers out there, knock it off. Typing and clicking pens. So I don't know, they said they really couldn't hear us at all, they couldn't hear the last comment by Mike. I don't know, I'm just letting you know.
Let me verify that with a couple of contacts. I'm sorry.
Judge, we want to thank you and your staff for handling such a high amount of workload throughout this increased. We really thank you for your professionalism and expertise. Thank you very much for caring so much about the court and doing such a great job for us in the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
I'm excited to get out of here, but I was supposed to be working on a house in the dark. I think I'm back off for that one. Thank you very much.
Facing a storm too.
No, it was just that they're saying that they're getting a lot of background noise, so that you hear, having a hard time hearing the actual voices. They're distorted, and it's all the background noise that they're picking up instead.
The mics, if we're not in the mic, it tries to adjust the volume and picks up everything else, so we wouldn't be in the mic more.
Need towards your mic point. So the mics. All right, the next agenda item, everyone, is the Code of Conduct and Ethics Form and Training by Jeremy Cook, our city attorney. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Mayor. This isn't going to help people because I really don't have a very loud voice, so I'm sure they're going to have a hard time hearing me. But the Code of Conduct and Ethics was adopted by the City Council back in 2012. Thanks, Mark. And the reason that we're here is if you look at the page 8 of this, it says all public officials shall review and sign this personal code of conduct and ethics at the first meeting in February of each year when the public officials meet. As a symbol of each public official's continuing commitment to abide by the principles of this code. So that's why I'm here today, is to just kind of present this, to let the council know that it has been adopted by the former city council. There's kind of 3 different sections of this ethics policy. There's some kind of background information, which is the first 4 or 5 pages. There's an ethical commitment form to be signed by the council members, and then there's implementation and I guess maybe call it penalties provisions in here. that relate to what happens if people violate the ethical commitment of the city. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm just going to touch on kind of what I think reading this. I, of course, wasn't here in 2012. I don't know what the impetus of adopting this was. But it looks to me like there's one kind of major theme throughout this policy. And that major theme to me is just respect. And respect to council members, that the public, the public officials refrain from abusive conduct, unsubstantiated personal charges or verbal attacks upon the character or motives of other members of the city council. The public officials practice civility and decorum in their discussions and debates. And to me, that this overlying principle of this whole policy is we want to make the best informed, good decisions that we can. And the best way to make that is to respect the opinions of everybody, to not engage in personal attacks, to respect that everybody's got a difference of opinion. And at the end of the day, that we can all agree to disagree civilly and reach a conclusion. And if that conclusion is not the way any individual council members would have liked, that's part of being a council member. Maybe next time you win, but you know, that's, sometimes you don't get your way, but it's best to, you're not going to get your way, let's do it civilly and peacefully and try to ask good questions and reach the best decisions we can. And to me, that's the kind of overarching theme of this policy. I will touch on a couple of things. This policy is a city policy. Obviously, there's state code that also is ethics code. It's the Municipal Officers and Employees Ethics Act, Utah Code Section 10-3-1301. We have had training on that in the past, and new council members, we went through that fairly extensively. When they came on board, council members are required, of course, to fill out ethics disclosures every year, which I believe all the council members have done recently. So, of course, this doesn't take the place of this. This policy is in addition to those ethical requirements. The ethical requirements under state code are more financial-based ethical requirements, conflicts of interest. I think the city policy and this code of conduct is more kind of a respect type, you know, decorum in meetings type policy as opposed to straight conflicts of interest, particularly financial conflicts. So again, when we're talking about financial conflicts and direct conflicts of interest, we need to refer back to the Municipal Officers and Employees Ethics Act. And obviously, if council members ever have questions on that, I recommend you contact me and we can walk through those conflicts. Also to point out that under state code, there is a Political Subdivisions Ethics Review Commission. So we can have, under this policy, kind of this internal review of ethics complaints and possible, I guess I'll call them penalties for ethical violations. Those are fairly minor, I think, because council members can't take away the powers of other council members. You can take some very limited actions against other council members, remove them from boards, do stuff like that if it's the vote of the council. But obviously, you know, 3 of you can't say we're going to remove another council member from office. So if there's ever a formal ethics complaint, the complaints can be made to the Political Subdivisions Ethics Review Commission, which looks at more formal complaints, particularly, again, kind of financial type ethics violations. So that's all I have, unless anybody has any questions.
Can we get the hard copies to sign, Trina?
I have one thing before we do that. I'd like to actually change this if we can. I don't think, I'm looking at compliance and enforcement. I don't think any elected official should be involved in enforcement of this. I believe if it's gonna be anybody, it should be the city manager and the city attorney, not the mayor. That's not pertaining to, mayor now, but just city mayor. I just don't think, if it's an ethics thing, and it relates to all elected officials, it should be someone who's not elected that is involved in enforcement. So I'd like to see if anyone else is interested in changing that aspect of it.
I think that it's the whole council that has to vote on any type of enforcement. But under the state code, I have a responsibility that the conflicts of interest forms are filed every year and that they're posted, and that conflicts of interest are announced in the meeting as well as before the particular agenda items. That's in the state code. So I'm assuming that I need to keep doing those things.
Well, we already signed those and turned those in. I'm just saying here it says, a person making a complaint against a public official, a violation of this policy shall submit a complaint in writing to the city manager or mayor who will determine legal sufficiency. I don't think either one of those has the authority to determine legal sufficiency. We have the city attorney involved.
Where are you?
I'm on page 9.
I'm assuming you're more than welcome to bring back that as an agenda item.
I'm just saying, I'm not comfortable signing this with these in there. I haven't signed one yet. I've been in this office for 2 years. Haven't had to sign this yet, and I'd like to see those changes made before I do sign it. In number E as well, mayor, city manager shall investigate the complaint, shall give the person the opportunity to be heard. I'd like to say, city attorney or city manager instead of having an elected official involved.
This is where some cities set up an ethics committee, right, and not have the elected officials do it, and the city council is welcome to consider that, where it is a little bit more independent than this body, or any complaints can just go to the state commission.
Well, if we do that, I just would rather get rid of the form. I don't think we need it. I mean, it's signing something in good faith that we already have legislation in place to cover.
The state code doesn't cover the respect ideas that this code of conduct tries to promote.
I agree with you, but I would prefer that it's a city attorney and city manager versus elected officials.
I don't know, Jeremy, what are your thoughts on this? You are the attorney.
I mean, I guess I would have concerns about this creating more potential disagreement between council members if elected officials were involved and it was something that was used as kind of a political tool, I guess. So I think maybe having it be someone that's not an elected official, I think if the last section says the mayor or city manager shall investigate the complaint, shall give the person the opportunity to be heard. A written report of the findings and recommendations of the mayor or city manager shall be filed with the governing body. I do think that's a little unclear about who that would be, if it is the mayor or the city manager, because of the words "for." I don't know if they're together, if it's a written report, is that going to potentially?
Because if this pertains to the mayor, how can they investigate themselves?
But then that means that they can go to the city manager saying, or isn't that giving you the option? If you have a complaint against a city council member or the mayor, you would take it to our city manager. If you have a complaint or administrator, if you have a complaint about the city manager, administrator, then you would take it to the mayor or so forth. I mean, isn't that where that option is given?
Yeah, and I guess it's just a little clear if it was a complaint against city council member, would it be the mayor or the city manager that would investigate that and issue a written
Or it's
report?
in conjunction even together. I mean, maybe that needs to be, maybe there needs to be that added discussion that if it is somebody who has a complaint against a council member, then it has to have both positions there for the council, for your mayor, with your mayor and with our manager.
No comment?
So, like,
So Jeremy, I think this is all good. It's good to have a code of conduct that we adhere to, and it's very extensive. My wonder, so it talks about code of, and then this is self-imposed in 2012 by the council, none of us. And now we're reading it 12 years later. It does say code of conduct and ethics for public officials. Now, I would assume public officials are elected officials, which is the 6 of us. But it also then states somewhere else, that's on the resolution, then on the first page of the code of conduct, it says mayor, city council members, commissions, committees, boards. Are we asking everybody, planning commission, post, open space, HBSSD, is this something we're gonna push out and have everybody sign, or is this really just for us on this is as a governing authority? Because I think these are important policies, but I'm curious as to how far down we're going with this.
Well, again, I obviously did not write this, so, I mean, I would interpret it as the intent was to apply to all those boards. I kind of agree. I mean, we can have them sign this. If I was on the tree committee, I'm not sure I would think that it was necessary to sign a code of conduct and ethics. As part of that, they should be particularly, planning commission. I think as you get to more decision-making boards, and boards that have independent authority, particularly like the planning commission that does have decisions that just go to the planning commission and don't come up, that it's probably important. I think it's up to the council, again, if you want to impose this on every, board or commission or committee of the city, to ask them to sign this. Obviously, it's voluntary. I mean, if you don't sign it, it does say it doesn't matter if you sign it, you're still, potentially under these kind of, I guess, enforcement provisions. But the enforcement provisions really relate to the city council. I don't know what enforcement provisions you would take against a board member other than the city council can always vote to remove a board member. So, I'm not sure what.
I'm just curious, so I'm not sure we need everybody to sign this. I think it's good to state, and it even says in here, this code, says, signing this statement is optional. All public officials are subject to the provisions of the Code of Conduct and Ethics, whether or not the statement is signed. Okay, I like that. I'm not sure we have to ask everybody to sign it. But I would say, so I do understand what Scott's saying, and I can agree. If a person in the public is making a complaint against a public official or a planning commission member or a post committee member, I think it should go to the city manager, who could review it with the city attorney and make a determination if it rises to even bring it to the city council. I think that's wise. I don't think politicians should be involved in those things. So I'm going to agree with Scott. I don't think it should come to us or the mayor until it's legitimate, it's been verified. And honestly, if I had a complaint against anyone sitting on this stand, I would bring it to them personally. And if I didn't feel like I could get an answer, then I would probably bring it to the group in closed session. I think for us, that's what's appropriate. And then the group will decide, oh yeah, let's have our city attorney investigate that. I'm thinking back of some things that happened a few years ago when a previous mayor I can see the wisdom of keeping this within our city attorney, someone who understands law, the state code, and can advise us. And the city attorney would always come through the city manager, in my opinion. So that's my opinion.
Well, I don't think this is on for an action item this time, so I think if the council wants to, we could, obviously bring this back as an action item next time to amend the ordinance. So that's.
I would suggest that. Jeremy and I have discussed that boards should receive training like this. We're trying to tighten up our organization here, right? Getting the boards to the city council in time for the budget, getting them to the strategic planning meeting, making sure the conflict of interest forms are done and in, and now this code of conduct, which I've seen off and on, for a decade almost, right? I guess for a decade. That we stay up on that. Rachel Kaler wanted to make changes on it when it was discussed before, but it just wasn't ever brought back. So this is probably a good time if you're interested in changes on it. But I do think that there's better yearly training, right, that we can do for our boards and just try to get the city more and more organized.
I definitely agree, Mayor.
Yeah, especially planning commission. I think that's critical there.
Training's
key.
Right.
You can only be as good as your training. So
it's the open and public meetings training. It's the ethics law. It's this code of conduct. There's a current House bill in the state legislature right now, which would create, and it's through committee, by the way, at least in one chamber, but it would create a statewide conflict of interest disclosure site where we would have to, email up all of our conflicts of interest for everybody to be able to search and see. Probably that could get through, but it looks like they're tightening down and increasing penalties and such on these things.
Well, I think a lot of that too is we've seen the conflicts as well on state legislation too, where there are issues with individuals who have businesses and people who are very concerned about, their perception of how they benefit from it. And I think that's one reason that the state and why this is going forward. Whoever's putting that bill, do you know who was putting that bill?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name.
But whoever it is, I think that's probably where they're going at too. And so it's concerning. I think they're concerned about it. And so I agree. I think if there's discussion and if now there's a time to maybe change some things on there and have more of a discussion on this, I'm not opposed to it either.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't go to board meetings. I don't know, as far as kind of this policy, which again, they addresses more civility. I gotta, just reading through this policy, it's gotta be that the council at that time was not getting along very well. And, they wanted to adopt a policy to try to say, hey, look, we're not being productive because we're infighting so much. So much of our time is spent being uncivil to each other that we're not making good decisions. And we need to adopt a policy to try to remind everybody that civility does result in the best decisions. And being respectful of people does result in the best decisions. Again, I don't know. I think it's important to have more board training. I don't know about if boards have issues with kind of the decorum of boards and whether or not the training needs to focus on that. My assumption is probably not. I don't see a lot of, fist fights at committee meetings, but I do think we need to have more board training probably on Open Public Meetings Act, probably on financial disclosures and any sort of conflicts that they need to be careful about. But other than that, I think this probably focuses probably more on the planning commission and the city council because they're, I think, kind of a different level. Certainly city council is, but I also think planning commission is kind of a different level than a lot of, I don't want to call them lower committees, but committees that are more advisory role committees than decision-making committees. And again, like the airport advisory board, all these committees may have different personalities and characteristics, other committees that change over time, and it's important to be respectful of those committees, but again, they're not decision-making committees, they're just making a recommendation to the council.
Just to put my voice to it, I would have no problem at all signing this myself right now. However, I think there is some wisdom in the thought process of not having a politician judge the actions or the severity of a politician's actions. That makes good sense. And I do agree. I think the attorney is the right spot for you to not add more work to your plate, but I think you are our best protection to make sure we are doing what we're supposed to do and what we've committed to do. So I would be in favor of seeing it come back with slightly changed wording to direct that to the attorney and city manager first.
So I think you hit planning commission and city council. I think those are two bodies that really need to have that because they affect what's coming through the city.
When it sounds like we have to bring this back, when we bring it back, do we want to say it applies to everybody, but we expect just city council members and planning commissioners to sign this?
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recommend city council and planning commission sign it, right? I mean, I don't, it's saying in it that we can't force everybody, right? It is voluntary, but unless the city council says, no, you need to sign it, right? It's up to the body.
Yeah, I just think some of those lower level committees, it's kind of hard to go to them and say, hey, you need to sign this thing that says you're going to act ethically, and you meet once every 6 months, and it's hard enough to just get people there generally, so.
I mean, part of it, the ethics part is the least concerning. I mean, that part is obvious in the intent there, right? But to your point, a good portion of it is directed toward how they're supposed to be nice to each other and get along and recognize each other and give time to comments and things like that. I think that's absolutely appropriate to share with those two committees and to codify is the right word, but to ensure that we share that, to say this is the expectation of how we expect you to report yourself.
All right, anything else?
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for working on that. Okay, everyone, we're going to the next agenda item, and then we'll start on the action items, and I'm going to move up the action item on the approval of the use of eminent domain. So we'll do the monthly development report, and then we will go into the action items, and we'll move from number 2 to number 1. Go ahead, Jamie, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just starting off on, we didn't get an opportunity to do this in January, so I wanted to go through last year in review, and so you can see where we ended in 2023 is that we had 67 development applications. We've seen a trend last few years of dropping by about approximately 15. Some of that was during the pandemic. We saw a large amount of commercial coming in. A lot of that had to do with drive-throughs and other developments that were supporting those kind of industries that were supporting the population at the time. And then you can just see the graph where we went down and throughout the year. So we've been tracking that last year, but that's where we ended. As we look into the new year, right now, I'm going to also include where we are year to date by each of those years. And so you can see that in the last few years, we've had 8 to 10 this year. So far in January, we've only had 1 application. Some of that is looking at interest rates obviously are high right now. And I think we also have some developments that are still working on some of their legislative issues or working on issues that they found that are rising as they're preparing for some of those applications, such as preliminary plat. So I think we're going to continue to see that. I can tell you, I know we've received some since the date that this was created. We have 1 new site plan amendment that was requested, and that's for RC Ornamental. It's pretty small. What they're changing is that this area here that's in hatch for grass, that is now a detention pond. Before they wanted to do subsurface detention and they wanted all that to be paving. They've since decided to shrink the paving and do a detention pond instead. So that's the only real request that we've had. This is also going to look at some of the things that you're going to see in January. This is the other one, and that is the Wasatch County Court expansion. So this is a new site plan as well. So they're expanding the court and some of the jail area. We're processing that for the county. We're at concept right now. We've also seen some commercial concepts for the airport glider park that came through the end of last year. Essentially, I think you guys are aware of this. You've seen the presentation. They're just trying to go through that process. Some honorable mentions is cottage industrial that you have been working on in terms of an agreement, and I think that's coming back for an ordinance as well. They've applied for their actual plat, and so we'll be processing that, as well as that will wait to finish up until the council finalizes all the approvals. And then there's a plat amendment to Sawville Phase 2B. Essentially, there's a new home builder, and their plans require an extra 6 inches on the depth of those lots. They're a footprint, buildable footprint with open space all around it. Yeah, essentially, they're townhomes. And so the lot itself is just the building footprint. And they just need an extra 6 inches, and they can't build outside of that footprint. And so there's just a small amendment to move 6 inches deeper. It's not very significant in this situation. No changes to open space or unit counts or any of that request. Looking at the planning commission agendas in December, we saw a site plan and conditional use permit for American Eagle Ready Mix. I believe that was approved. Site plan amendment for the Carl Malone Honda. They have since, you've probably seen, tore down the old building that was the junction, and they are looking at paving that as well as doing all the public improvements along the corner that was required per the zone change agreement that we had 3 years ago. And then they canceled the one that was the day after Christmas. In January, we discussed the business medical park zones as a work meeting, and then we have had a public hearing on that, and that will be coming to you soon. And then the Fitzgerald preliminary plat has also gone through planning commission for consideration of approval. That was approved, and per the MDA, that's going to be coming to you on the preliminary as well. So I believe that will be on your next agenda. With that, I don't have anything else. If there's questions from the council, I'm happy to address them.
Questions? All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Jamie. Everyone, we're now to the action items on the agenda. And I'm going to move up the approval of the use of eminent domain to acquire property for the Heritage Farms Parkway with Westcom and Jeremy Cook to do that presentation, because I believe that several of you are here for that. And then after that, we'll go into the public hearing for ordinance 2024-03. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Mayor. So just to give a little background, as the council, probably everybody that's been to a meeting in the last year knows, the city's in the process of constructing Heritage Farms Parkway. And the city council has had a number of discussions in the past regarding the roundabout at the corner of Heritage Farms Parkway and Mill Road, and approved that roundabout at the previous meeting. That roundabout requires that the city acquire property from 2 of the property owners adjacent to that roundabout. One of those property owners is the Evans, who's the city would approve the use of eminent domain tonight. So the process that the city goes through when we have a situation like this where the city needs to acquire property is we follow state code. State code has a lot of very specific steps that you have to go through. You start by getting an appraisal of the taking, reaching out to the property owner, going through negotiations with the property owner, trying to reach a resolution. Property owners have the right to go to the Utah State Ombudsman's office, which is a nonpartisan office from the state that has someone there that can mediate these cases. If you request mediation through them, you can also request a second appraisal by someone that the property owner wants, not the city's pick, but a property owner pick. So there's kind of a process that's set up. But a lot of times, the cities obviously have projects we need to move forward. So state code allows a process that allows us to file a complaint for eminent domain. Once we file a complaint, then we can move for what's called an order of immediate occupancy. The order of immediate occupancy essentially allows the city to move forward with the project, but preserves all the rights of the property owner to dispute the amount of the compensation. So it's kind of a step to say, okay, city, you have the right to use eminent domain on this property, but you have to finish the process to determine value. You have to finish the negotiations with this property owner, but we're going to allow you to move forward on the project. there's a requirement in there that is very beneficial to the property owner, which is the city has to deposit or appraise to have into court to make sure the property owner has money there to pay them. And of course, if the court ultimately ends up awarding more money, or what happens most of the time is you end up settling the case still, because I mean, 99% of the time we go through this process, even after we get an order of immediate occupancy, we just stay all other proceedings in the case until we can continue our negotiations. If ultimately we can't reach a compromise with the property owner, then we go through the process, the court process, to determine compensation. But this is kind of an intermediate step that just allows us to bid the project, to move forward with the project while we continue to negotiate with the property owner, and also make sure that the property owner is protected in that process by requiring the state to go through, or by requiring the city to go through this process and make sure that they're legally entitled to compensation to make sure they're going to get paid at the end of the day. So that's what we're asking the city council for, is just authority. State code requires that the city council, before the city would file an eminent domain action, that the city council approve it at a public meeting. So we're here tonight to ask the council to just approve the filing of an eminent domain action. State code requires that the property owner who is here tonight is allowed to speak. Obviously, this is an action item, so under normal city code rules, there would be 10 minutes for the public to speak unless the council makes a motion to approve it, which would cut off the rest of the public comment. So I don't know if there's any other questions.
Was there any way that you could post the staff report that you had sent us yesterday that didn't seem to want to upload here? Is there any way to show that on the screen?
No, we overgot it.
Just so that the public can see it too.
Oh, very well. Sorry, it was a glitch in Civic Court. We still don't know why I didn't post that staff report for that item, but frankly, the staff report just said what I just said. So
it's just a matter of putting it up there for people to look at and be able to understand more what you're saying. Okay. So if you would mind trying to work on that, Trina, I'd like to invite Mr. Evans to come forward.
Mark Evans. I reside at 925 North Mill Road, and which is the northwest corner of where the potential roundabout is going. I appreciate the opportunity to share some insights and hopefully answer maybe any questions you guys have.
You want this PowerPoint brought up?
Yeah, if you want to do that, if you could bring that up. Obviously, we've been through this process for a long time, and in my research and what I found is that it's not just about the roundabout. That I continue to bring up Eastern Bypass for the Heritage Farms Road. That this is two separate projects, and the appraisal was done as a roundabout impact only. And I continue to, and have for the last year and a half, think that this is not just a roundabout issue, but a Eastern Bypass issue that was started a year and a half ago. And we had a chance to do it right, and we continue to move forward. I've attended several public meetings. I've shared and expressed my concerns, and I don't know why I'm singled out as a individual or a property owner or a taxpayer that has to live with the change. Now, I'm going to ask Russ if how many revisions were done on the west end on the 550 roundabout and then on the road along the west side of that line. So I've taken some time. Let's see, does this roll here? Yeah. Okay, let's just try it. Okay, so here's 550 east to pretty much the canal, just short of the canal. And that's the road where it's gone. And I wish I had a pointer. If not, you can see
You can just
along.
point with the mouse, I think.
Okay, right. Yeah, where is it? Okay, so you can see right here are the property, or the homes, and here's the property line. Everybody see that? Right? And so there were some adjustments made, and in speaking with UDOT, I was instructed that this is a UDOT project, and there's funding for the UDOT project, and the roundabout is a separate city entity. I continue to argue that this is going to be a city road, and concessions were made for the city road. It is just under UDOT management and guidance on that forward. So what I did was took top of curb of the existing road and showed the vision from the top of curb all the way across, and I did a level shot as best I could across that. And you can see each of the, about every 40 feet, you can see a photo at the bottom. Right here, dictating where those are across from the homes on the west end of LA Hills Drive. There, I think it came out to be 100 feet between the road and the property owners, as well as a berm placed. Correct? Is that correct, Russ? About 100 feet in berm installation.
Yeah, right now they've just placed fill there. It really hasn't been shaped or finalized, but yeah, there's a berm that goes along that section down to the fence line where it kind of.
Okay, so as you see coming up from 550, you're heading to the right, you're going east. And then I go to the next section, which is from there to my property. And you can see where it continues to get, pretty good. We cross the canal, and then we come to the edge of my property. I have 3 parcels, 3 tax parcels, not just one. I have 3 tax parcels along this road. And as you can see here, my property line is basically about 14 to 16 feet from the curb, and you can see how my panel fence starts showing up there as you move across. The culvert here on this corner piece over here, that culvert piece right there is the stub that we put in for water. Correct?
I assume that that's what it's marking. I don't
Yes,
know.
well, that's where it is. So as we move forward, you can see my house is the first rectangular square right here. Okay, that's my place, and then my neighbor right next to me, and then this is the Wilcox property. Obviously, you can see it's not 100 feet. And then you can see as we move up and progress, and this is about 100 feet from Mill Road, the one on the far right. That's where the curb ends on the UDOT road section that's already been curbed, and where my house sits. And then we have 100, roughly 100 feet to Mill Road. And you can see that there is, not a lot of space between my property line and the road. I don't know why we couldn't do that. This is the profile of the road itself and the elevation climb. What I've done here is the red lines, I kind of filled in and drew the red lines where you went sub existing ground level sections. For the people on the west, the road actually goes below the existing ground. And then the red section and the canal sits right here. Here's the canal section. And that is actually above existing ground level. So you're going back, I should have actually flipped that around, but, where you went under and where you went over. The existing ground level. I don't know if you can get, I sent this to everyone so you should see it, but there's a dotted line here and where the canal sits and the culvert that they put in, but that's my existing ground level. And then the road is elevated by that much. Does everybody see that? and as you go through there. So this is a section from the actual roundabout on 550. You can see the level of the road here is pretty much the same as the ground level. Here you can see that they're actually sub-ground level. Here's the tree line where the trees sit, and if I go level across this, it sheets about right there. So I'm down, and there's a cement box that's going to be poured there, and that's a couple feet below that. And then this third picture is actually my back lot, or my back area, and the difference between the road. And then you can see me standing here and the road height of where the road is. So there's three ways you can take, you're going to take my land. So the land take, you're going to compensate me for the value of that land. If it's $10 a square foot, you're going to pay me $10 a square foot. The second is the cost of cure, which you guys have seen the impact of the roundabout, and then I'm going to have a circular driveway installed, because I will not be able to make a left from Mill Road into my driveway. So it's proposed that I will have a circular driveway installed, and I will lose, and I'm sure you've all seen the map. You think they've all seen it?
Yeah, I can share it if you want.
Yeah, you want to share it? So I will lose my front yard. And then the third way that these things take place is through severance, or the loss of value in the remainder of the property. So the appraisal that was done by the city spoke specifically to the roundabout and the impact on my home and the home value. And I feel that it's not just, this is a Heber City project that does not just address the roundabout, but it addresses the bypass as well. I can't access my back tax parcel with a 6-foot drop in 12 feet. It's just not doable. We have had negotiation, we've talked, we've shared ideas, we've come back together and continue to discuss the option. You can see here where my driveway is. Thank you, Russ, for pulling that up. I can't get this to work. You can see here's my driveway, right? And as I come around this roundabout, here's the island that's going to be placed there. And so as a result, I have to have this circular driveway installed and in place of my front yard. And that's one of those cost to cure things that you guys have approved and will implement. I don't know if anybody likes their front yard or enjoys their property, but I really didn't plan on having a circular driveway. This one was built in 2002. It was a home show home. It's on a nice lot. It's it's close to a $2 million property. I paid close to $2 million on it, 1.7. Is what I paid. And yes, I knew a road was going in, but I was not aware of the impact of a 6-foot elevated road in my back. I am asking that based on the numbers, that the value determination be the impact of the entire parcel, all 3 parcels, tax parcels, and not just the roundabout section, which is just a house, and remedy the loss of the back access. I would like to have things permitted. My neighbor has asked, we have an opportunity now to fill, there's still dirt from the Smiths project from Hadco that will, I'm willing to fill my lot, but I can't, I need your support, and I would like to have permitted the ability to berm up my section of the road between the road and my property because of the 6-foot deficit. And I would like, because I would like to use that 6 foot or the 12 to 16 feet to bring the level of my property up to the road. And I can do that. I've arranged to get dirt brought in as soon as it thaws, but I would like to be able to merge that to the road and create that berm where I can put a 6-foot fence on top of it. As you can see here, the proximity of the roundabout and my home, I'm not asking for a 6-foot fence all the way down the side of my property, but at least around the house and down half, a good portion of my fenced yard. I know if you go back to the vinyl fence, I have a 6-foot vinyl fence. It is basically negated. So I will remove that vinyl fence, bring in fill, and I would like to put a fence on top of that at road level. And I don't think that is asking too much. Those are the things that I continue to push for. Now, I think there's also, I've looked at many different options, the potential to develop the back property. I guess when I speak to that, I'm here for quality of life. I moved to Heber for quality of life that it provides, and it's been great. I'm thinking future down the road, at some point, a potential development of that back acre, little over an acre lot. If I can't get grant permission to go sewer out to Valley Hills Drive, I've got to put a pump station in and pump it to Mill Road. That would need to take place before the road is constructed or paved. So I'm trying to save future taxpayer dollars, or my dollars, I guess, because I didn't want to tear up the road, but I don't think we want to tear up the road. So that has been another piece. That's not why I'm here. I'm here just for the numbers based on the value and the determination based on that. So that's all I have. Thank you. Questions?
Before you go, let's just make sure we know what you're asking. You're asking, number one, that the value determination that the city would likely need to pay you is based on your 3 tax parcels, not just the one where your home is. Right? That's the first thing. Second, it looks like you want help from the city to fill the dirt to raise your lot equal to the new elevation of the road. And is that the entire back lot, by the way, or just to where it would maybe gradually slow down? What do you think?
Well, on the entire back lot.
The entire 2 back lots?
I would like to be treated just like everybody else on the west end that has 100 feet and a berm. Obviously, in 12, 14 feet or whatever it is, you can't construct a berm in that and have the road, right?
So let me ask, you've got the landscape back lot of your house, and then you have the pasture lots. I think there's the 2 pasture lots plus your backyard.
Correct.
Are you also talking about the 2 pasture lots and the backyard, or just the 2 pasture lots?
For Phil?
Yes, for Phil.
I'm going all the way to the canal because I can't, that's 6 foot.
So your backyard too, as well as the 2 lots?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's where.
That's the second thing you want. Okay.
Mayor, can I just clarify?
Yeah.
Mark, you're saying you want to bring in fill on your property?
I'm going to have to, yeah, I need to.
So,
otherwise I have to elevate
that
road
before the road's finished.
Correct. I've already contacted Horrocks or Hadco, I can't remember, Horrocks, who designed the road, and those guys are going to bring fill in, as well as the guys down at Smith, which is Horrocks, I think.
Hadco is the contractor.
Oh, Hadco is already agreed to bring fill in.
Okay.
Because there's ample fill in the valley.
So you'll bring your own fill in at your own cost, put it on your own property?
Yep, I'm good, yes.
Okay. Just like the guy, your neighbor, what's his name? Ben.
All right, Ben, but he got Horrocks to fill that in.
No, that was also the contractor. Horrocks is the engineering firm that's designing the roundabout.
Oh, that's Hadco.
Hadco is the contractor there. They had additional fill. He reached out to them and they put some fill on his
neighbor. Okay.
So when Ben was doing that and had them, so if you look at Ben's property, the berm is on his property.
Yeah.
Okay, he's filled that in. Okay, so I reached out to Russ at one point and said, hey, what's going on? How can I get my fill put in? And he's like, oh, you'll have to talk to whoever, but I never got a number. Never got, even had code to figure out. So I went down finally and talked to the guys in the trailer and said, hey, you did this for Ben, can I get it done? Absolutely, we got plenty of dirt, we'll fill your lot. But
is that going to cost you, or do you want the city to pay for it? I'm not
well,
sure.
right now, if we do it before, it's not going to cost anything. Minimal. It's going to be minimal. It's going to be minimal compared to what you guys did to redesign the roundabout and 100 feet for the people on the west.
I still need to know though if this is a condition you're asking the city council to pay for on the fill, or is this free from HEDCO? I don't know.
Well, that's the whole point of negotiation and communication.
I guess
is that we're trying to work together to come to a unified, beneficial plan that meets the needs of the citizen as well as the needs of the city.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? We have a joint property line and we need to work together.
So now the third thing I think that you talked about was to fill in, well, do you want the city to take out your existing fence by the house, or are you willing to take out the existing fence by the house so that the fill could be elevated, right? You were saying.
I'm sure I'll have to do that. My whole vinyl fence along my south property line will have to be removed and replaced. The rest is just field fence for my animals. And as you can see, I don't know if you want to hold the pictures back up and then enlarge, I got 6 feet there that I'm going to fill in.
Yes.
So that whole fence will be buried.
So you want the 6 feet of, you want the fill to the elevation of the road to your property line, I assume, even though your existing property on the other side of your existing fence would be lower in the elevation. So I'm assuming you want fill all the way across to your house.
Well, yeah, so on the back lot, the fill will go pretty much to, go back. Click on that so I can.
I'm just trying to figure out where I've got the PDF. Right. Here, let me control. I just don't know which one of these are.
I think it's that little orange.
Oh, there it is.
All the way to the far right.
Oh, it's. Yeah.
No, that's the law, or that's roundabout.
So you're.
My presentation.
No.
So what we're looking at, you're looking to level the ground potentially to your house on the south side, and then either you or the city install a new fence on the elevated land next to your house and backyard. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay, so this 6-foot vinyl fence will be taken all the way out. And let's go up to this one right here. Okay, so the one on the far left, that's my barn. Right? And that is, the barn itself is almost at that curb level. It's actually lower, but it's almost at that curb level. Okay? And then you go to this shot on the far right. Where's my mouse? I can't find it. This shot on the far right, you can see Marlene O'Connell's house across there at the tree. I'm gonna have to, it fills all the way across to level that out. The curb is about the same height as her fence in my yard. So I will fill over half of my lot will be filled in with fill, just like Ben has done, to level his up. And then I'd like to install a berm on the property line between me and you guys, and this fence.
So berm and fence next to your yard and backyard.
I mean berm, I'll take care of the fencing of my property.
So
yes.
berm the section next to your home, front yard, backyard.
No, okay, so I would like a berm on the back half from the barn all the way back. Right, and from the fencing, like field fence and all that stuff, that's my responsibility. I'll take care of that. I would like it permitted so that I can have a fence placed there. The only fence that I'm asking you guys to install would be a 6-foot cement wall fence from the front of my house, or the roundabout, down to the back of my house. Halfway down, maybe 150 feet of sound wall fence to mitigate the noise of 7,000 cars a day and safety factor for the first guy that's driving through.
Okay, I'm trying to pin them down, as you can tell, council. Does anybody have questions?
I might go away to clarify.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to reword something you said. Judging from these pictures, is it your intent, and by the way, judging from the other picture where the house was, because where the house is, because of the elevation, the house, yeah, you've got it there. So the level of the thing on the right-hand side picture is such that there's not a whole lot of fill right there, but there is, sorry, on the left-hand side, where the barn is.
Yeah.
So it continues to, yeah, so the fill there, theoretically, if you're standing at the curb, you're talking from there to the barn, and then because of the elevation of the house, it changes. Because of the elevation of your lot, it goes back further. Another way to word what you're asking for is fill from the level of the curb to wherever it is in your lot that becomes level to the level of the curb. Sometimes that's 15 feet back, sometimes that's 50, 60, whatever feet back. Because the intent that you're trying to get to is that the level of the curb is level backward until nature's level is at that same level, correct?
So yeah, basically from where you're flat here at the end of the 100 yards, we're at ground level, and then it continues to decline down to the canal, right? The dotted line on the bottom.
And you want to fill back into your lot far enough to where nature's ground right now is at the level of the curb.
Right.
So it's hard to define right now how far back in each section, but the theory is you want to make curb level back so your lot is naturally that level or higher.
Yeah. And then berm on that, not fence.
Okay, so this is where it's a little tricky, and you're saying that when it's level, you still want additional berm.
No.
You don't want any additional.
Where it's level from the house, from the roundabout.
When it gets leveled up.
From the roundabout where it's level with the road, right? Go in and out of my driveway. From where that part stops, basically down to I don't know if we need to go I don't necessarily need all the way down to the back of my barn where my vinyl fence is existing. You're taking out my vinyl fence. So I would like a sound wall, a cement wall from the roundabout property line down past my residence, because that's an existing residence, and I need a sound barrier and protection down through my residence, and then the rest is just berm, just like everybody else on the backside.
With the landscaping, I'm assuming too.
Well, sure. Yeah,
I have some comments, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm not sure we're getting to the real point, because I'm not willing to pay you for the other two lots. Reason being that without this road, you wouldn't have access to those. So in effect, we're giving you $1 million worth of value just with the road. And that's where we just.
No, it's quality of life. I bought this for my horses.
Hold on, it's my turn. That's where we disagree. Okay. But I'd like to go ahead and make a motion, Mayor. So I can make a motion that the.
Oh, wait a minute. Jeremy's going to say we've got.
Jeremy's gonna.
Mr. Heber's finished speaking.
I just want to clarify one thing here is, what I would say about the staking that Mr. Evans, and I've done a lot of these, is this is complicated. It's complicated because there's a lot, typically you're dealing with one property. I've done, 100 of these probably, at least, in my career. And I'll tell you, this is one of the most complicated ones I've dealt with, because there's a lot of ways to mitigate it for Mr. Evans and mitigate the damage by doing a bunch of other improvements, which I think is great if we can mitigate the damages to his property by doing a bunch of other improvements. But it opens up a lot of other questions about compensation and what you're entitled to compensation-wise. And it's a complicated negotiation because of that, as far as what is the value once we make these improvements? Who's doing these improvements? What is the cost of these improvements? Is that, if the sound wall is going to cost $80,000, is that something we're reducing off the price that we're paying them, or is that just something we're throwing in? If the field's going to cost $50,000, is that something we're throwing in? So it's complicated, and I totally agree with Mr. Evans that there's ways to mitigate the impacts on his property and put him in a better position. And we need to discuss those and sit down, discuss them with the engineers, come up with the best possible solution to mitigate the impacts on his property, and then come up with what we think is a value based on having mitigated those impacts or some of those impacts as to what the cost is. My point would be, we're not there yet, and it's not an issue that we can resolve today in this meeting, and it's not an issue, I think, that's best either for the city or for Mr. Evans to resolve in this situation. It's best to sit down with Russ, to sit down with contractors, to be able to come back with prices and try to negotiate that out. Unfortunately, we kind of ran out of time. We either need to move forward with this and move forward with the project while we continue to negotiate with Mr. Evans, or we probably need to wait an entire another year to do this project, because if we don't bid it soon, prices are going to go way up, and we can't bid it. The process, that Mr. Evans is cooperative in this process of getting an order of immediate occupancy. It can happen really quickly, and we can protect everybody, and we can make it inexpensive on everybody. To be blunt, if Mr. Evans isn't cooperative, it's going to take a couple months, probably 3 months, to get through the process to get an order of immediate occupancy. Because of our timing on the project, we need to move forward. Again, that doesn't mean we're not going to be back here presenting, hopefully 2 weeks from now, having met with Mr. Evans, gone through a lot of this, and saying, okay, here's where we're at, council. This is what we want. These are the costs of these different items. We're going to be back here at some point. I can almost guarantee you in probably the next meeting, if not the meeting after that, presenting the council with what Mr. Evans is willing to agree to and what the cost of those are. The council's going to have to make a decision at that point. Mr. Evans is going to have to make a decision at that point whether or not he wants to accept that. And regardless of how we go with whether or not it cooperates in getting the order of immediate occupancy, I hope that happens, because that's the best process to make sure that, frankly, people like me, the attorneys aren't making much money, all that's going to Mr. Evans, everything that we can do goes to try to mitigate this problem. But again, the question today is just, can we move forward with that process, or we continue to negotiate with Mr. Evans? Because we're not going to reach a solution today.
Thank you very much. This is the first time Mr. Evans has been able to negotiate or at least talk directly to the city council in a public way. Obviously, the city has hired an acquisition specialist that has not been able to meet Mr. Evans' schedule very easily, and that is a main reason why it's dragged on and on. The acquisition specialist has not brought to the city council these kinds of ideas yet. And now he's finally here to say, hey, this is what I really think I would need or want based on this. This is his first time to tell us all these things. Mr. Evans, I would like to invite you back up, because no one has the right to take away your time according to state code. If you want to come forward and say anything else, you can before any other motions proceed.
Mayor, can I just make a comment? So Russ, about the fill. So Russ, what do you go through to design a roundabout or a roadway? There's things that you have to abide by, right? Slopes, K-values, stuff like that. And just so everybody understands why there's fill there, because that's really important, to make it a safe road and roundabout. So hopefully this might answer some of your questions, Mr.
Yeah, I mean, this is from Mark's this is from Mark's presentation here. The issue here is right where this canal is. There are certain requirements of how we have to be over that canal and how high we have to be over that canal. We didn't build the road up higher across his property because we wanted the road to look down on his property. We had to go over the canal and be at a certain elevation, and we also have a certain elevation that we have to tie in at the roundabout to make the road work. So those are the reasons why it was built up like that. Keep in mind, and I've got a lot to say, I'm trying to limit my words tonight, but keep in mind that this road has been planned here for 20 years. This road would have looked like it does across this property right here, regardless of a roundabout or anything else. We have no problem with Mark wanting to fill his property. I guarantee you that if the contractors bring in material for him, it's not going to be great material. It's going to be material they're trying to get rid of, and they're not going to compact it. So there's some concern that I have with that. Now, if that doesn't matter based on what Mark's trying to do out there, then they can bring it out, we can spread it out, and that's great. What we have kind of indicated before is we were willing to do the improvements to the front. That fixes his access to the front. We've told him that we would build him an access into the back and that we would pay the damages and the value per the appraisal. That's what we felt like is fair. We felt like asking for additional work beyond that was not a responsible use of taxpayer dollars. There's the Wilcoxes across the street. They also wanted a sound wall. Well, the roundabout isn't what's causing the request for the sound wall. The road was going to go there either way. We're asking for, I think the request is 250 square feet or just under 250 square feet for the roundabout. That's what we're trying to mitigate. I have no problem with the fill. I just don't think that's our responsibility other than to give him access into his property.
It's just Aaron and Yvonne speaking, then back to Mr. Evans.
Super fast question. So if this was a four-way stop, road doesn't change.
No.
Plan for road doesn't change. If it's a two-way stop, one road, let's say no road goes straight on the other two stop, the road still doesn't change. This elevation plan, the gap to his lot, at least at the beginning of the lot, I mean, as it goes northbound, it probably gets higher naturally to an extent.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's correct.
But that doesn't change. This impact of the difference between the road and the lot has literally nothing to do with whether there's a roundabout there or four-way stop or two-way stop.
Correct. And that's what Mark was saying when he first started is that's what we're trying to say. He disagrees. He believes this is all one project that should all be considered together. And I think that was his point, but that's kind of where we disagree on that a little bit.
And then back to Mr. Evans, please.
I guess for me, I understand the desire for a fence. I don't think that is something that we should deny. With that type of, that is an impact, the noise, the sound. I understand where Mr. Evans is coming from there. He is willing to remove fencing. He's willing to do a lot. So for me, as far as with the council, I think you all know where I stand. I am not for any type of eminent domain. I think that when we start doing that, even though we are in desperate need of this, what I would ask Mr. Evans, though, is that you say there needs to be compromise. I do agree with you, but I think there also needs to be a middle ground. I think that we would all love to have what we want and what we feel is fair for us, but sometimes that's not possible. We're looking at expenses that are above and beyond that will tax the citizens as a whole. I mean, there's so many other avenues that we need to take into consideration. But I would like for us to have some type of constructive, I don't want to say push and pull, but at the same time, I think there needs to be this medium ground where we can build that fence and walk through. And so I'm hoping that somehow we can find that medium ground. You're willing to bring in the fill, you're willing to do that all yourself. But I do think that at some point,
We need to realize that the realistic output or the realistic outlook for the situation and this particular project, there has to be something. It's either part of it or it ends up being none of it. And I don't think anybody wants that. I think we want something for everybody in this as best as possible. So I'm hoping with what Jeremy's just shared with us, that we do take that into consideration and that we are willing to talk to him, but it needs to be done in an expeditious way. I think we need to make sure that anything going forward, it needs to have a decision at the next council meeting. And so I realize that you've been gone, and I know that there has been outreach to you. I'm hoping that we make an effort on your part and an effort on the city's part to get this concluded so that there doesn't need to be this very ugly word being used. That's my hope going forward. It's just, I'm hoping that we can come to some kind of conclusion because this is a project that needs to be done. And I wouldn't want it in my backyard, to be honest. And I understand how hard this is, not just for you, but for all the neighbors in that area. And I appreciate how civil you've all been in trying to work with us. And so I'm just hoping somehow we can come to a conclusion. And the council will take that into consideration and defer this until the next meeting where we make a final decision.
That's great. I have a couple of things.
So just so you know, there's no time limit on what you would like to say, okay, in the state code. And there's none of us that can cut you off. So feel free to proceed.
Okay, no, there's just a couple things left. So yes, the time for this decision has long passed, right? To your point. When you redesigned the road from adjacent to the property owners from 550 along Valley Hills Drive, I've seen plans where the road was adjacent to their property, 200 feet from their property, and it was compromised at 100 feet and a berm. Okay, that was the time that I remember speaking up in those meetings, that is not the same precedent that was set for my house. Be it a redesign of the roundabout. The roundabout is pretty square, 90 degree right in, right out. 550 isn't 90 degree right in and right out. You made adjustments. That was the time to do the right thing. Okay, so now we've done the road, and the road is basically in. So now I'm asking that it's to the numbers, and the impact on my entire property has been there. Now, the canal culvert could have been moved south. You guys own that property. You could have moved that canal culvert south, and it didn't get moved. I then have the road directly like 16 feet from my property. Okay, we missed that opportunity. I'm asking that we not miss this opportunity and we do it right. And I'm asking for cooperation. Now, I've been said my schedule has been the conflict. No. My schedule is the conflict when you call on a Tuesday and say, hey, can you meet Thursday? Or can you call, and I'm like, no, I can't meet Thursday. You have to give me adequate time to put on my schedule, just like you guys have on your schedule. And 2 day in advance notice for, the 20th, there's been 2 or 3 times where it's been, hey, we'd like to meet with you next Tuesday. I'm like, I can't next Tuesday. It has to be pushed. And, Russ has been good. The mediator that has helped has been trying to accommodate both ends of it. And I just can't react in a 40 hour time frame to meet and discuss things. So I will not take that responsibility that it's all my fault for Russ and I getting together and having this conversation. Because I've been to several council meetings prior, and I've shared my input, and I've shared, and I've confronted, I've talked to UDOT at the junior high meeting and saying, mine is the only, I am 2 decibels off of a sound wall mandated by UDOT because of what it is. I'm 2 decibels off. I'm the only one. Everybody else is like 33. I'm close. That's where it is. So I think we missed that opportunity. Now I'm asking you to do the right thing for my quality of life in this home that I've selected and want to live in. Thank you.
All right, council, any other questions, discussion, or can I open it up for the public comments? Okay, I'm going to open it up for the public comments up to 10 minutes. Please, anyone's welcome to come forward. You have 3 minutes each, and please state your name. If there's anyone online, you're more than welcome to come off mute, and I'll call on you too. So public comments open for this agenda item. Okay, it looks like we'll close the public comment section then and turn it back to you, council, for any questions, comments, motions.
I'd like to make a motion here.
Go ahead.
I move that we approve the filing of eminent domain action on the 250 square feet of property. Any questions?
Is there a second?
Just to clarify, we need the eminent domain action will also include, I think it's a 250 square foot. I think you just approve the eminent domain action because we're taking the 250 square feet, but we also have a construction easement. So just to clarify, I just want to make sure there's an argument to say that construction easement. Yeah, it's a temporary construction easement, but it's the property, approve the use of eminent domain.
Leave it at that.
Yeah, leave it at that.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's not shorting anybody.
Adjust my motion to approve the filing of eminent domain for the property in question.
With the additional 250 square feet in temporary construction easement?
No, just stating as I stated.
So he doesn't have to add anything?
No, this is his statement.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second that.
All right, let's take the vote starting on this side.
Can we discuss that?
Yes, if you want to.
Yeah. So, yeah, I totally feel for you, Mr. Evans, and I understand what Russ is trying to do, and this is a hard thing. I'm new to the council, but I've been on the plan commission. Council is tough, it's a hard decision. Is there any way that we can still have talks and compromise and all that? Will that still be a part?
That is the intent. Just to clarify, and Jeremy kind of covered this, but the intent here is to allow us to move forward. We're hoping that Mr. Evans will be willing to sign an order of immediate occupancy while we continue negotiations. We're hoping that it still comes to negotiations. There is a possibility if we can't come to terms, that it could go all the way, but the total intent here is to just get the order of immediate occupancy so we can move forward with the project and continue those negotiations.
So with that, I highly recommend negotiating. So I'm with you on to, it's a tough thing. Yes.
As part of the discussion, council and Russ, I know there's a mediator, but would it be helpful, and we've done this with the airport, for two of us to sit with you and Mr. Evans, and maybe yes or no, the negotiator, and work past something this next week or two, rather than having to have a go-between, because I've never even met this mediator. I don't know what
He's here. He's a great guy. He's on the front row.
None of us, we're the ones that have to actually make the decision, and it's, I think it would be quicker if we could do that. We can bring back some things and then advocate for that mediation rather than wonder about it.
Yeah, and honestly, would love that as staff. When we are doing this, we're trying to follow the process, use the appraisals, and just try to be as fair as we can for both sides. But it would be helpful potentially to have you there. We need to work with Mark and his schedule and make something that works. But just the real point is the intent here is not to condemn and just take it and move forward. It's to allow us to move forward with the project. We need to get it advertised, continue to negotiate, hoping we can come to terms. We intended on trying to bring something, of course, back to the council when we had come to terms. But yeah, I think it would be helpful. And then, of course, if we just can't, then the process could go all the way to condemnation, but that's not the goal.
Okay, does anybody want to volunteer for that?
For just a question. So, and this is probably a question for you, actually, Jimmy. So without this action, if we were to approve this action, without this action, we cannot advertise it, we cannot put it out for bid. So the potential cost, like you stated at the beginning, is either a much higher city and taxpayer cost with increased construction costs later in the year, or a year delay and an unfinished road for a year.
Yeah, I don't think we could put it out to bid until, I mean, again, it's tricky because the process is very dependent on whether or not the property owner cooperates. But if the property owner doesn't cooperate, which is certainly, his prerogative, it's about a 3-month process to get order of immediate occupancy. So if we bid it, in 2 weeks, which we want to do, Russ wants to do, and we want to start construction in the spring, we can't wait another month or two and then start the process because we won't have time to get through it and guarantee that we can bid it, get a contractor on board, and be ready to start when that contractor's ready to start. So, yes, the long and short of it is, if we want to do it this year and bid it, because I wouldn't recommend that we bid the project unless we know we can meet the timeline and be ready for the contractor when the contractor's ready to start. And at this point, we're getting very close to the point where if we don't bid it soon, that the costs are going to go way up because contractors start looking up all their jobs right around now for the summer. If you wait a job this big, we're going to get the last of the contractors and they're going to jack up the price.
We're ready for this to hit the papers tomorrow if we can. That's what we would like to do with bidding.
Can you do that without him signing anything?
We can with
We can,
this
because
action.
we'll have time to get through the process.
Yes, now.
But again, we won't start construction for months.
Well, we're hoping for April.
Months. Which gives us plenty of time to continue to negotiate, hopefully reach a resolution. And then, of course, even if we begin the project, maybe there are certain things that, we want to put in before the project starts because it's more efficient, and we'll look at those. But even starting the project doesn't limit our ability to negotiate. Typically, when we file a complaint, it's a normal complaint. So normally you'd have 21 days to answer the complaint. Every case I've ever done where we have people that want to continue to negotiate, we just agree to stipulate that they will have to file an answer. We can continue to negotiate as long as we want. The other thing is, usually what we do is, state law requires us to deposit the amount of our appraisal into court. Typically what we'll do if the property owner wants to is we'll pay the property owner some portion of that at the time we file so that they get some of the money now, so they don't have to wait to get the money until later. So there's some incentive about them also financially to say you're going to get some money now if you allow us to move forward and we stipulate. So again, there's a benefit to the property owner. We're not ending negotiations by any means. We're just making sure that the city's in the position that if we go through the bid process, we're ready to move forward with the project in 3 months that we're legally entitled to move forward with it at that point.
So my question is this. I have a question in that 10 days, that's all I'm asking from the council, that we give the opportunity. I like Mike's idea of having council members who will sit down and have this discussion with Mr. Evans. And at that time, if there's no negotiation, all we're doing is from now until the next council meeting. I don't think 10 days will make that big of a difference. I think that we will have a better understanding of what Mr. Evans is looking for, and then we will be able to have a better opportunity to negotiate with him. And then at that time, we put this back on the agenda, and at that time, we still have the discussion, and if there is no
no compromise, then yes, we go forward with what Jeremy's proposing and what's been proposed. But I'm hoping that we bide on the conversation and patience. I know that that's a hard thing to ask right now. We have a project that needs to be done. We've been waiting for a long time. But I feel that 10 days gives us an opportunity to mend fences, if you will, with our community and with the citizen who pays taxes and who's just asking for some conversation. And if at that time Mr. Evans is unable to negotiate with us fairly, we're back here in 2 weeks and able to move forward. There's little time that's taken from any type of process where you're not going to be able, I feel that it's really not that big of a difference. Sure, if we were doing this into the following month, for sure, then we have an issue. But this is 2 weeks away. 2 weeks, folks. So that's my hope. You're more than welcome to make a motion on that. I can do 3 motions at once. We've got 1 pending and ready for the vote. If you want to make a second motion to continue this, we'll see if there's a second.
Let me speak to Yvonne's point concerning my motion. I think the full intent is, like everyone has said, negotiations continue. But I think we do need to make a decision tonight so that we are ready to move forward. Negotiations in good faith will continue. But if there's not a resolution, if there's not an agreement, then we can move forward. Hopefully there is a resolution and agreement.
I mean, that would be my motion. My motion would be that I'm just asking for time and that we bring this back at the next meeting that gives 2 council members to go and have a serious discussion with Russ, with Mark, with Jeremy, and if nothing is decided at that point, 10 days, folks, 10 days. I know that sounds a lot, but at that point, then we move forward with exactly what you want to do. And I don't see how we're doing anything except showing respect to someone who's asked for some support or some guidance and maybe just asking for some help and preserving his, like he said, his peace of mind, his property. So this is put in $1 million. My house, I bought it for $52,000, so gives you an idea where I'm coming from. I feel that I would be willing to do that for anyone on this council or any other citizen. 10 days is not a big ask, so that would be my motion. Okay, so we have a second motion that can stop the first for right now, according to our rules of order. Is there a second on the motion to delay this item, continue it for 2 weeks, and to appoint 2 council members to help with the negotiations with Mr. Evans and Mark? I'm sorry, Mr. Evans and Russ. Is there a second?
I really don't think we can wait. You know, I'm in the construction business right now, and getting qualified and pricing is a huge thing. And we need to get this out there as soon as we can. I would recommend that we do have 2 council members go and meet. I think that would be good. I volunteer if that's somebody that you guys decide. I do this for a living and I understand grading and all that. So
I would amend my motion to.
Okay, wait. Let's just take care of this one at a time, please. So, just to verify, is there a second on Yvonne's motion? Okay, I do not see any. I'm sorry, that motion dies. So let's go back to the original motion.
This would amend my motion to have 2 council members appointed to meet with Mr. Evans within the next 10 days. The procedural things to go forward with them, they may no way stand.
Second that.
Okay, so this original second still stands. Mr. Evans, are you available in the next 10 days on this kind of a timeline?
Balance the week out, but next week I can I'll be available, I guess.
Next week you'll be available, or whoever the 2 members are that are chosen, and we'll get to that in just a bit. Let's make sure that you guys all meet together and set up what's convenient for you and work that out, okay? Okay, so let's vote now on this side, please.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Who are the 2 council members that would like to meet with Mr. Evans and Russ?
I would volunteer for my services.
If Mark will agree, I do too.
Anybody else want to volunteer?
My just might be is, if there's some reason you don't want one of those two. Nothing really to add, but I'm happy to give you another.
I'd really like Mr. Phillips to volunteer, but he's obviously not in that position. I don't think you do. No, yeah, let's just talk about
Well, obviously, he can participate through emails, right? Or the other council members talking with him. And it's going to have to come back to the whole council, right? Okay, we really appreciate your time, Mr. Evans, and all of the neighbors that have come out to support you. We really hope that we can find a fair and equitable settlement to be able to progress on this. And I just can't thank you enough for your patience. Even though we've tried, we certainly haven't tried enough to settle this. So thank you very much for your time. Okay, everybody, you can see the time that's left before the usual 10 p.m. Closing time. We need to move to the public hearing on ordinance 2024-03, adopting the Heber City Facilities Master Plan, including the Heber City Capital Facilities Plan, the Impact Fee Facilities Plan, and the Impact Fee Analysis. And I will turn that time now over to Russ Funk and one of our consultants, Bart for us, as well as
All right. Okay, I'm just going to run through some of the key items from my staff report. So the purpose of this item is to present the proposed updates to the 2023 updates to the Heber City culinary water, sanitary sewer, streets, storm drain, and pressurized irrigation master plans. These plans include the impact fee facility plan and the impact fee analysis. Our recommendation is to hold a public hearing, provide input to staff as necessary, and approve the ordinance 2024-03, adopting the plan and fees as proposed. The last version was 2018. It's typical to update these every 5 years. I want to make sure everybody understands that the intent of the master plan is to try to make sure that you're planning for the overall needs of the community, for system improvements rather than just developments coming in and doing their little individual needs. When there is a system improvement that's caused for, the cause for that system improvement is growth and development, then those improvements can be at least partially funded by impact fees. And that's the purpose of this plan, is to figure out what those costs are for the projects and how to fairly and proportionally charge those impact fees to, this is not the right, oh yeah, it is, to new growth. So there's a table in here that kind of summarizes the impact fees. We've kind of talked about some of the key discussion points earlier today in the work meeting. We talked about the 45% subsidy for non-residential street impact fees. And so there's a couple policy decisions to keep in mind as we go. I'm going to turn it over to Bart. He's got a presentation, and then we'll have a public hearing and answer any questions. Let's see here. Bart, do you want this up there, or can I just run it for you from here? Oh, you have the PowerPoint.
I think we'll just take a minute, council. Why don't we bring that up here? We're going through it.
Okay.
Because I'm probably going to. Okay, will that stretch to me?
Yeah, it's gonna be close.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. Okay, this is from a more lengthy presentation that we didn't have time to hear earlier in the work session. There, is that a little better? As Russ said, we take and do an update about every 5 years, and this is covering culinary water, sewer, stormwater, pressurized irrigation, and streets for Heber City. I would say Heber City proper. It excludes everything north of Coyote Canyon Parkway and focuses just on more of the traditional Heber City area for these utilities. So I'm probably going to pick and choose through this a little bit, since this is actually just more of a summary for a public hearing. And then if we need to, we can focus on things after the public hearing, depending on if there's any comments, and we get to some council discussion. This presentation is going to cover, for the master plan, covers population, these different systems that we have out there. And I was going to summarize with the final costs and the impact fees. The one thing I'll say, I think you understand the need for a plan. As long as there's growth occurring, we've got to have a plan for that, or things get very expensive and things have to be redone without it. We want to maintain the little system, the level of service that we're currently offering our existing residents. And so you need a facilities master plan to help prepare for that. You don't want to end up with inadequate facilities down the road. And the other purpose of this is to provide a funding mechanism to equitably allocate those costs across the different sources of funding that we have. Russ mentioned there's 3 components. Sometimes these are broken up into different studies. In this master plan, the city has traditionally combined them all in the same plan. There's the master plan that identifies all of the projects that you need in the 20-year window. The second piece is a capital facilities plan, which costs out what all those projects are, and then allocates those costs among the various sources of funding. Impact fees do not always, projects are not always funded 100% from impact fees, because sometimes you're replacing some wore out facilities, and so existing revenue residents need to pay for that. The third is coming up with the actual fee that you're going to be charging growth. So that portion that's impact fees, we take all of the growth that we project, divide it by or take all of the costs that we project, divide it by the growth that we forecasted, and come up with what the fee is that the residents or businesses are going to pay. So with that in mind, we start out with the population. What we have done is we've taken an estimate for 2023, forecasted ahead using a percentage, a little over 4% to 2031, the next 8 years, and then a little over 1% through the remainder of the 20-year window. It turned out to be a little bit higher than what MAG and the governor's office had projected, because when we looked at it, it didn't quite accurately reflect. They had kind of the Heber area, and when we looked at what's historically happened in Heber City, the numbers were low, and so we took and felt like it was more accurate to use the percentages to project what we've seen and expect in Heber City. There's a lot of work and coordination with MAG as well for selecting kind of that hybrid method. Currently, we've anticipated or forecast we're about 18,000 population, and at the end of the 20-year window, that's going to be almost 30,000. And again, that's just Heber City, excluding North Village.
That's just here.
Yeah, yeah. And you can see that in the chart where the break is in the line there is where it starts, that rate of growth tapers off. We also use land use projections. We take the city's annexation plan that you've adopted, we take the zoning that the city's adopted, and we want to look at what ultimately, potentially, the city could have as a population or for growth. And based on those documents that the city's following, that after the 2043 number, that could potentially go up to about 36,000, so another 22%. We've estimated that roughly 46% for this plan is going to be multifamily of some kind. And as I've said, it's just for Heber City proper. This is the land use map, zoning map that the city has. And really the only annexation areas that we're anticipating that have any potential is down where the South Fields or the Heber Valley Sanitation District sewer farm is, and a little bit south of that. The rest is already in the city. Yes.
Are those white squares with numbers in them, please?
They reference back, if you go to the actual master planning document, there's a table in the population section, and it correlates to those numbers of the number of units we project in each of those areas. Yeah. And also in this, it's incorporated in some redevelopment in the central Heber area that the council has already discussed and approved, that there's potential in central Heber for redevelopment there. And so we've taken that into account as well. You get to the sections, I'll just spend a little bit of time on the water. The rest of the sections are going to be similar, but the presentation itself was comparing what's changed from the last master plan. So what you see on the left is what was forecast or projected or used in the last master plan. What you see on the right is what the new proposed master plan is. Some things haven't changed, some have. Of course, population, we've moved that 20-year window ahead 5 years. And so the population, the ERUs is the term we use most of the time, has increased. As far as in the water side of things, indoor and outdoor use remains, we've kept that the same. And with the exception of what we talked a little bit about in the work session, we intend over this next 5-year period to actually see that indoor use go down when we make application to the state.
So right there, you're saying in the second column, source good to 2028 with the pressurized irrigation and the state reduction waiver that we're trying to see?
Yeah, let me explain what that is. So the sources are like our wells and spring. Storage is our tanks. These are the physical facilities that we have out there. And originally, the last master plan update, we thought, and these numbers actually include continuing to convert people over existing people on the culinary system to pressurized, like you've done in Central Heber, part of that the last couple of years. So it factors all that in. But we thought we were good through the planning window last time for storage and for source. And this time it's moved that up.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
2028, 4 years from now.
Right.
Right. That's
so we went back, first going back and looking, why did that occur? Well, the numbers that we had used before for the population projection, the ERUs that we project, the growth that we project, the assumptions that we made, it occurred a lot quicker than we anticipated. It moved it up, was one of the reasons. The other was, this has had less impact, but it still influenced it, was the numbers we used to estimate what non-residential users, businesses were going to use. Historically, most of this is driven a lot from historical information. They ended up using a lot more. We had a lot more high water users over that period than we'd anticipated, which also brought that capacity that we have in our storage and sources further up sooner. So, but the one thing, going back to the state reduction, by the time we do the next master plan, we're pretty confident we will have this reduction from the state that will push those numbers out significantly when we will run out of capacity for storage and for sources. So even though it looks like it's kind of we've got to do something right now, we actually are in good shape because we know we're not using as much water as the state requires us
use. I was just also going to say, so right now with the PI conversion we're doing, we're showing we're okay to 2028, even with the higher numbers the state requires. Yes. Once we do that state reduction, we'll bring it down, and then we also are going to convert the west side of town eventually from off the culinary system to PI, which will help us further. So we update this plan about every 5 years. We think next time we update it, it will push it hopefully outside the planning window, but at least 5 to 10 years down the road. So we're comfortable with where we're at.
Oh, that's good. I wasn't, but we're not using the Valley Hills well right now. But did you calculate that into your 2028 deadline, that it is in use? Or that it would be fixed at a certain point and could be used?
Yes, this assumes all of our sources are functioning. So I'm going to touch maybe, we'll see when we get to that point, a little bit on water rights later, but there's no change in the water rights that we're collecting as far as the amount when residential and non-residential come in. And then bottom line is the impact fee actually went down from what it has been. And probably the main drivers of that are, one, we've built a number of projects now, taking them out of the mix. And then we have a higher population to spread that cost over because the growth numbers are higher now. And that lowers the impact fee because you've got more people that are paying it. So that is, and you'll see this pattern through a lot of the other facilities. A lot of them went down. So with that in mind, you'll see in the master plan, we take and we show, let's see if we got it right here. Yeah. We have a map that shows the future facilities. And again, I won't go into details right now. Then we list all the projects that are shown there. This is the area where we take and break it up. Where's the money coming to pay for these projects? Not only estimating the cost, but we have impact fees paying for a portion. We have our operating funds, in this case, water, that pays for a portion. That's existing users. Maybe it's wore out and needs to be replaced. So we have to break the project into these different components for a pipeline, for example. And then, of course, developers, if it just serves a single developer, they pay also for some of these projects. The impact fee really only covers the portion where you have a project that benefits multiple developers, and the impact fee is the tool you use to equitably pay for the oversizing or growth portion of those kind of projects. And then sometimes we have some other funds, grants or otherwise, that help contribute to these. The other thing you'll notice in this table on the left-hand column, we have a few projects that are labeled Ultimate or ULT, and these are not in the costs. These are outside the 20-year window. We bring these in as the window moves forward, but we show them in the plan anyway, so we have a complete plan. And so there are some projects that are ultimate outside the window. They're not factored in right now into the cost, but we bring them in as we need. Water rights. This is, we've been talking about the physical facilities, and it's important to know that that's different. You know, we got to have the capacity. We got to be able to, in this case, get the water out to people. We have to have the storage and so forth. And water rights, this is what people are actually referring to a lot of times, saying, we're running out of water, we don't have enough water. It's not the physical facilities, it's really the water rights they're talking about. Do we have that water available we can use and put into these physical facilities? So this is a listing, you'll see it in the master plan report, of the water that we have converted from irrigation to municipal, so it could be used in the culinary system. And so it just represents that. Probably the main comment I'll make is we recently did a big conversion of our Wasatch and Timpanogos irrigation in the last 3 years. And Although we have, you see the total at the bottom in the gray there, about 7,000 acre feet of water that is converted that can be used in the municipal system, and that's significantly more than what our average demand is. We're actually using those bottom gray ones still in the pressurized irrigation system. We were able, with this large conversion, to make it flexible so we could either pull it from the canals or pull it from our wells. So you got to take that out, and the remaining, if you take that water out that we're still using in the pressurized system, you've got about 5,000 acre feet, which is sufficient for our average demand. It's more than our average demand, but you also have to be able to meet your peak demand with your biggest day. And it's not quite enough to meet that. But the reason is the earlier discussion on the actual water usage and the state reduction. The reason is because we're not using as much water. And so we're in good shape, water right-wise, for our culinary system is the main point. Okay, now I'm going to breeze through these others because they're very similar. Sanitary sewer, again, the window moved forward, ERUs are up. That means that flows are up, both at the treatment plant. User flows, the actual amount that our users use has actually gone down a little bit from the last master plan. That's before we'd estimated 335 gallons a day per ERU, and that's gone down a little bit. And the reason is we've been replacing a lot of these leaking pipes out there. The city continues to do that, and we see less infiltration into the system. And then there's conservation efforts that are also ongoing. So that helps to continually bring that amount down. This time we've seen the infiltration into our sewer system go down a little bit. So that's a positive sign that things are working. The impact fee at the end goes down as well, again, because of projects and a larger population to spread that across. We've got a map in there that shows the projects, a table, same kind of table as water, that shows the projects, and it's broken out by the different funding sources. The next is streets. The last master plan, we had a little different standards for our streets. Since then, the city's adopted narrower street standards, and that's been reflected in the new master plan. Before the last master plan, the bypass that we talk about a lot was, we didn't know quite how that was going to get built, and it may have been a local project. And so now that's moved on, as you're well aware, that UDOT's taken the lead in sponsoring the environmental assessment, and that project is moving forward in cooperation with them. The impact fee itself, though, because we have added a number of projects, has gone up. And then this brings in the discussion that we started to have. If the streets impact fee goes up, it also increases that subsidy that the city has historically been participating in. That those costs also for the city go up. And we can talk more about that at the end.
I just wanted to say, yeah, we have more projects in there, but also projects are way more expensive than they were a few years ago. Road projects, hardscape, it is really almost doubled in the past several years. So that's another reason the impact fees increased.
So this is the one that really has increased significantly. So it's nice to have some go down, but this one has gone up. So that's the impact fees. Let's see, we have a map for that. Again, projects are all listed in detail. And storm drain. The main comment I'll say on storm drain is we don't have an impact fee for storm drain. Initially we had one many years ago, and with the projects, but the way we were assessing the impact fee was not a real strong way. We were legally advised not to do that. And so what we did is we took, because most of our storm drain system, except for the central Heber area, was related to streets. So we took all those storm drain facilities and put them into the street impact fee because they're directly related to the streets. And the remainder was pretty much central Heber. You know, the storm drain system for central Heber, it's ditches, and pretty much. And we have what we've been calling first flush, basically to capture some projects and in there to capture the first initial stormwater runoff from the roads. And as the regulations continue to get tighter and we move towards an MS4 designation, hopefully you're familiar with that, we need to be thinking about those existing residents in central Heber and how we can improve the water quality there in that system. So we do have a few projects in there to help with that water quality. As I said, we anticipated before we would be designated after the 2020 census, that we would be designated a MS4 community. That didn't happen, but we still anticipate it's coming. We still anticipate that's going to happen. We also recommended last time that we needed to get a design manual in place in more detail to how we were designing our stormwater facilities, so development had a better guide and more detail on that. And the council adopted that since the last master plan update. We also are going to need to do a stormwater management plan. That's a requirement for once you become designated an MS4 community. That defines all your processes, the inspections, everything that you do in relation to water quality. And so it's still a recommendation that we need to pursue if either when we are designated an MS4 or maybe even sooner. So that's in there. But still, we're not charging an impact fee. We continue that. The way these projects, any stormwater projects are paid for is through our utility fee. Initially, that was one of the key purposes why that was established. So with that in mind, again, we have a map, we have a few projects. In this one, I'll say the only project in there that would be potential is impact fee eligible is whenever we do a second expansion of the public works facility. And you'll see that on the right, that's the only one with money in that column. But since we don't have a fee, that would have to be provided for through the utility fee or some other means.
Can I just ask, was that the phase that we didn't build this time with the extra bays in the back?
I believe so, right?
Yeah, so we built phase one in 2016, 18, and then there was a second phase plan.
So it's basically the same plan that we looked at back then, but we only built the first bay system, so to speak, and then there was the second bay for additional storage in the back.
Correct.
Okay.
One quick clarifying question. So I know that the impact fees can't be used for too many things, but on page 349, so the map, the HGS systems and the proposed ponds, and those things that the impact fee could pay for, still.
They could, because it's correcting an existing deficiency. And to clarify,
the future. Oh, I understand.
No,
So what systems there are already some improvements?
Yeah. What we generally require for new developments is that they treat and retain all of their stormwater on site. And so where you're doing that, they're not impacting the overall system. Downtown Heber, we have existing ditches, we're discharging it. That's the existing deficiency. And so it's not an impact fee eligible expense. We do have impact fee eligible or impact fees assigned for the North Village area because there's an overall system there and a new impact that they're all contributing to. So the North Village area is different.
The context of my question is just looking at the fee increase and hoping there's some other way to offset that.
Yeah, the state rules are pretty strict on how you can use impact fees. But they're still a very useful tool. It's still a way to try and fairly distribute these costs or pay for some of them. Let's see, pressurized irrigation is the last one. Again, the number of units have gone up since the last master plan. There's no change in the outdoor use that we assume for outdoor irrigation. But the average and peak day uses have gone up because the populations have gone up. We've started the pressurized irrigation conversion of Central Heber, and as Russ said, we've completed about almost half that now, about half that, which has been a good thing. And the impact fees are going to go down for pressurized irrigation as well. There's a map. These are the projects for pressurized irrigation. I just wanted to touch on water rights again here. We have water rights we haven't converted over our culinary system. This is just a table on the left of the different shares of irrigation company water that we've collected that's still available. And the reason it's shown is you want to make sure we're not over collecting. We have this huge amount of water, but you're right, comfortable where you have enough for your needs, but yet you're not, you don't have huge amounts just sitting there. And you can see that we haven't converted is about 2,200 acre feet of water from these different irrigation companies. It was a lot more, but we moved that over, as I showed before, to our municipal water, and which protects it too, because you got to beneficially use it. So you take that 2,200, you subtract out the vacant lots that are out there that have contributed it, but maybe haven't built yet. That's about 700, well, let's see, more than that. It's almost 1,000, almost half of it. And the remainder of is what we estimate, for this conversion of Central Heber. We need that as we move them over to the PI system. We've got to have water rights to cover that. And so what you're left with is not very much excess water. We don't have a huge amount, but we have enough, is the main point that's trying to share with you there. And so the city has a policy. You don't develop unless you can bring that water to the city. So really, we're out of water. We don't have enough water. That's not the case, because if they don't have the water to come in, you won't approve them to be developed. So with that in mind, the cost of the overall improvements, you've seen this in the material that you've got. We've got about $136 million of improvements. That's total cost. Out of that, impact fees are going to pay about 45% of that, about $61 million, if you implement the plan that's being presented today. This is just a cost or a summary of all the different impact fees. There's the impact fees on the left, or the impact fees that were approved in the last master plan, incrementally increased for inflation. Every year we have built into the policy that we can increase those for inflation. So these are what they were as of January. The recommended impact fees in all cases except streets are going down. Streets are going up significantly. So overall, for those impact fees that are in this plan, it's about a 10% increase in what maybe a typical residence would pay. So with that in mind, we've already talked about this state use reduction that we're going to be pursuing. We've had some discussion already in the work meeting about this on streets, 45% subsidy, which is a council discretion thing. And the next steps would be to have the public hearing, and then when the council's comfortable after their discussion and questions, whether it's today or another time, to adopt the master plan and impact fees. So thank you.
If I may add that you're not able to actually, if the council is to adopt it tonight, we can't start enforcing those impact fees for 90 days. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm recommending, even though we know we want to make some additional updates to this plan, we do want to get it adopted if the council's comfortable and start that clock. And then we can come back and do additional study.
So we don't have to start the clock again if we adopt it and make more cheaper.
We will. We'll have to wait 90 days again before we adopt those. But as you can see, we're facing a pretty good deficiency in the street funds. And I'd like to collect those as soon as we can.
And Matt, you said that that's not something that's not something, whoever, that's, the 45% isn't something we can talk about.
I would suggest you make time to talk about it, but not tonight. I think it's getting late. I think there's a lot of elements to this you need to consider and find the time to consider it in its due course. So I would not consider that tonight. I would consider the public hearing and maybe coming back at a later time, maybe adopting and considering the 45% policy.
So it is, these recommended impact fees right now do include that subsidy, and the enactment ordinance reflects what's in this plan. So if you adopt it as is, it will include that subsidy until you change.
And I would like to actually open up for the council that we remove that 45% streets impact fee subsidy policy. And then I would be willing to approve the rest of it, but that particular item, I think we need to remove that from the recommendations and from the master plan itself.
If I may really quick, I would suggest that before you consider removing it, that you look at the impact fees being charged by your sister communities. You might get a good sense where your impact fees are relative to theirs. That's probably where the economic development's going to go. You're going to chase those cheaper lots, cheaper impact fees. You should probably know what those fees are being assessed by your sister jurisdictions.
Let's look at high growth areas too, like ours. You see what I mean? Midway's not growing to the same extent we are. Certainly Charleston isn't. Of course, their impact fees are going to be lower. You see what I mean? We need to be looking at comparable cities that are experiencing growth rates like ours.
Well, that's Washington County.
So, but for commercial, it doesn't make sense because you're not competing with Washington County for commercial, you're competing with Midway and Charleston.
I personally don't feel that it's an issue at this point for us to be so concerned about with respect to this commercial situation. I think that we really need to take into consideration what do we need now in order for us to meet that future demand, in order for us to be ready for that. And because things are, we've already heard several times, things are so much more expensive now, I feel that that 45% is something that can be used to benefit our needs now. And I know that, and I understand what you're trying to say, you know, do we want this to go elsewhere? I don't think we really are. This was put in how many years ago? Like what, 12 years ago, 13, 14 years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, that was at a time when we really needed it. And since then, we have put in the MPOC, we've added all of that commercial, all those commercial properties are coming online going forward. So that's taken care of. They've received their 45% discount, if you will. But for us, what we have coming forward, we really need to take into consideration. I think it would be irresponsible of us as a council to ignore these very big numbers that would be beneficial for our engineering department and usage of things that we need absolutely right now.
I need to open up the public hearing, please. We've advertised it, so I need to take public comment. If anyone's here at 9:50 to be able to do so. So, Bart, feel free to stay close, everyone, in case there are questions. Everyone, I'm going to open up the public hearing now for ordinance 2024-03 to adopt the Heber City Facilities Master Plan, including the city capital facilities plans, impact fee facilities plans, and the impact fee analysis. If anyone's online, feel free to come off mute or feel free to come to the podium and state a public comment. Public hearing is now open. Okay, just a few more seconds, everyone. Maybe we need the countdown clock to give us that 30 seconds or a minute, right? So we can make sure that that time passes. Okay, I will close the public hearing for ordinance 2024-03 and turn it back to the council for questions, comments. Go ahead, Mike.
Mark, well done. I know you had help, I think, but it's really great to see you back here.
Yeah.
Just kind of deja vu, and it's cool.
I was thinking of it, this is my cameo appearance.
Yeah, you can. You excel. So a couple of questions. So back on the PI water rights shares table, when you say vacant lots and vacant lots, indoor vacant lots outdoor, that is lots that have been approved. Let's just say Sawmill, for example, or Tim Meadow, or somewhere, and they turned in shares. Okay, these aren't vacant lots in downtown. And then, so when it says we've got an irrigation share balance of 118 acre feet, are you comfortable if we use some of those at some point for, if we're talking affordable housing? Is this extra that we could, as a council, if we were doing, say, a public-private partnership, could we use some of that 118 acre feet?
It's not a lot of water.
I know it's not, but it's some.
Just to be aware, it's not a lot of water, the trends change. I mean, I think moving forward, what are we going to see? I think we're going to continue to see more conservation, not less. I think we'll probably see more. I think we'll see that number grow, right? If people continue to conserve, and that's the water we have, and their usage goes down, that number may go up. Right now, I think the point is there's not a whole lot there, but it is our water. It's a city. It belongs to the
Excess water that we own. Okay.
Yeah, I think what Russ said is correct. I wouldn't commit to it right now. At that time, I think it's something that could be looked at. You'd want to look at it carefully and evaluate it. But it is a consideration you could have.
Okay. And my last question is back to the road impact fee. If we adopt this tonight and move this forward like you're requesting, and then don't change that, is that something that we can come back to later this year if we've talked through it, or do we have to start over with a whole other study?
Well, our intent is to come back with an amendment. Where we want to, as you know, we want to reanalyze that first east and first west collector. That's what's been recommended in the map. We want to reanalyze to move those over to third and fifth. Do we have to come up with another alternative? So we want to reanalyze that. And we also want to look at the intersections with Main Street, the signal. Each of those signalized intersections, what recommendations do we have as we're moving forward? Do we need additional turn lanes? What do we need to do there? So we want to look.
We're going to amend it anyway.
So we're going to be amending it. It's, in the next, hopefully this year, and we can come back and we can have more of that conversation if that's what the council wants to do. We can move forward and we can have more discussion then as we make those amendments. But whatever you want to do.
We've actually done that before. After the plan's been adopted, some things have changed and we've come back and amended sections.
But we do have to go through the process, the advertisements, and again, after
the public hearing,
and the 90 days.
Well, I'm satisfied. I will be voting to approve this if we get there.
I'm sorry, was that a motion or not?
No.
Council, are there any other questions, comments, or motions?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the master plan.
And ordinance.
2024-03. Is that correct, Tran? That's my motion.
Any adjustments?
No.
So you're not willing to remove the 45%?
Not yet, I'd like to study.
I'll second that motion.
Can I say one thing there? So just on the 45%, if we reduce the impact fee, we can do that typically without going through all the process to notice it, because we're reducing the impact fee. We're never going to get challenged on a reduction in impact fee. If you come back 30 days from now and you take that out or you reduce it 20%, we got to renotice the whole meeting, because technically that'd be an increase. in the impact fees. So just so council is aware, if you're thinking about considering it in the next 90 days, I would take it, the 45% out and add it back in. If you're not, then your motion stands. So, does that make sense?
The plan would be to do a more extensive study.
Yeah,
Probably bring it back next winter, like
yeah.
have this through this development year and then bring it back.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that if we're thinking about doing it in the next 90 days, I would take it out and then add it back in at that point, but otherwise it's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, is council ready for the vote on this? All right, let's start on this end.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I want the 45% out. And,
Yes.
okay, ordinance 2024-03 passes 4-0. Thank you again, Willette, for all of your work. We really need this in our city. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting to 10:30.
If I may, we can technically punt 3, 4, 5, and 6 to the next meeting. I would suggest if you're ready to act upon item 4, with no discussion, go ahead and take action on that. Otherwise, we can't come to the items next meeting if you wish.
And I'm asking to be present at the next meeting if that makes any difference.
Okay, so we got a motion on the floor to extend the meeting to at least 10:30. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I can get Aaron beat you. And let's take a vote on that, please, starting on this end.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, motion passes. We're still going to be in session for the next 35 minutes.
Because we have the next meeting and then the next meeting, that's a short meeting.
So let's go to ordinance 2024-02 to update the C3 commercial zone, C3 design criteria, and parking regulations within the C3 zones. When are you ready?
Mayor, let me jump in here. John just had to drop off. He's no longer available. I would suggest we take number 3 for this meeting.
John's going to present on it.
Yeah. I move that we move that item to the next meeting.
Is there a second? Okay, so that's continuing it to the next February meeting. We've got a second by Mike Johnston. Starting on this end, please.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay, so that item is continued 5-0 on agenda item number 3. Thank you, sir, for your patience. Sorry we didn't get to it. Okay, so now we're to agenda item number 4, ordinance 2024-05, removing section 5.26.045, notice of short-term rental restrictions. Jeremy, you are really earning your pay tonight. Come on about that.
All right, so this section of the code was added in December to create kind of an alternative avenue for HOAs to notify the city that their CCNRs restrict short-term rentals. There's some discussion at the council retreat regarding updating changes to our short-term rental code in general. We're still working on some of those changes and intending to bring them back. But this was a section that council had suggested that they may consider removing. So we brought it back to let council decide what to do with it.
Any other comments, questions, motions on the ordinance, Mike?
I know Park City just did the same thing we're doing and just reaffirmed that they're not going to get in the middle of HOA CCRs 2 weeks ago. So with that, I move that we adopt ordinance 2024-05 as proposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Second. Any further discussion, questions? All right, let's start on this end.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay, that ordinance 2024-05 passes 5-0. Everyone, the next agenda item is the election of a mayor pro tem for the municipal code. This is a person that would take over the mayor's responsibilities if the mayor's not able to, or obviously out of town. You're welcome to make any motions, even if you want to nominate yourself, but we need to make a motion, second, and take a vote.
I would like to nominate Aaron Cheatham.
right, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Sid. Did you want to say anything, Aaron, now that you've been nominated?
Thank you, Mom.
Okay. Let's just vote on that first and then proceed if there's anything else you guys want to make motions on. All right, let's start on this.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you do get to vote.
Yeah, you vote, you say no.
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, all right, Aaron, congratulations. You're Mayor Pro Tem, that passes 4-1. And you're the only no vote on that one. Okay, Matt, we're going to turn it over to you for the council policy and budget priorities for fiscal year 24-25.
Thank you very much. Before you tonight is your budget and policy priorities for fiscal year 25. These are the priorities that you vetted and discussed at some length during your retreat a couple of weeks back. What staff has done is using a similar format that we have in previous years, but using the different colors, is to capture those priorities. The first 3 pages are encompassing your budget policy priorities. The 4th page, however, is just the action register that we've updated by bringing forward a number of uncompleted items and adding additional items that was discussed at your retreat. Oh, nice. Council, I would bring a couple things to your attention. One is the second policy, which is on page 1, entitled Envision Central Heber 2050. We've broken that up into 2 sections. The first section we're calling the execution phase, meaning moving the needle phase, so to speak. And the other one being the third one there, entitled envisioning phase. You can see that we're kind of winding down the visioning phase, and we're beginning to move decisively into the execution phase, realizing that vision, if you will. So I'll make sure you understand that. You talked earlier about the trees. You might remember we kicked off our discussion today at 4 o'clock. I wanted to remind you that under that same priority, the Envision Central Heber, the very first one says Main Street Enhancement Plan, develop a concept plan for Main Street enhancements. I believe that this should entail any change that you're ultimately going to make with those planters, with those tree planters. This needs to be a broad plan. This needs to be looking at everything in downtown, not just the trees. I think that's short-sighted.
Yeah, and the future.
The future.
Let's say if we are able to take it over, you got it.
That is correct. That is correct. The other thing I want to bring to your attention is on page 2 under affordable housing. If you will look at item number 4 there, it says subject matter expert. Give me a second to catch up. Page 2, affordable housing, item 4. It says to essentially bring aboard a subject matter expert. I've actually spoken to Scott Loomis to see if he'd be interested in being that subject matter expert. He is interested in doing that. So I'm going to offer him a written proposal. He's going to respond to it. What this will allow us to do is begin having someone focused on this all the time, so we have extra time. So I think it's really important.
So he's doing it for the Wasatch County Housing Authority.
On an interim basis.
On an interim basis.
I would say he's not the subject matter expert. He's basically managing deed restrictions and auditing for us too. It's all really Heber stuff.
Yeah, he's serving as the interim right now for the Mountain West Community Housing until they get their new executive director on board.
We're the only ones with deed restrictions and affordable housing plan. No one else is doing this.
Well, is he, okay, here's my question. We always worked through the county housing authority before, right? And they were supposed to hire the full-time director. Now Mr. Lewis is their consultant. I'm not quite sure what his title is.
Interim.
Interim director?
He's interim director until they get the new person hired.
We don't have a full-time job for somebody.
I think he was already supposed to be our expert, is my point. I think he's already supposed to manage the deed restrictions, income qualify people, make sure that we know where all of the properties are available. I don't know why we're asking him to do it again just for us.
So let me clarify.
Can't we just go through can't we just have him come to us as the interim director?
I apologize, let me clarify on this. So we have the Wasatch County Housing Board, which is trying to manage the deed restrictions, and so forth. We were able to negotiate an agreement with Mountainlands Community Housing to essentially assume that responsibility to managing those restrictions by qualifying people, making sure that they meet the requirements, and so forth and so forth. What I'm talking about here is the renegotiation, for example, of the Jordan Bridge Master Development Agreement to see how we can leverage the existing affordable housing obligations into something that might be more meaningful. As you know, those are all at 80% AMI. You also know those are really ineffective 80%. There's a way to get them down to 50%, 60%. So he'd look at doing that. He'd look at trying to determine whether maybe a donation of land by Jordan Bridge is more valuable to us than building mountain homes. And so the idea is that we get somebody focused on these items all the time, hopefully, at least more than I've been able to get to it, and see if we can't move the needle on these broader items in items 1, 2, and 3. So his organization would continue doing the qualification of people in the deed restricted units. That's going to be ongoing. I'm talking about elevating the bar entirely with the negotiations on trying to find more affordable housing units that are 50 or 60% AMI.
Is it possible for any of us to nominate others besides Mr. Lewis that also have affordable housing experience?
Absolutely. I'm suggesting Scott. He seems to be the county-wide subject matter expert. I think anyone has more experience than him in this county.
Especially in Wasatch Back.
In Wasatch Back.
I think worked with Scott for over 20 years.
I'm all ears. If you got ideas, I want your ideas.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not sure if they're all the resumes, but I have heard of some other names. I just don't know if anyone's interested. Okay.
I'll hear them.
Thank you.
So council, this is, again, your priorities. There are 18 of them. I'm asking that you make any changes to it tonight before you adopt it. Otherwise, I look for a motion from you to adopt this.
You're missing power lines.
It's on here.
It's actually find it.
Underground power lines.
Where is it?
It is. It's on there.
Yeah, it's number 7 on revision.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry.
We got you covered.
Thank you.
I love it.
I move to approve it.
Second.
Okay, let me write this down. Okay, so we have a motion by Scott Phillips, second by Mike Charleston. Any other council comments or questions?
Yeah, I think this is a good direction. This is a good roadmap for us for the future. Good.
Okay, let's start on your end, please. With the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Do you have any communication items, Matt?
Mayor, I do. I've got 3 items. The first you and I had spoken about the April 2nd city council meeting. That is on the same evening as the Republican caucus. I wanted to see if you wanted to reschedule or potentially just cancel that meeting.
Sure. Republican Party convention, and if any of you want to be county delegates because of those county-wide positions that will have primaries, or I should say the convention delegates casting votes, then you might be interested in shortening the April 2nd meeting. We've already done it for March 5th, but there's the next option, April 2nd. Is anyone interested? I'm not sure.
And where is it here?
It would be, they usually hold it in somewhere in Heber City, and whole county, college county delegates come.
I'd be willing to think about shortening it, but I'd rather know what time it is. We don't have.
They have, I can't find the time yet on the advertisement, just the date on the state GOP website. I do not know when the Democratic Party convention would be held, but I don't know if they're going to be facing primaries the way that the county council positions or other positions are open, right? I think there's a county assessor and then two county council positions that you might be interested in attending as a county delegate if you get elected at the caucus meeting on March 5th. Should we just wait and see?
Yeah. Yeah, let's wait and see.
Let's wait for this.
Okay.
I think we could do the same, have a work session if that's needed.
That makes it clear. Of course. The second thing I have is regarding the Utah legislative session. We're halfway through this week. It will end at the end of February, first week of March, but there are a number of bills that you should be aware of. I want to make your attention. The first is Senate Bill 172. This concerns gravel pits. Essentially, any gravel pit that was in operation or had rights before the incorporation of the county it exists in or the state would be given essentially a preemption to local zoning laws to expand that pit in order to provide the aggregate, the concrete necessary to keep the economy moving. This is important because although I'm not sure about whether the pits in Wasatch County meet that requirement, the bigger issue here is the preemption. And overall, we do not support preemption on local government authority. This is going to the Senate caucus this Thursday. And I'm hoping that you might be able to reach out to Senator Richardson and let him know that we would prefer that this go interim and let the stakeholders get together and try to work out the issues before we take action on it this legislative session. So again, reach out to Ron Richardson, Senate Bill 172, concerned about the preemption. I would recommend we go to interim and see if we can't get the stakeholders in the room to work out the differences. The other ones I just want to bring to your attention is House Bill 367. I mentioned this earlier. This is for the creation of the Transportation Utility Fund. This would allow cities to essentially establish utility fees. This is found to be acceptable under a recent Supreme Court decision with a fee that Pleasant Grove had adopted. And so what they're doing here is simply defining a process that cities could go through to establish that fee in their respective jurisdictions. Two more quick ones. Senate Bill 185. This essentially would give building permit holders the right to contract with third-party building inspection firms, and the city would then be required to accept their inspections. Again, another major preemption. This is the important legislation here. Lastly is one that's probably the most, that was Senate Bill 185. And lastly, the one that is giving the league the most heartburn is House Bill 306. I'm on a strike team for the League of Cities trying to head this one off. Essentially, the initial bill would have required cities to zone 20% of your jurisdiction, areas that would yet to be developed, as well as areas that have already been developed, into 8 units per acre, and 6 units would have to be deed restricted. That was the initial proposal in this bill. Huge preemption. We have been working very diligently to try to get them off that position. I think we're being effective. It looks like the bill is moving more towards incentives, looking at trying to provide carrots instead of sticks to bring about affordable housing. This is all about affordable housing. And the point that the league is making is there are over 190,000 entitled lots, and builders are not building small homes. There's no money there. They're building larger homes. We don't believe that this will be effective at building the smaller units that we would need for affordable housing. So stay tuned to House Bill 306, much more to come. This is probably the largest preemption bill that's in the legislative session right now.
It's worse, actually. It's 20%.
20%.
Jurisdiction. Wow.
Yep.
That's not considered.
What?
Okay,
I don't know.
I wanted to remind you that on April 17th, 18th, and 19th is the League of Cities and Towns mid-year meeting in St. George. And you can register right now and have the bill sent to Trina, okay? That's been part of the registration process. You can read that right and get reimbursed, or you can have the bill sent to Heber City. And if you can please let Trina know as soon as possible, she'll arrange the hotel rooms. Otherwise, you might get stuck in Motel 6 if you don't tell her soon enough.
In Hurricane. Is that something we'll
Yes, yes, it is a great time. It starts on the Wednesday evening, it goes the full day Thursday and a half day Friday. Lots of great ideas, the latest trends, the legislative report, we bring in national speakers. And then we have these caucus meetings for the high growth cities large cities, different characteristics, and we talk about all of our issues and how to resolve them and what different cities are doing, so it's really great and useful. All right, anyone ready to adjourn?
I'd like to make that motion, please.
Thank you, second?
Second.
Okay, Aaron and Aaron, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed today?
Your support's back. So you can keep that. That is, that's pretty.
You should be allowed to vote on the adjournment.
You should definitely be allowed to
So,
vote.
but that says something.